Let's freaking go. Welcome to uSTADIUM's Draft-A-Ganza stream. We've been planning this for freaking months. I don't know what is going on with Facebook. We're trying to stream out. There's always an issue with Facebook, but it is what it is. But yeah, we're here right now. We got the crew in the house. I got Nick, my guy, back and better than ever. And we got Jason, man. So we are ready to rock and roll. We're going to go through every pick in the first round. We're going to give our analysis. We're going to answer questions, and we're going to rock and freaking roll. I am a little bit worried about what the Jets are going to do because we remember what happened last year. Last year, we drafted someone that I didn't really think was going to be a top 15 pick. But it is what it is. New York Jets are on the clock, but who's really on the clock are the Chicago Bears. But yeah, I want to introduce everybody. Nick, co-founder, right-hand man at uSTADIUM. Nick, how we feeling, my guy? How you doing?
Nervous, man. I'm just, and I'll shed a tear probably. Maybe I'll keep it inside when Joe Alt goes, but, I've been prepared for this since the Jets won those meaningless games at the end of the year against Washington and New England. So keeping the expectations leveled, that's all. But excited, man. Excited to go. Excited to do this. This is awesome. The stage looks great. The front desk sponsored Homage is awesome. Check them out. They pimped out the swag for the guys here. Frank is against wearing it. So he wanted to rip the brand. So, but the shirts, hoodies, everything, Homage, check them out. We have a contest going on with them. But I'm excited. I'm excited for the draft, man. It's the best night of the year, hands down.
Best night, man. Best night. And it's the most important night for a lot of NFL teams, as we know. But, Jason, how you feeling, my guy? You look a little nervous. I'm a little nervous.
Absolutely feeling pretty good, man, because I feel like the Jets can't screw this up. You can either take
You sure about that?
I'm cautiously optimistic. I mean, like, you can either get a weapon for Rodgers, you can protect Rodgers, you can trade down and get that second back. I feel like we're in a spot where the Jets can't go wrong, which means – they might go wrong. Maybe they repeat the process, but I'm feeling pretty good. This is a loaded draft class. We were out there in Indy watching these guys. So many good players, wide receiver, tackles. I'm really pumped up for this draft.
Yeah, and I'm excited. We have Jeremy Fowler joining us in a little bit, and he's been tweeting all afternoon. This trade market right now between what the Patriots are doing, what the Cardinals are doing. It seems like 1 and 2 is locked in. Jeremy's been tweeting all afternoon about teams that are looking to move up and down. And so he'll join us at 7:05 in a couple of minutes here to just kind of give us the latest on what he's hearing. And we got some really cool guests lined up for the rest of the night.
Yeah, man. I mean, this draft is really going to be interesting because I think there's going to be a lot of crazy-ish that's going to happen in the first 10 picks. Then there's going to be something we maybe have never seen in a while, meaning I could see, and we have it on the uSTADIUM app, that a quarterback, a really high-end quarterback, someone said on the uSTADIUM app that they could see Justin Herbert potentially be involved in a trade so the Chargers can get Mr. J.J. McCarthy. I know Nick loves that one, but that was by our boy Anthony Brock. So imagine, though, I mean, you don't know. The way player mobility now is in the NFL, you never really know what could happen. But I'm freaking amped, baby. I'm amped. This is the best.
I hope there's trades, man. That just makes it fun. That it's unpredictable, and that's the best thing about the NFL draft is one team can throw the entire round off, right? Like I think we know that it's going to be Caleb 1. I think we feel pretty good that it's going to be Jaden Daniels number 2. But then the Patriots kind of kicked off the draft there. Like what do they do? Is it Drake May? Are they a trade spot? Are they trying to float out that they really want Drake May to entice the Vikings or the Giants, who are 2 trade-up spots, to move up to trade for that pick and juice up the market a little bit? So it really starts with the Patriots at 3. Even if they take the quarterback, Drake May, or J.J. McCarthy, who we've heard is a fast riser too, and a potential to go 3rd overall. They have the Cardinals sitting there with essentially the first pick in the draft, because they get the next player, non-quarterback, that they don't need. They're riding with Tyler. So they can go Marvin Harrison. They can go Rome Odunze. They can trade out. So it's really wide open for the Cardinals, and the Chargers right after them is another trade spot. So it's wild. It's going to be fun, man. I'm pumped for this thing to get started. I know we got a little under an hour to start, but I think it's going to be really fun.
I'm looking at Omar in the chat right now. What draft day takes you guys most confident on the uSTADIUM app? This is something I didn't see coming, but this is one of my takes actually, and that I believe is still open. I think Rome Odunze could find his way to New York. Like, we would have never brought up that scenario. started this offseason, but I feel like the Jets taking a weapon has really picked up steam. I feel like for them, it's either going to be if they're taking a weapon. I mean, you can Brock Bowers, Roma Dunze, you can't go wrong. There's been some talk about Malik Neighbors slipping, which is just crazy to me. Like,
we got some we got some mic issues going on, by the way. If you guys want to check your mics, you want to speak more directly in, or Kyle, if you want to check it out. I know there's some mic issues going on, so maybe we want to he says his mic's a little echoey.
Yeah, working through it. I see. To your point, man, I still see on MyBookie, the Jets are plus 200 to get Brock Bowers, so the Jets are still the favorite to take him. I don't know. Obviously, sitting at 10, you just don't know who. You don't know how the board is going to play out. Could a team move up for Bowers? Could one of the receivers be sitting there? I feel like personally that Roma Dunze is their top target tonight, the Jets, and I think they would be thrilled if he lasted to 10 and didn't have to move up for him. But again, it depends on how fast this receiver run goes. Because when you do see one, I feel like you're going to start to see the rest of them go.
Yeah, man, that's the one thing is with the Jets specifically. I don't know if Roma Dunze will be there. I really don't. If he's there, I feel like the team's going to get him. But they may be looking at another option. They may be looking at offensive line. We saw that stat the other day about how many second contracts guys get and whatnot. I don't really buy into that necessarily. However, it is true. You have a better chance to hit on an offensive lineman in the first round than you do a weapon, quote unquote. But we'll see. That's the whole name of the game. I mean, the Jets, they can do one of two things. They can go weapon and then really optimize their ability to score points potentially, or they can be a little more conservative but just protect Aaron Rodgers, which is what everyone really is trying to do this year. Because if Aaron goes down or he's not being protected, we're going to be in trouble. But with that being said, we got the real star of the show here. And Nick Spano is actually here. We're going to add him in right now. Mr. Jeremy Fowler, ESPN.
What's up, buddy? What's going on?
Hey, guys.
Standing out.
Happy draft season.
Yeah, happy draft day, man. It's the best day of the year, in my opinion. I guess as Jet fans, Super Bowl day is really never something we look forward to. So the draft is our Super Bowl. So, happy draft day.
No doubt. Should be fun. Should be a fun night.
Jeremy, how are you feeling right now? What are you hearing on the trade front? Is there anything very interesting? I know that you tweeted out something about, 5 or 10 minutes ago about 3's open, 4's open, 5 could be open. What are you feeling? What are you hearing?
Yeah, I was hearing that a lot of those teams are looking to trade back, and I checked with all of them, and most of them are at least open to it. Now, certain teams have more of a threshold to want to get out than others. Like, the Titans, I think, are willing to listen, but are not overly aggressive at having to get out. I'd put the Jets in that category too, probably. Like, would they love to move back a few spots? If they feel like they can get one of their top 2 or 3 guys still, yes, but they're not dead set on having to do that. Whereas I would say the Chargers might be the most eager to get out. When I checked with somebody there, I said, are you guys still open for business? And they said, we're 7-Eleven open. So, yeah, that like whether Minnesota can get to 3 or 5 seems relevant. Whether the Giants can get from 6 to 3 or 5 seems relevant in relation to a Drake May.
What quickly just on the Charger point, Jeremy, like if they're not able to move back, and I mean, it seems like there should be enough interest to do it if the deal is right. What's with this? Like, I felt like all of a sudden JC Latham has overnight last night has gone from somebody who was projected to be maybe the 2nd or 3rd tackle to like the consensus number 1 tackle. Is that you're hearing similar?
Well, you're hearing some of that, and I still want to see for sure. But I was starting to hear last week that they were certainly open to taking an offensive lineman, preferably a tackle. Somebody they can put at right tackle because they have Rashawn Slater who can play left. And so really that depends on preference. Joe Alt was probably the sexiest name around for the last couple months. But, as most scouts would tell you, people seem to sober up around the last few days of the draft and the true colors come out, So I don't know if Latham is like the top offensive tackle on everybody's board, but, he's highly regarded and he seems to fit what the Chargers would want to do. So we still have to see it to believe it. I mean, they're going to have one of these top receivers staring them at the face at number 5 when they're on the clock. So that could still be tempting for them. But, you can move back to like, I don't know. I don't know where they can move back to is the problem. Let's say it's Minnesota at 11. You can still get a good tackle there, and possibly, probably not one of the top 3 receivers, but if you want to get line help, you can still get it.
Jeremy, quick question: do you think that offensive line specifically is where a lot of these teams in the top 10 are looking, and then because the wide receiver class is so deep, they may think to themselves, "Oh, we could probably get someone in the second round, or even in the third at some point."
Yeah.
Do you think that there's going to be a runoff, let's say even in the top 15, or they'll be, what do you think, 4 to 5 offensive linemen will go in the top 15?
It's very possible. I think at least 3 in the top 10, if you're looking at Chargers, depending on where they stay put, Titans, and possibly Jets. And then, you have a team like Philly. Word is they want to move up, and I believe that's for an offensive tackle at this point. I don't know for sure, but they got Lane Johnson getting older. That's their MO, to get offensive line help. They have a high grade on a lot of those tackles. So, do they want to get to 12 or 14 or maybe even like 16 to Seattle, and you can still get a good one? So I think at least 5. You're checking with GMs. I would say, they predicted at least 5 of the top 19 picks will be a tackle, possibly 6.
Yeah, I mean, the tackle in the receiver class this year, it's like you're looking in the 3rd round at guys who last year might have been like the 2nd or 3rd wide receiver drafted. So like it's, I'm sure there's a lot of teams, and not just our team here who we root for, the receiver tackle. It's like, where do you go first? It's like, where is that value, like that sweet spot in second, day 2. So it's going to be interesting to see which run you see deeper tonight.
Yeah, there are going to be a lot of good receivers in the 2nd round for sure. So there's going to be a sentiment there. If you're in New England, you can take your quarterback shot early, and then you're thinking at 34. Or maybe like if you try to move into the late 1st, there's going to be your guy there. There could be 7 receivers in the 1st and 7 tackles in the 1st. That's like more than 40% of the draft.
Yeah.
I don't know if we'll hit that number at receiver, but we could. So, and it depends on really what Buffalo does, Kansas City, some of those teams.
Yeah, Jeremy, first thing I wanted to bring up was when we spoke in Indy, we said if Zach Wilson was going to the Rams, we're getting you that blue and gold Zach Wilson jersey. So I was disappointed to see he went to Denver.
Yeah.
I don't think you want that New Jersey anyway.
I know. I agree. I thought Rams or 49ers just because I think he would have wanted to go there, but they just didn't really have the need that Denver did, and it didn't cost Denver really anything at all. So I think at the combine, I really wasn't thinking in terms of Denver at that point. But it sounds like for the last 3 weeks they've been working on this deal, so they were the clear favorite.
Yeah, the name question I wanted to ask you though is, give us a name that you think is going to go late in the 1st round that maybe most mocks didn't have going. Like, we've heard a lot about offensive tackles being late 1st rounders, so teams could get that 5th-year option. Do you see any names that you think could go sneaking into that back half of the 1st round?
You're talking about tackles or just surprise names?
Tackles or players in general.
Amarius Mims is a name that teams are kind of kicking around. Like, he's a 1st-round talent, but he hasn't played a lot at Georgia. So does he sneak in there? That's a name that comes to mind. I mean, he might even go top 20. I think it's possible. Sorry, I got a text.
Anything worth it?
I don't know yet. Kind of.
What if it was his DoorDash? Let the guy live, Nick. Oh my god.
No.
He's probably getting food to his house. I mean, let the guy look. He's got a nice house.
It's more just trying to find out what's going on with New England.
Yeah.
I thought they're going to stay put and take the quarterback unless they're just absolutely floored by an offer, and I don't think that's come yet. But that won't come until you're on the clock, probably for sure. They'll take it to the clock and see what happens. But I still think Drake May will be their guy. But that's what I'm checking on right now. But I think Marius Mims is a name. Darius Robinson, the big kind of 3-4 DE inside outside guy, could get into the late 1st. He's at the draft, so he must feel pretty good about that.
What do you think?
McConkey could sneak in a Georgia receiver. So
love McConkey. One of my favorite guys in this draft. What do you think about the veteran market? Because obviously we saw yesterday with Hendrickson and T. Higgins requesting trades. Then you have the Brandon Ayuk situation everybody's watching tonight.
Yeah.
Do you see any bigger name veterans get traded this weekend?
Well, certainly possible. I mean, Denver's kind of a team to watch just because they've been kind of open for business a little bit, although to a point. They're getting calls on Cortland Sutton, but I don't think they want to trade him. They've been pretty clear on that. But Patrick Surtain, do they move on him just to try to get more draft picks? I don't think they do. I'm just like, the vibe there in Denver is they feel like the roster's not there and they got to catch up in a hurry. So do they just try to accumulate more picks? So that's a team I'm kind of watching. San Fran's a team I'm watching where, I would say checking with teams today, most think that they'll end up working something out with Ayuk, that they'll try to prioritize him. But that might be contingent upon whether they can trade Deebo Samuel, because I just don't know if you can keep both under contract at that number. Like Brandon Ayuk's going to be a $30 million guy now. So, I've checked with teams that are kind of looking for a receiver in the draft. Jacksonville would be one. I just don't know if they're willing to pay what it would take. I think Washington's interested in Ayuk. Jaden Daniels, he's got a connection with Ayuk from their ASU days. So that's one I'm kind of loosely watching. And the Adam Peters connection, obviously the GM was there in San Fran. So certainly some possibilities, but I don't know that an Ayuk deal would come together tonight. I think it might be more later in the draft, but we'll see. Maybe San Fran can pull something off, because it's clear they want to get some high impact rookies, and picking 31st, they'd like to move up if they could. I just don't know if they can pull it off.
And Washington has a ton of picks. They have 2 2s, I think two or three 3s. So, a package to put together there would be easy.
They can do that for sure.
Jeremy, we have a fan question for you. Ben, I believe it's a Bills fan. I'm not completely sure. But he asks, Bills moving up for a wide receiver, do you think they could potentially move up in the top 12?
So what's funny about that is, and I tried to write a little bit about this without, because do I think they're going to move up for Rome Odunze? No, because it'd be a huge jump. But I know that they love him and know what it would take to move up. So, it's just that sort of speaks on the legwork they've done at the position. So would it surprise me if they, got up to get their guy? No, it really wouldn't. But the problem is you got the top 3, and then you got that gap. Those top 3 are considered really the top tier. So, at that point, do you just wait it out a little bit? Most teams I talk to think Xavier Worthy could be the 4th receiver off the board.
Wow.
Maybe Brian Thomas. I would say it's split, but, a slight lean to Worthy because of the speed. So, since teams are sort of torn on that 4th option, do you need to trade up for that kind of guy? I don't know, unless they love somebody, but they've done a lot of work. I mean, they've kind of scoured the earth for a wide receiver. So it would not surprise me at all if they did make some sort of move. It just might be minor.
Last question, Jeremy. Let's talk about, we mentioned Washington. They have a plethora of picks. Could you see a team like that, like Washington, or a different team trying to make their 1st round pick and then trade back into the 1st? Like with Washington, obviously you could get Daniels and then go grab one of those tackles to protect him. If not Washington, do you see any other teams that could be in the mix for trading back into the 1st round?
Yeah, I think you're spot on. I mean, Washington's a good one. Maybe they get a tackle late 1st. New England to get a receiver. Let's see, who else? I'm trying to think. Where's Baltimore pick? What are they, 30th now? They would need to trade back in. Who else would trade back in? I'm trying to. Let me look from the top. So
Carolina, they have 2 2s, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they got the 2 2s. They could package that.
And Houston, wasn't Houston rumored to be a team looking to get back into the 1st after trading out?
I think so. Nick Caserio has shown a willingness to do that. We saw it with his trade for Will Anderson last year. So that's one that comes to mind. But Washington, New England for sure come to mind there. I think a team look, we're on the board here, the precipice having 6 quarterbacks in the 1st. Teams are sort of believing that's real. And that'd be the first time since 1983. So, if you're trying to get back in, let's say Bo Nix is there late 1 and you like him, do you get back in? I could see a world where, Denver moves back from its 12th spot to try to get picks, make their pick at 18 or wherever they are, or 20, and then try to come back in with what they got.
Because they don't have either, right?
I could see that.
Denver's 2nd round went to New Orleans for Peyton this year, right?
Yeah, they don't have a 2nd rounder, but that's what I'm saying. They would have to get picks and a trade back.
Makes sense.
And then use it to get up. Now, I'm not saying that's happening. I'm just saying they do like Nix as a fit if they don't go quarterback at 12, which I kind of increasingly don't think they'll do. Then I could see them making that move.
All right, last fan question. They ask me these questions all the time. I never have right answers, though. That's why we have you on, Jeremy, because no one really takes what I say seriously most of the time. But Jeremy, fire guy Tony Brock. Any word on a name with a chance to sneak into the top 10 that hasn't been talked about? You kind of touched on it earlier a little bit, but yeah, anything there?
I would go. I think Byron Murphy could sneak in there. The Texas defensive tackle, like Atlanta at 8. I've heard a little connection there. Minnesota at 11. Like he's in that range at least. Let's see. Some of the tackles wouldn't be surprising, I wouldn't say. So I don't think the corners will sneak into 10. So yeah, I would say Byron Murphy's a name that comes to mind. Look, Michael Penix is pretty confident that he's going somewhere, mid first or like top half of first. I checked with the GM today on that, and they said 2 weeks ago I would have said no. Right now I'm kind of thinking yes. So it's like, who is it, right? Is it somebody in the top 10? I don't necessarily think so. I know Atlanta did a lot of work on him. Do I think they want to go quarterback at 8 after giving Kirk Cousins $180 million? Probably not. But there's a sentiment for him a little bit, and we know these guys get pushed up. So he's sort of like a fringe top 10 maybe, but you could throw his name in there. But I would say Byron Murphy.
Nice. Last thing I wanted to ask, and then we'll let you go, Jeremy. I really appreciate it. How do you feel about mock drafts in general? I know we've been going through them now for months, and freaking we have Peter Schrager as a mock draft, and Nick likes he likes Schrager actually. I like Jeremiah's, and Jason likes some random blog on the internet that nobody ever heard of. So I mean, what do you think about mock drafts in general? Do you actually think that Peter Schrager, for example, actually has that legit in with the Jets, where saying that they would take Brock Bowers, or today actually, or yesterday, they said that they're going to pass up on Joe Alt, for example? I mean, how much do you think these insiders do they have those real relationships with teams? That
I think so.
Yeah,
I think Schrager does for sure. Daniel Jeremiah does for sure. Like, our guys here from Mel Kiper to Matt Miller and Jordan Reed, those guys all work really hard. So it's the draft's too much of an inexact science to just be able to not make any phone calls and just throw stuff at the wall, So I respect what those guys do a lot. I like mock drafts because I think it gives you a new perspective, if you're trying to track, like teams look at it, teams like them, teams look at them and they kind of even get information off them a little bit, or at least ideas, like at the end of the draft, like this week, yesterday and today, things crystallize a little more. But I like looking at those, and sometimes I get new ideas. I think it might have been Peter Schrager had Bo Nix as the Vikings' second first-round pick. What would be the 23rd pick? Like that piqued my interest. I'm like, okay, that is kind of interesting. And I came to find out that the Vikings like a lot of these quarterbacks. I think Drake May is the guy they would like to trade up for, but they like a lot of them, and Nix is included. So it's like, is your play? And I was able to check with the team. They're like, yeah, I could see them taking a defensive player at 11 and a quarterback at 23. Like, you don't have to make a trade unless you just love a guy. So, that stuff for me is valuable. I like the mock drafts. It keeps you guessing.
Before you go, Jeremy, who are the Jets taking at 10?
Yeah, I was about to say, man, it's like
we have to. It's got to be the final.
Last time I was on with these, it was all
you guys. The last question, really the last one, and then
I thought the Jets question was coming earlier. So I would say I asked around on this today. My educated guess, don't hold me to this. My educated guess is it's either Bowers or the Penn State tackle.
Fashanu, that's interesting. Yeah. We'll get into this a lot once Jeremy heads out, but
yeah, that's my guess right now. Look, the owner likes pass catchers, right? So, like, if Adunze's there or Bowers is there, like, that could get interesting. And I do think Bowers will be there at 10. We'll see. I don't know. I hear mixed views on that. Like, some teams say he's the best player in the draft. Others say he's going to fall to 15 because basically, like, solely on need, right? Like, if you just don't need a tight end.
Right.
If it's tackle and quarterback and wide receiver and one defensive player occupying the top 10, that's 10 spots right there. So it's just a numbers game. But he's awesome, So, this is a team that's all in, right? So if they want to go with the attractive pass catching option, would not shock at all. So I think my educated guess, I think it's between those two players.
Appreciate that, Jeremy. Appreciate you always being cool with us and hopping on when we ask, and everybody out there following on and watching Draft-A-Ganza. Make sure you follow Jeremy Wayfowl at ESPN if you're not already. I don't know what you'd be doing if you're not, but make sure you do it if you're here and listening. And as always, Jeremy, really appreciate it. Enjoy the draft.
Awesome.
Thank you, man.
Jeremy, you're the GOAT, man. Appreciate you, man. Enjoy your night.
Okay, take care.
See you, buddy.
Later, man.
See you.
All right, so what can we take from that outside of like nobody really knows about the trade market, and that's how it always is. Trades are they're hard to make. They are. Like, why would a team like, let's say the Patriots, for example, has 3 who they know what 1 and 2 is going to do. They know who's going to be there, so they really can set their board up there and take anybody. Why are they moved to 11 with the Vikings, let's say, for apparently the Vikings want to keep 23. Let's say it's a pick next year, a first round pick next year, and some picks in the mid round this year, and you drop out of like the potential elite players in the draft. Like, it's not always so easy to trade. Like, trade ups, trade downs. I know it's something just to like fill in the gaps here as we wait through like mock draft season. But like sometimes just take the time. You had a terrible season. You don't want to be picking 3 again. Yeah. So you have a chance at a blue chip player. Take him now and build your team around him.
I believe this might be the highest the Patriots have ever picked.
No, this thing here.
Yeah, speak directly.
Sorry, dealing with some echoes in here.
Chat.
Yeah, and speak directly into.
Cool, we're good.
But no, 2 things I wanted to bring up is if you're the Patriots and you have all these teams calling you about moving up, that should be a pretty good indication that, you know what, maybe we should stick here at 3 and take the quarterback. And then as far as Minnesota goes, you trade for that second first rounder. You don't need to move up. No GM will make a trade with the potential of, oh, we're doing this to set up a future trade. Because then if you can't get that deal, you're just out of luck. So I think for Minnesota, they might be able to. I would love to see Michael Penix go there. I think when you combine fit and talent, I think that's one of the better fits for any quarterback. Like, that's probably, I mean, Chicago obviously really set up well for Caleb, but I would love to see a guy like Penix go to Minnesota and then go grab another player in the first round with that other pick and put some talent around him.
You don't think that's too early?
I think maybe you get him at 23. Maybe you look somewhere else with 11. I think Penix should be there at 23 unless like Seattle or Vegas makes a move. But I think those are like the 3 most in on Penix teams. So I would look at those spots. And I think if those teams don't take him, you know he'll be there at 23. And then you got a great player in your lap at 11.
The thing with Penix is this. It is the age, the injury. How much do teams look at him and they're scared about being able to develop him? And then when you do develop him, is he going to end up not being healthy? That's everything, man. That's what you need to factor in. Because if you feel like it's a haul to develop him, and then it's also a situation where he can get hurt, it's terrible.
If you like Penix to the Vikings, right? I'm looking again at MyBookie, and if you go to MyBookie .ag and use the promo code uSTADIUM, you get 50% of your deposit up to $1,000. They have the Vikings at plus 400 right now. The Raiders are plus 100, the favorites to get Penix. Raiders, Vikings, Broncos at plus 850, Giants at plus 850.
All right, we got a question here. What teams take a player that may not be a first-round grade tonight to take advantage of the 5th-year option? That is a phenomenal freaking question. And that is definitely something where I remember when the Baltimore Ravens selected Lamar Jackson with the last pick in the first round. That was all because you can control that 5th year. So let's go around the horn, Nick or Jason. I think we finally got our mic issues fixed. You know, we had to put this nice studio together. We got the boys in the back, by the way.
Yeah, I wish we could turn the camera around.
The boys in the back. Someone's went. What kind of jersey is that? 80?
Is that a Shockey jersey or Cruz?
Oh, my Lord. Oh, Victor Cruz. Get that shit out of here. I don't want to see Victor Cruz in my freaking in my sight.
You just
said see this stupid Giants thing. And where's the Josh Allen jersey? Do we throw it out?
Threw it out.
Josh Allen jersey.
No, it's
right
over
here.
behind Jay.
Chat's
Oh my God, it's disgusting.
Get this jersey away from me. He's not even going to be the best quarterback in the AFC East this year.
Oh man,
there's a take for you, Carlo. But to that point, Frank, I wanted to, like you mentioned the Ravens with the last pick of the first round. I could see both the Chiefs and 49ers with those last picks in the first round going with tackle, because both of those teams kind of have that need. Now, I think Kansas City more so than San Francisco. Like, everyone's talking about Kansas City drafting a wide receiver. I don't think you need to get Mahomes another weapon, because if you can just keep him upright, you can have Walmart cashiers at receiver, and he'll find ways to win games with him. So I could see Kansas City taking a tackle. I don't know who. There's a pretty good drop off once you get to like tackle 7, but I could see them doing it and San Francisco doing it as well. Nick, what do you think?
Yeah, I think anytime you look at that 5th-year option, the most important thing is the quarterback, right? And then even though most cases where if the quarterback proves to be the guy, they're gonna extend them or give them a big contract at the end of the 3rd or 4th year. Running back spot, I don't think there's anybody tonight that warrants a first-round pick. But you'd love to get that 5th-year option for a running back because you don't love to pay those guys. Like you don't want to be paying a second contract to a running back. So maybe a tackle like a Rosengarten. I saw. I forgot who tweeted. I wish I remembered. I'd like to give them credit. It might have been Tom Pelissero. Mentioned Rosengarten as a name to slip into the bottom of the 1st round, which is crazy. I remember seeing boxes in the 3rd round, and even Patrick Paul, who we had on our final draft Twitter space on Sunday, he's somebody who pretty much thinks he's a lock to go in the 1st round. So, Fowler touched on it a bit about these tackles and how there are going to be some teams who trade back, like Washington and like the Patriots, who take their quarterback early and then they need their blindside protector and they move up to get somebody. So that's where I would watch. Like one of those teams coming up, Baltimore loves to trade around. We're at the bottom of the draft. Detroit, I know is looking to trade out and pick up some more picks. So those are the spots I would look for those late in the 1st round to move back and the team to come up who are picking early tomorrow on day 2 to come and grab a tackle.
Now, I want to mention this, what Jeremy brought up. I was kind of surprised to hear Fashanu.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys were. I was kind of surprised to hear his name. Obviously, Bowers doesn't come as much of a surprise at all. We all know he's been linked to a million mock drafts where the Jets are taking Bowers. But I kind of thought Joe Douglas would be more of like a Tavise Fuaga guy, maybe trade down to Tanu. I was surprised to hear Fashanu. What do you guys think?
I didn't expect that. I didn't expect him to say Fashanu at all because I tweeted it the other morning, but also I've been just tweeting everything. So, at this point, I'm just throwing a bunch of stuff against the wall. But, the fact that you haven't heard anything about Fashanu from the Jets side or even anybody else in the top 10, whereas last year we were talking about him as the top 5 pick in this draft, the consensus best tackle. Now, all of a sudden, I don't know if it's the small hands. I don't know if it's the teams might not think he's got that intensity or, that rough around the edges player. But you don't hear anything about Fashanu. You've heard Lee. You've heard
Yeah, it's been a quiet front for him for a little bit. It's kind of weird too because he's such a good player. Like you watch him on tape, you're like, this dude does everything right. He's so fluid. He's able to. To me, he's the best one when it comes to just pass protecting in the draft. I think so. I'm excited to see where he has to go. But I'm also excited. We have a special guest in the house. About to throw it up, Taylor Mathis. If you need any gambling or betting advice, ask Taylor. Don't ask me because I don't know anything about betting. I'm retired from DraftKings. I don't use DraftKings anymore. I use FanDuel. I'm still losing on FanDuel, so I don't know. Maybe I just need to stick with uSTADIUM takes or something. But Taylor, how you doing? What's going on?
What's up, Taylor?
Hi guys. I'm doing great. How are you all?
Good.
Getting ready to go under a half an hour now, so it sneaks up on you.
Yeah, I know it's getting close. It's still like the afternoon out here on the West Coast, so everything's always a little bit earlier than normal for us.
Yeah, I know. It's like, and I'm just so jealous because I can tell you have a tan, and we're like as white as snow over here. It's unbelievable. I can't. Yeah, I'm still wearing a hoodie. I know. I'm like,
I can go to the pool. I'm like, I've been going to the pool like as often as I can on the weekends, try to get my base tan going. It's already like in the 90s here. So we're dealing with the heat. We're supposed to get a little cold front though, I think coming in, probably chill down a little bit and then it'll get really hot here in the next couple months.
Yeah. Taylor, how do you see the first 3 picks going if you had to put a bet, let's say? Do you think it's going to be sort of chalk like everyone's been saying with Caleb 1, Jaden 2, and then Drake 3? I mean, do you see it that way or do you see something interesting going on in the top 3?
I don't. I think it's going to be pretty predictable what we're going to see out of the top 3. You've got 3 teams who desperately need quarterbacks. The NFL as a whole right now, I think, is an interesting product when it comes to the quarterback position, just because It's the position that we all look to that's supposed to be the most impactful for an NFL team, for any football team. But yet we seem to be lacking talent through the years of guys that are actually able to play at this level, at this high of a caliber, and stick with the team. So I think it'll be interesting to see if we get, well, and interesting if you want to look at it from a betting perspective. The under-over on how many quarterbacks are going to go in the first round right now is set at 4.5, which is an interesting number because the last time we saw 5 quarterbacks go in the first round was 2021. And that was with the likes of guys like Trey Lance, people who aren't even playing. I think I would take the under if I was going to bet that in the first round, the amount of quarterbacks that are going to go. But I do think picks 1 through 3 should be pretty basic. I live out here in Arizona. The Cardinals have the 4th pick. I've heard some interesting chatter about what people think the Cardinals are going to do with that pick. So I'm excited to see what happens.
Do you think Adunze has a chance to go before Harrison? I think that's kind of like the latest rumor.
No. Just based on, and the reason I'm like a strong no on this too. I listen to a ton of Arizona sports talk radio, and the guys that are out here in Arizona sports talk radio are also guys that I have met through my time working in the sports media and sports industry out here in Arizona. And they've got a really good pulse, and they have a very good read on what's going to happen within these organizations out here in the Valley. And the guys that are close with the Cardinals organization are all over it. Harrison Jr. is coming to the Cardinals if they stay keeping the 4th pick. Some people out here say that they think the Vikings could try to trade up for that 4th pick and go with a quarterback. And maybe we see quarterbacks go 1 through 4. I don't know if that'll happen. That's just the chatter that I've been hearing over the last 4 hours here in Arizona.
Yeah, Taylor, I feel like we've all seen the video last year, Monty Ossenfort working the phones. Like, obviously he's going to want to try to get somebody to come up to 4. Like, he's probably selling teams on JJ McCarthy as he's like this all-pro guy. But do you think there's like a possibility of trading out of 4 for the quarterback and then coming back up to 5? Because we know the Chargers want to get out of 5. So, like, if they were to move out, you see him immediately trying to get back up to 5, and then you still end up with Marv?
Honestly, that sounds like a move out of draft day with Kevin Costner. I just watched, guys. I just finished it.
You got to watch it.
Nick watches it every day.
And you know what? People hate on that movie, and they hate on Kevin Costner in that, and they're like, that's such a crappy sports movie. I love that movie.
I know.
The end is just, it's so electric. And I'm like, Monty Ossenfort is basically the modern day Kevin Costner in that movie. And I like it. I like what you're saying. That would be a great move. And with that, if he's able to sell a team like the Vikings on getting JJ McCarthy at number 4, hey, Marvin Harrison Jr. could still be available there at number 5 if they wanted to get that 5th pick from the Chargers. So I like the idea that you're thinking of there. Maybe he's masterminding the same thing.
Taylor, we have a question from the crowd. Noah Bino, our guy Noah, asks, what team is going to reach the hardest in the first round and on who?
Ooh.
AKA, who's going to draft Xavier Worthy?
This is a good question. But I don't know if I have a good answer for it, though, who I think is going to try. I'm not. Oh, gosh. I'm not sure if I have an answer for that
yet.
That's
a tough question.
Let me think on it. Let me think on it a little bit. I would love to say, well, I'm like, I feel like there are certain teams within the NFL that like draft day is like them winning the Super Bowl. The Jets.
Yep.
I'm a Cowboys fan, and I hate to say it, but we tend to be one of those. Every year's our year, and being a modern day Cowboys fan, I'm like, I have nothing to show for it through my living period of time here as a Cowboys fan. We've won nothing. So I'm like, I'm used to that mentality too, as a Dallas fan, that like, we're going to get it done. And I would like to think the Cowboys are going to try to go big, although we have the 27th pick overall in the first round. We need something because we did nothing so far in the offseason. So I would love to see the Cowboys maybe try to grab a running back possibly in the first round. I did hear talks that Ezekiel Elliott's been talking with Dallas again about maybe making a homecoming. Who knows if that's actually true. But I would like to see my Cowboys do some damage in the draft.
I mean, so much for the Cowboys being all in, right? Like if there's a move that Jerry's going to make, like
we're all in. We're keeping Jack. We're keeping Mike McCarthy. Really sounds all in to me.
Who knows? If anybody's reaching, I feel like that's a Jerry move, especially like Mike McCarthy. Maybe he's like, get me a running back. especially losing Pollard. I could see the Cowboys reaching, but like at the end of the day, I think they're getting a tackle because Tyron Smith came to New York. I could see him going the tackle route, maybe like a Marius Mims.
I could see that too. I'm hoping for the running back just because I'm like, who's running the ball for us right now this season? So I'm hoping they do something. But yeah, I always feel like the Cowboys make a splash on draft day or try to.
Taylor, what's your favorite or I won't say easy because there's never such thing, but what's your favorite bet of the draft? Is it if it's a certain player going somewhere or a team selecting a certain player?
Oh, I like definitely if I had to pick a bet, it would be a team selecting a certain player, like looking if the Giants are going to take a wide receiver or are they going to take a quarterback. I love like little prop bets like that on specific teams with what position player they're trying to take. I think those are always fun to bet.
Mm-hmm.
Taylor, is there a oh, sorry, go on.
Oh, yeah. Going off that point, I took a little long shot plus 700. I took the Jets to grab a receiver. Everyone's talking about tackle and Brock Bowers, and I'm like, maybe if Rome falls, like we got Garrett Wilson to fall to 10 a couple of years ago, so like maybe history
never know.
Rome Odunze falls, trade up for Neighbors. I thought it was worth it.
I try to tell these I try to tell these young guys, Taylor, the Jets are not going to draft a receiver. They're going to draft a defensive tackle. That's who we draft. We're going to draft either a defensive tackle or a corner. So you
are you a Jets fan?
We're all Jets fans.
We're all Jets
fans. You're all Jets fans.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even know that. And then I brought up the Jets. And
No, what we expected.
I gotta
You're not
say
wrong,
though, last year at the draft in Kansas City, I was there and I met so many Jets fans that were like, y'all are the equivalent a little bit, well, but worse because you guys just don't have the history behind you of winning like we do as Cowboys fans. But you guys are like the worst of thinking that it's your year. Everybody was like, we have Aaron Rodgers. We don't even care what we do in the draft. And I was like, yeah, that went real well for you guys. It went great. So I love how Jets fans always seem to have the faith. I feel that same way.
Yeah, they've been so bad for so long that it actually makes us like them even more because we're just like so desperate for something good to happen. So we just like stay in there. So it'll make the wins even sweeter. So that's the whole thing. But Taylor, if you want to plug anything that you're working on or any streams that you're doing or shows, I know you're very active in the media market. So if there's anything, someone actually said you should be a full-time uSTADIUM employee. So we may have to give you, an offer at some point, and you're probably going to turn it down because it'll be a monthly stipend, which nobody wants to work for. But no, Taylor, you're awesome. But yeah, what are you working on? What's going on?
So you can follow me. All my social media handles are TMath Sports. That's Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, as well as YouTube. I am currently working on a really exciting project. It will be released Monday. But I'm starting my own podcast. It's like who doesn't have a podcast though nowadays at some point? But I'm really excited for people to see what I've been working on with it because it has been in the works since January. I put a lot of effort into it. I'm owning 100% of the rights to it. So it's all my own funding, all my own connections for guests that I'm going to have on, as well as all the production and socials and editing and everything's getting done by me. So it's been a lot of work. It's been a whole process, but I'm really excited for the first episode to come out. And then my second episode, I have a really cool guest planned. I'm actually filming it this weekend, but the episode will come out in like 2 weeks. So if you want to get a little head start on that, Monday is going to be the drop of my first episode. And I'm really excited about that.
Awesome. Let's do it. Hell yeah. We'll tune in. We'll make sure to tune in.
Thank you guys. Appreciate that.
This is the Jets year, by the way. Before you go, I just needed to let you know. I had to follow up with that.
I don't think it's the Cowboys year, so I'm not even going to say it. I am a realistic Cowboys fan. I never say that I think we're going to win just every week, especially working in sports gambling and sports betting. I'm all about we make the plays for the money. We're not making the plays as homer picks. So I try to be realistic as a Cowboys fan, but that can be tough sometimes.
By the way, Taylor, before you leave, we have some breaking news just happening right now. The Philadelphia Eagles will extend A.J. Brown to a 3-year, $96 million extension with $84 million guaranteed. Some breaking on the show. So,
I didn't get paid.
Yeah.
All right. As a Cowboys fan, I'm like,
yeah,
whatever. The Eagles, whatever about the Eagles. They've been the better team for the last couple of years. So I guess I can't say anything bad about them.
Give us a quick, before you go, Taylor, quick bold draft take.
Draft take for today.
Something crazy you think's gonna happen today.
Ooh, I don't know.
You feel strong about.
I really do think if I had to say something crazy that's gonna happen, I think it's gonna be surrounding the Arizona Cardinals. I do think it's gonna be around if something wild happens, I think it's gonna be right around like that 4 or 5 spot that we could see something crazy kind of go down. I don't know if there's anywhere else right now that I feel like that this isn't going to be quote unquote a chalky draft.
I agree.
Yeah. Well, Taylor, I appreciate you hopping on. Thank you so much. Enjoy the
Of course.
draft.
Thanks for having me, guys. Appreciate it.
Appreciate the time.
Taylor, you're the best. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Of course. Thanks, guys.
So we have a few minutes left, Frank. We gotta get people in this jersey contest on the.
And we hit 1,000. We hit 1,000 people on the stream so far. So we got 1,000 in the stream. Let's go 1K. We're gonna try to hit our big. Our big was 21K. We got a little bit of ways to go, but we're working on it. You know, we're making it happen. But once these picks start coming in, this is gonna be.
They're gonna tune in to see Spano's reaction. That's when we'll get the numbers.
Look, if what happens in the like I said it earlier, I don't want to take too much time about like woe is me, but you know, I let the alt thing go, and then I see Schrager's mock draft this morning of the Jets passing on alt for Bowers, and if that happens, this mic probably won't end up making it through the night. This laptop might not. The keyboard, I don't know if anybody has a keyboard in here. I might go with Kyle's behind the camera and just smash it over something. So I'm kind of secretly hoping alt just goes early to end the dream and just get over it.
Yeah, you don't want to get your full sub-seed for all like Tennessee. And then someone comes up and gets it. Well, if he goes past Tennessee, I'm Joe Douglas. I'll probably give them a call.
Yeah.
I'd move up for him. That's the guy I'd move up for. All neighbors, any of those guys, but I don't think it's happening.
We have we had almost 10 minutes, well 12 minutes, like New Year's. But anyway, you have a few minutes left.
It does feel like New Year's. It does feel like New Year's. You're getting ready for the hype, and then it starts, and it's like, all right, let's go, let's keep this rolling. Go on the uSTADIUM app, get that little QR code down there. The featured takes are all draft jersey contests right now, so we're giving away a jersey to 3 people, all who are on the winning side of these takes. One is the Michael Penix is drafted before Bo Nix. So if you agree or disagree, the winning side, one of the people who win is getting a jersey of their choice. And then we have a few more following up there as well. So those are ending soon. So make sure you get that, download the app using that QR code and get in there before the first pick starts. Let me ask you guys a question. Do you think the Eagles are nuts for extending A.J. Brown? I mean, how much crap do they have to go through when it comes to his antics on the field, his antics off the field? He changed his profile pic. He loves the Patriots all of a sudden. I mean, what are they doing? Is that like a smart move? Is that really going to put you in a position to win a Super Bowl? I mean, I know they got to one, but how do you guys feel about that? I'm pretty 50-50 for the most part, but I'm curious how you guys feel about that.
I kind of felt like they had to. Like, if you're not going to pay A.J. Brown, obviously they just paid Devontae Smith, so it's like, why not extend both of them? I mean, he helped get you to a Super Bowl, so I feel like once you've already been there, like they're still going to be competitive in the NFC East. I feel like that was kind of a no-brainer move, especially with the way they've been super aggressive locking up their own talent. So it doesn't come as much of a surprise.
Yeah, I got you. I'm trying to. Sorry, Jay. I was trying to just get the mic issues going. I know I'm popping a little bit over here. I see. Bring over.
Yo, you're popping, bro. You're popping.
I can't it's weird because now I'm looking this
way. You look
way.
skinny. You look skinny today, by the way.
In here.
You look cute.
And stuff. So
Nick got skinnier. I think he might be on Ozempic or something. Or what's the other one? Mojarin. That stuff's really good for you, I'm sure, by the way. Great job, everybody. You're taking diabetes medication to freaking lose weight. Just be fat like we are and just deal with it. Please.
Is that a sponsored ad or something?
No, but speaking of sponsors, we had a sponsor pull out today. And don't think I'm not going to remember this, Mr. Blue sponsor. I'm not going to give the whole name, but it starts with Blue. I am coming after you guys. I will make sure that nobody ever takes your stupid pills that are probably going to be linked to heart disease very, very soon. I know all about you.
Health portion of the show.
I know all about it.
Jesus.
Spano Zempic. Blues Clues?
Yes.
Spano Zempic? Yes.
All right, 9 minutes left. I want to hear, forget about Caleb, forget about Jaden. Give me what's going down 3, 4, and 5.
I'm going to say the Patriots are staying at 3. They're taking Drake May. I know I brought up a crazy scenario where Monty Ossenfort relives draft day. I think they're staying at 4. They're taking Marv. And then at 5, I want to say Neighbors. I was thinking at the combine it's going to be Neighbors or Alt. Now I legitimately think it might be Latham because if I'm building that team, you already have a left tackle in Rashawn Slater. Why would you get – I mean, sure, like you can move a left tackle to the right side, but like wouldn't you go out and get like a proven right tackle, especially one that's good in the run game? Like I could see Latham probably going 5. I don't know if Fuaga should be going that high, but with all this Latham talk, I feel like when there's smoke, there's fire. So I would say 3 is May to New England. They stay put. Marv at 4, Latham at 5. And I was very low on Latham. And Frankie, I know you love it.
Oh.
JC Latham.
Oh, I love Latham. No, I'm sorry. I'm looking at this comment here. Do you see this? Claudia McGeen. Nick, it's right there. Nick, you looking sexy, Poppy. Sorry, that kind of got me distracted. Claudia.
What's up, Claudia?
We got the sound drop. All right. You want the sweatshirt? It's all right.
Frank, you want the sweatshirt? It's yours.
Yeah, you could buy it from me. I'll give it to you for $2.
Brock Bowers discount. Give it to him.
Yes.
$19.
No, but JC Latham, he's awesome. He's as good of a tackle prospect as you're going to get on the field. The problem with JC Latham is what does he do off the field? Some people think he doesn't love football. And when you watch him on tape, he does some things, Jason, that are awkward. He'll stop blocking. He'll like randomly kind of walk off the field early when the play's still going on. It's just like he seems to be in his own world. And those Alabama guys, they don't really translate in the NFL. Jonah Williams, Chance Warmack. You go down the list, Evan Neal. I mean, it's just a bunch of it's lower than mid. I don't know. Dion, what's the word lower than mid? If you're lower than mid, what is it? Is there a word for it? I don't know. These young guys got these words mid. He says shit? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What? All right. Where is Nick? What are you breaking first? If the Jets pass on Alt, your laptop or Frankie's? Maybe Frankie's with mine. I'll take my 2. You get the 2 for 1 on here.
That's why I'm sitting over here.
No, look, Alt is not going to be there at 10 to pass on. Don't worry about it. So this is me telling myself, I'm reassuring myself.
All right. Am I crazy to think that this JJ McCarthy going 5 is just crazy talk? Like, there are some people that really think the Chargers could potentially take JJ McCarthy 5th.
No.
And we have Anthony Brock said they're going to take him 5th. They're going to trade
Anthony
Herbert.
Brock's been drinking since like Wednesday morning. Forget about him. Forget about Anthony Brock. I see a comment from him. We're about like 15 minutes from his house. I know where he is.
You see that? McCarthy Harbaugh read.
Why would you choose? He went to the Chargers for Herbert.
He put money on our app. He actually spent money on our app to say that that's going to happen tonight. So, I mean,
he's got enough. He's got enough.
He's good.
No, he's good.
I don't know. I'm kind of worried.
He's all right.
No, I don't even know why that was brought up. Like, and it gained traction in the
media. It's actually the second time I brought it up.
Just the fact that it was like something that was I saw on my feed multiple times. I was like, you would trade Justin Herbert for? I think it's just Harbaugh trying to like make a puff piece. Pump up JJ McCarthy, get someone to come up to 5 and grab him because he's so desperate to get out of there. I mean, Jeremy said there's 7-11 open. Like, they're obviously looking to get out of that spot. So I think that's just what it is it's just trying to build up his stock and then try to trade out 5.
This is like the second time in 3 years that AJ Brown has like hijacked the first round, right? Now it's a huge contract. A few years ago he was traded. I thought you were going to say they traded him because I heard that it was a little rocky. 3 years, 96, 84 guaranteed. I mean, look, they probably think throwing money at him is going to get him to like relax and stop with like these pissy fits. But I don't know. I don't know what to make of what's going on in Philly with Sirianni and that group, because it's like you have the talent. Yeah, you lost some veteran leadership this offseason with Kelsey, Fletcher Cox, but like they still have so much talent. What are they doing? Like, is like Hurts? Is he who we saw last year or the year before? It's like this might be. I know they paid him, but it's like, this is a huge year for Hurts.
I think Hurts has it as like a quarterback. Like, I think he has it. I think they're going to struggle offensively losing Kelsey. I think that's going to be a huge loss, especially without being able to do the tush push. Like that was the red zone offense was get to the 1, go down and let Jalen get pushed into the end zone. So without that, I feel like their red zone offense will probably struggle. I still think they're going to be a good team, but they're definitely going to feel it, though. They're going to feel that veteran loss.
Let me just say one thing about Jalen Hurts. This is the reality with Jalen Hurts. He is a good to very good quarterback. He reminds me, if you want to like say at what level is he's like Dak Prescott. The issue with Jalen Hurts is the same issue as Dak has. When the game gets rough and he's got to sit back in the pocket and dissect defenses, he struggles doing it, and he struggles to drive the ball quickly down the field, especially with the outs. He just does. It's, you call a spade. It's just the way that it goes. So I think that he's Philly specifically is going to need to get him some help where he can actually start running that option read a little bit more. When they had Miles Sanders, for example, you saw how many good things they were doing when it came to just moving the chains. He had 1,300 rushing yards. You got to give Jalen Hurts away where the pressure of the offense isn't only on him. You can just chalk up 150 yards rushing on the ground because he, with the option read threat, is able to do that. But yeah, we have a question here. Are you guys going to announce the picks when they happen, or if you see them? We're going to do it a minute or two after the leaks come in. So I know Nick is not going to be Mr.
No spoilers.
Yeah, no spoilers.
No spoilers. The
so
speed alerts
don't
will be
worry about
off,
that.
so you guys might even see them before we do. We just don't want to be if you guys want it. If you guys want it on Twitter or want to see it somewhere before, that's your call. We won't be the ones to do it. So you'll react with us. You'll see our reaction. You could come on and react with us. And Frank, what about the ability to let anybody who wants to come in? Obviously, we'll have our guys screen them before they come in, but do we want to open it up to some other people to come on screen with us when their picks are when their teams are up?
If Claudia comes in, abso-freaking-lutely. No, let's get them up. Let's get people up. Come on, we're gonna send this. If you want the stream link, we'll post it on social. So we'll do the StreamYard link. Come in. You come in on camera. You don't have to. If you don't want to come in on camera, turn your camera off. We'll throw you in. So if you want to join the show, if we want to update that ticker, that if you want to join the show, we're gonna post this out on social media with the link. The link will be shared out, so we can share out that link with that invite link. So yeah, let's get that flowing.
So Tony Brock, put a shirt on. Put a shirt on and come in, Tony.
You know what's so funny? When we used to do a podcast back in the day, Nick and myself and some other people, I wanted him so bad when we came back from commercial break to just not have a shirt on at a cut. Like you just come back and Nick's just sitting there with like no shirt on.
That was before OnlyFans too.
Not safe for work.
That was before only. I think you were onto something. You should have done that.
All right, we have a question. Is Drake May a legit first round grade or
That's a
just
good
at 3? Definitely first round grade. Definitely. Drake May reminds me a lot of Jordan Love. Can make any throw, can really dissect defenses, is a little bit slow sometimes processing, but he really knows how to play the position. He's super accurate. So definitely a first round grade. But I do think there's players that aren't first round grades that people think are, and it happens year to year because of how valuable the quarterback position is, where if you do wait until you want someone, then you're not going to get that quarterback. So you're going to constantly see quarterbacks usually go around, I would say 15 picks higher outside like the top 3 than they actually should. You'll see Bo Nix probably go 15 picks higher. You'll see McCarthy go 15 picks. So I always think like there's like a 15 to 20 pick buffer of oh my God.
I wish I could show this. Sorry, Ant. How did I know Ant wasn't wearing a shirt? Unbelievable.
To answer that question, though, Racing, I feel like with May, he's got like all the arm talent you could ask for. I feel like a problem with him is the decision making. Like he can kind of go a little like Jameis Winston sometimes, where there will be plays that wow you, and then there will be plays where you're like, what is this guy thinking? Like watching the film, sometimes it's like, what did he even see here? So, like, I mean, I don't want to go as extreme as using the Jameis example, but there's definitely a little bit in that game in his game, which I mean, like Josh Allen kind of has the same thing, and a lot of people made that comp. A lot of people comped him to Herbert and Josh Allen. I wouldn't go that far, but in terms of like the roller coaster ride, I'd be on board with that comp.
Yeah, I agree with that. All right, guys. So it is 8:01. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. We are about to go into the picks. We're going to get locked and loaded. We're going to give you reactions to every pick. We're going to say whether we like the pick or not. I'm going to give you Frankie's comps on every pick because my comps are perfect.
Yeah.
I'll give you Caleb Williams' comp. Ready? I got Caleb Williams' comp. A poor man's Patrick Mahomes. A perfect comp. Have you ever heard a better one?
They pay the big bucks, right?
It's unbelievable.
That's why you're in the big chair.
Like 2 seconds ago.
If I had $1 for every tweet I've seen comparing him to Mahomes or Rodgers, I'd buy out my equity shares.
Well, then it would only cost a few of those. So yeah.
Not for nothing. Detroit looks cool right now. There's a ton of people out there, and I think it's cold. It's cold here.
Dion, you want to say something? We got big Dion, the Giants fan. I'm going to the bathroom. I will be back.
Dion subbing in. Wow, he's getting the 8 o'clock hour. That's and you're in the big chair.
The resident Giants fan.
Oh, he took his headphones with him? Yeah. Well, you don't have to hear anything now. There's nobody on or anything. There's nobody talking except for us.
Yeah, leave it. It's okay.
But the mic is working.
Nice.
I think we need to do like a mic check every few minutes and
yeah.
Kyle, just give us a thumbs up if All right, so we're a few minutes behind purposely because, like we mentioned, we don't want to spoil any of the picks. We're not going to tweet them out early. I think maybe we put the volume up as the pick so we can kind of like somewhat watch it together and we all know when and how to react to it. On the TV, I have the remote over here too. So Goodell hasn't officially opened it yet.
No, it hasn't.
Man, that Jets logo looks awesome down there. What a good job they did.
So
with that.
overdue.
Yeah, it's a rare good job by the Jets.
Every team really going to those throwbacks. Besides like Denver. Denver, why wouldn't you go to just make the throwbacks?
They will in a few years. Like
Houston did. I think Houston's new stuff is freaking awesome.
I like Houston. That H-Town.
Dude, the red on red, the red chrome helmet is crazy. I love that. That's a great color.
Frankie get his work ethic from Brian Costello.
Oh, is this okay? That's why I was gonna say. I was like, it's not, all right.
All right,
Yeah,
so
no
we
problem.
got our boy Dion right here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's why.
That's a great comment. That's a great comment. But we got our Giants and Michigan boy right here. JJ McCarthy at 6.
I was kind of like talking myself into it today. I really don't. I was very against it, but I feel like there's really there's going to be no other quarterbacks on the board. So, I mean, if that's the guy that they believe in and they feel like Dable and Shane feel like that's their quarterback, then, I mean, by all means, take him. Do I think that they think that? Probably not. But, like, I mean, if he's there and they believe in him, then go ahead, take him. But if not,
what's up, man?
He's fixing his fly as you fly. This is unbelievable.
Yeah, no, but I would prefer Neighbors or O'Donnell.
Yeah, and you know what? When the Giants are up, you could take this chair from me. All right? When the Giants are on, you'll get the
Drinking a lot of water.
How was the trip, Frank? All right? All good in there?
It was phenomenal. I love it in there. I wish I could live in there. I should do some nice.
Made it about 1 hour before taking your first break.
Let me ask you two guys.
They were roasting you in the comments.
Yeah, they were.
Calling you
good. I'm glad.
Yeah.
Oh, you're calling me Brian Costello? Oh boy.
He's gonna quote tweet every pick 2 minutes after it happens. Hey, Jets chose to pick this guy.
Source says.
The old Brian
Source
Costello
confirmed.
method.
If I ever am 5% of what Brian Costello is, there's a bridge really close to here, and you guys
There's
won't
a
see
few,
me.
right?
Yeah.
There's one right outside the window.
You can see it. It's you got great view here in the studio.
I'll parachute, dude. I don't mind doing it.
How did they take a commercial break here? It didn't even. When's the first pick? I thought it was 8 o'clock. They go on the clock. The Bears. They really drag.
You know
this
it
thing
never
out.
starts when it's supposed to.
Yeah, I know.
They're getting that ad revenue in.
It's great. It really is crazy what the draft. I mean, nothing new, but the amount of people that are standing in Detroit to hear names picked, it's unbelievable how the draft has become what it is. It's bigger than the Super Bowl. Like I say that all the time. The Super Bowl, it's like you have two teams playing, so you have two fan bases that are really into it. Then you have like the casual fans who just are there for, the pomp and circumstance and everything, the commercials and whatnot. But for the draft, man, it's like you have every team. It's like it's Christmas morning. You're getting a new toy, and sometimes sometimes the Jets get the broken ones, and
we get socks.
Yeah, I mean socks are like I saw it this morning. Like socks are like the offensive lineman. You need them, but you're not excited about it.
I want that Xbox. I want a weapon.
Yeah, that's how I can tell you were born in the 2000s.
I want that nice Madden player.
No, I'm saying the N64. Like I want the N64 on Christmas morning. That would be the Neighbors, the Harrison.
Oh, something like that all day. Yeah, all day. I'd rather have one of the receivers than sure.
Let me give you guys my top 10, my mock top 10. Let's see what you guys think. Caleb Williams 1, Jaden Daniels 2, groundbreaking, I know. JJ McCarthy 3. I think JJ McCarthy, I think the Kraft family is dying for a winner. So I could see them taking Mr. JJ McCarthy 3. I don't know how you guys feel about that. I have Marvin Harrison Jr. 4, Arizona. Then Drake May 5, Minnesota comes up and trades with the Chargers. Malik Neighbors, Joe Alt 7, or JC Latham. I have one or the other, but I think it's Alt. And then Bowers 8, 9 is a Dunze, and then we get screwed, Nick, and we have to go with. I mean, I'm not going to say it's a. I would love the pick, but I know fans wouldn't. If we ended up with Olu Fashanu at 10, I think that'll not be something a lot of fans like.
I wouldn't love it.
What's yours, Jay?
So I posted this on the uSTADIUM app a while back, and I haven't really moved off any of these. I still feel pretty good about it, and this is kind of crazy. I had some decent trades in there. So 1, obviously Caleb. 2, Daniels. 3, I have the Patriots sticking at 3, taking Drake May. 4, Marvin Harrison Jr., obviously. 5, I have the trade up with JJ McCarthy. That's Minnesota moving up to the 5 spot with LA, taking JJ. 6, I have Neighbors going to the Giants. 7, Joe Alt to Tennessee. That's probably one of the most chalkiest picks in the entire draft, but I'm rocking with it. 8, I have Dallas Turner. That's probably one I'm kind of moving off of because I could see like Byron Murphy just because of how high defensive tackles are paid and how few of them are actually like really game changers. I could also see Latu going in there if the medical's checked out, but I went with Turner at 8. And then at 9, I have the Bears moving out, and I have the Colts coming up, taking Brock Bowers. So that leaves 10 Jets with Rome Odunze, and that's why I made that take on the app. I think it closed at 700, maybe. I think it was Odunze going to the Jets. So that's my 10. Couple trades in there. But,
You do see a lot of buzz around the Colts trying to get a weapon, trying to get either a Marvin Harrison, Malik Neighbors, or a Brock Bowers, specifically Harrison or Bowers. I know they're trying to team up Michael Pittman Jr. with someone out there. They want to give Anthony Richardson as much help as they can.
and JT coming back, like JT's
And they
back
need
there.
some speed. They need
And
speed on
it's
that
a,
offense.
It's a Steichen offense. I mean, if
Yeah.
you can get a weapon for him like a Brock Bowers, that offense would be deadly. I think Anthony Richardson could win comeback player of the year. I think it's him and Rodgers that'll be in the mix for it.
You know what? Remember what I was just saying about how I'm reserved. I know Alt's not going to be there. I'm off. I'm back on the Alt.
It's back on.
Yep, I'm on it. That's what I
Get
come
ready
here
to be
for.
disappointed.
I came
Oh,
here for Joe Alt.
please. What?
You're going to get Joe Alt. First, here we go. Caleb, 1 to the Bears. Jaden Daniels to Washington. McCarthy, Frank, I'm with you. McCarthy to New England. I think we're going to see a shocker. I see the Giants leapfrogging and going to get Drake May. So we're going to see 4 quarterbacks in a row. I'm buying into on the Latham hype. I like Latham to the Chargers. Marvin Harrison to the Cardinals. Neighbors, Tennessee. Then they trade DeAndre Hopkins tomorrow or Saturday. Byron Murphy to the Falcons. Indy jumps the Jets, thinking that they're going to get a receiver or a tight end. They take a Dunze, and Joe Alt falls to the Jets, and they take.
Let's go.
I'm on it. I'm on it. Let's go.
All right.
If I see Joe Alt on the board, you got to cut the camera off me until the decision is made. I'm
You know what kind of weird? You know what I want right now? I'm getting weird feelings about this, and then I'll get into this Ray Davis question right there from our boy Dorkless. I got a weird feeling we're going to take Quinion Mitchell.
Yeah.
I don't know. You know, I just like a blue chip.
You're letting the
corner
PTSD get to you, man. The PTSD's getting to you.
No, I have a feeling the Jets are really going to go a weapon. I
do
think
too.
they want the best weapon available. So I think it's I think their board is really stacked heavy with receivers, top 3, Bowers, and then I think that Brian Thomas Jr. hype that we heard about a week ago. I made a video on it on uSTADIUM. I think it's real. I do think they can't trade back, even though there is a lot of capital now that teams are willing to put to trade up. But is it Eminem?
It's your boy, Frank. Yeah,
Oh,
I'm putting the
gosh.
volume up for this.
Well, please. But yeah, what's the buzz on your boy Ray Davis? Dorkless, Ray Davis is one of the better running back prospects in this draft. I am confused as to why he's not looked at as like a 3rd rounder. I get why he's not, also because of his age, but if you look at him on film, Ray Davis is every bit of what you're looking for when it comes to a running back that's able to read, react, physical, and he's just a great overall prospect. So I think if you're looking for a running back in the 4th or 5th round, I really, really like Ray Davis. All right. Shout outs to you, Vinny. We'll go through some comments right now. know we've had a few. We got our man Barry Sanders in the house.
Amon-Ra St. Brown, top 5 receiver. Argue with a wall.
Paid as number 1. He's paid now.
He ain't a
He
top
deserves
5
that.
receiver,
He
bro.
deserves that.
He ain't a top 5 receiver.
You can make an argument for it.
No, you can't. Can you
Yes, you
do it
can.
right now?
Jefferson, Tyreek, Chase, CeeDee, St. Brown.
Since we're talking about the Jets, I don't
Soon
know
to
if we
be
were.
Garrett
I mean, we
Wilson.
always are. Elijah Vera Tucker is going to join us at 9:15, and I'm really excited about that because nobody's heard from
Let's
him.
go.
And everybody wants to know, since his Achilles injury, is he going to be ready for week 1? We'll ask him. Hopefully he's honest with us and lets us know where he's at. But AVT is joining around 9:15, which I don't know about now because they're taking forever to get this freaking thing started. I figured 9:15, 9:20-ish would be just around the time the Jets were picking, so it would have been cool to get his reaction. But either way, Vera Tucker, Jets offensive lineman, is going to join us around 9:15 tonight, so make sure you stick around for that.
Is it rude if I ask him a Zach Wilson question? Like, all right, was this guy was he bad or was he trash like D says, or was he mid? Can I ask him that?
He was
You can't
trash.
say mid.
I love mid.
Mid is like
I think I started
Mid is a
mid
compliment
mid
for
was
him.
even
Right.
a thing.
Mid isn't even accurate. Mid, he's in a completely different galaxy than mid. Yeah, Deion says Daniel Jones is mid.
Is that
That's
true?
the perfect barometer of mid is Daniel Jones.
I think Daniel Jones is slightly below mid.
All right, we hit 1,200 on the stream. Let's go. Keep them rocking. If you like the stream if you're on YouTube, we have most of the people on Twitter Spaces. But if you don't follow us on Twitter, follow at uSTADIUM where you're watching. If not, hit up the YouTube. You can watch this as you're sort of driving or moving around or doing whatever. I know Twitter doesn't really have that for Spaces yet. We have, what about Patrick Paul? Nick, do you think Patrick Paul will be a first rounder? What's kind of your take on that?
I don't think so, but I like the fact that he thinks he is and he thinks so strongly that he's going to be that I almost like buy it because he was selling it so hard.
You think that's agent talk? Like his agent being in his ear?
Yeah, probably. There's probably some of that. I'm just looking at our top one, our top 150. We had Patrick Paul at 41. So, I mean, that's on the fringe of the first round. And all it takes is like what Jeremy, when he joined us, what he said, all it takes is one of these teams to trade up into the bottom of the first round. And you're looking for a tackle. Maybe Washington thinks Patrick Paul is their guy. Oh, they're officially on the clock now. So we've started here.
10 minutes per. It's always been 10 minutes.
It used to be, I think, 15, and they shortened it. Could be wrong.
I mean, just get the pick in. We already know who it is.
Oh, they got to drag this out. Look
J.J.
at this.
McCarthy.
Who's that? Oh, that's Eisen, Charles Davis. What's his name? That dude next to Eisen on the right. I forgot his name.
Oh, is that
College guy? I think.
I gotta see
You know his name? I mean, it's not.
It looks like Merrill Hodge.
No, it's not Merrill Hodge.
It's not.
No, I'm trying to
I
think.
need some for a second.
Shit.
I don't know my.
I can't wait for these picks to come in. I'm gonna rip as many of them as possible. I'm just gonna go in as hard as I can. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna give you the comp and I'm gonna say whether it's a good pick or not.
For the new Madden.
No,
Reese
no, that's
Davis?
not. No.
Reese Davis.
For college football.
All right, so we're about a minute and a half behind. We're going to react to the picks as we see them. We're going to know when the pick is in, though, so we'll give you a graphic that the pick is in. Once the pick is in, we'll give you our analysis. We're not going to do any leaks here. I know people are probably going to post them in the comments, so if you don't want to get the leaks, I wouldn't read the comments, but we have a comment right here. Can't wait for J.J. McCarthy at 2.
Wow.
Whoa. I mean, listen, that's not impossible. I don't get the J.J. McCarthy hype, but I do understand why a team would be looking at a leader, a guy who's, I think for his career, he's like 64-3 or something from high school. So the guy he just wins, man. And listen, at the end of the day, that's what the game's about. It doesn't matter if you look pretty doing it, if you're Brad Johnson or Trent Dilfer, or you're, Aaron Rodgers that one year where he won, and hopefully he can repeat that with us. The Jets, guys. This is the pick that is going to, I think, dictate where we stand not only next year but over the foreseeable future, because I think this pick is going to be on Joe Douglas's permanent resume. So I think Joe Douglas got a few passes, right, Nick? Would you say the Zach Wilson pick was a pass? Mekhi Becton got hurt, maybe a little bit of a pass. We kind of give him crap for it.
Also, passed on Wirfs though, and CeeDee Lamb, Justin Jefferson for Becton.
Yeah,
I don't know if you can give him a pass.
You can't say Justin Jefferson. He wasn't going to go that high.
You
I
could say
understand
CeeDee,
the scouting
though.
process.
You could
Yeah,
definitely
but
say
we
CeeDee.
weren't rumored to take a wide receiver at all. It didn't even that didn't even hit our wheelhouse, man. I understand where you're coming from, but
Just looking at it in hindsight, I mean, I'm not saying they would have done it at the time. But speaking of wide receivers, me and Frankie the other night were having a pretty good debate with our wide receiver rankings. Frankie on our spreadsheet has Brian Thomas Jr. as wide receiver 6. I think he is set in stone at wide receiver 4 with Marv, Malik, and Rome being the top 3.
I had
And
him at wide receiver 5.
Thomas and then McConkey.
I have him at 6.
You have Thomas at
Yeah.
6.
I'm at 5.
There's a lot to like about Brian Thomas. Frankie, I know you don't like him with press coverage, which I mean is a fair thing. The other slant on him is the fact that he ran a pretty limited route tree, like he was kind of like an AJ Brown, like slants and goes. But I think Brian Thomas is just an absolute freak. Like I'm scared the Bills are going to take him. I think that's a Bills pick written all over it, and I don't want to see him in the AFC East.
Let me give you something about wide receivers in general. I do like the guys that are able to get above average or even elite separation. The problem is in the NFL, you're not going to see that all the time. So I do think Brian Thomas going to a team that's going to be able to scheme him open down the field would benefit him. What about if he goes to a team that's not going to be able to do that? And how many teams in the NFL can successfully scheme a deep ball wide receiver open like Brian Thomas did at LSU? You're not going to necessarily see a lot of teams that are able to put him in that position. So he's going to have to make a lot of catches underneath against press coverage and tough spots. When he did that in college, he struggled is the whole point. He didn't struggle. He was very good, but he wasn't a top 5 receiver at doing that. Ladd McConkey is just a different type. And for all the people saying he's on a slot guy, he's just a slot guy. He's not. He ran 65% of his routes as a Z receiver. I look at Ladd McConkey like a newer age Cooper Kupp. I really do. He's got to go to a team with a good quarterback that's supremely accurate, because if you get the ball on the numbers with him, I see tremendous yak ability, similarly to like a Brock Bowers in terms of how they'll be able to be great. Thomas Jr. to me, Jason's a little too dependent on that open deep ball. He's not going to get that separation. There's a reason John Ross didn't work out. There's a reason, a lot of these speedster receivers don't work out.
There was something you mentioned, though, is like seeing Ladd McConkey, how some people see him as only a slot guy. When I hear teams or scouts say this guy's only a slot guy, instead of that being a knock on a receiver, I kind of look at it as a positive, because it just means you're able to separate and get open. Like people said, Amon-Ra St. Brown was only a slot guy, and he can play on the outside too. I think that's a compliment more so than a knock, because it means you can move around if you have the size to do it. I don't know if somebody would want Ladd McConkey playing on the outside in the NFL, but for me, I can see that as a positive more so than a negative.
Yeah, agreed. I do agree. All right, so apparently we're hearing that the pick is in. We're not going to spoil anything. We're not going to do it, so we're going to take the comments down. All right, pick is in, sponsored by Rithmm. If you don't have the Rithmm app, check it out. It gives you analysis and breakdowns as to trends with certain markets and picks. Check out the Rithmm app to help you with your betting, because I know I need it with mine. I've recently retired from DraftKings, and I'm on officially FanDuel. I'm always on the uSTADIUM app with takes, but I need help, and Rithmm does help me, and I should probably use it more. I know Jason does. That's why, he didn't ask me for Uber money here. He just covered it himself, so I assume that's because of Rithmm.
Rithmm helped get me to a top 1% better in the NFL on Pickett. They have these little badges. I was top 1%, so there's a shout out right there. If you want to be in the top 1% of NFL bettors, download the Rithmm app right there.
Now, Rithmm is all, even with the golf. I know we're talking football here, but I was messing around with it, for the golf, and it's awesome. I love betting on golf. It's like the one sport I like to bet on. Just the top. It's the one thing I enjoy betting on. Probably because I've had the most success with it. But I'm terrible otherwise. I don't bet much, but Rithmm has definitely helped for the golf side for sure.
I like how Mike Friend says that his golf, his guarantee, his lock was that Mickelson was going to finish top 10. What was it, the Masters? Yeah, he said he's going to finish top 10, no doubt about it. He finished top 10 20 times already.
I took Auburn before the tournament started, and then was able to just hedge it with Scheffler.
I had 3 of the top 5 finishers.
All right, here we go.
Oh, here we go.
All right. The pick is being announced. And we have
Shocker.
Oh, wow.
Caleb Williams. All right. So Caleb Williams goes one to the Chicago Bears. It's been rumored. It's been speculated. It's been in 95% of mocks, except for Dan Orlovsky, who thought that maybe Jaden Daniels could go one overall, but that's not the case, Danny. We got Caleb Williams overall. They give him next-gen stats at 96, an 89 athleticism, production score of 98. All right, guys, Caleb Williams is as good as you're going to get for a number one pick. We just had a comment say, do you care or are you a little bit concerned with his personality? Just a tad bit. I do think guys are different now that are coming into the league, or kids are different in that they are able to build brands for themselves. And if he worries too much about building a brand before being a great football player, that could cause some conflict. Tom Brady, Nick, you saw that clip. He mentioned that about how these kids now are worried about building brands. If Caleb Williams focuses on being a great football player, he's going to be a great football player. If other things get in the way, he could start having outside thoughts. And time is everything. The more time you spend in the weight room with your teammates studying film, the better you'll be. So, but Caleb's awesome. So I call him a poor man's Patrick Mahomes, and shout outs to Bears fans all over the world, country that get to see a potential franchise quarterback. So
I'm going to throw a hypothetical that really, it doesn't matter because it's like it doesn't make any sense right now. Like if you're a Panthers fan, you're sitting there, you got to be sick to your stomach. You traded this pick, and Bryce Young really, a lot more questions than answers in his first year. Would the Panthers have drafted Caleb Williams this year?
If they didn't take Young last year?
No, even with Young, let's just say for whatever reason they had this pick.
I mean, people were talking about the Bears trading out of one and keeping Fields. I could have saw the Panthers trading Bryce and taking Caleb. I think it was the better option. I think there's more that Caleb can do than Bryce can do. So if I'm picking between the two, even if I can only get what do you think they get out of Bryce in this hypothetical situation? Maybe a second.
Yeah,
I would have traded Bryce for a second.
I would have. Yeah, just saying it's like how quick would you have moved on from a first year quarterback? Forget about the names for right now. It's like, is that the thing to do now? You saw obviously the Cardinals do it.
How many GMs are in this type of hypothetical scenario who get like a second life at selecting a franchise quarterback? Like maybe it didn't work out. You get like the gift from God, the football God, where it's like, here's a Heisman Trophy winner that just fell in your lap. I would pull the trigger on that all day.
This is where the pick is going to be super interesting right now. We're going to go to Washington. So we have our guy, Eduardo Baskerville. We're going to see what Washington's going to do. It looks like it should be Jaden Daniels, so we're going to see what ends up happening. We're going to be about a minute and a half delayed, but we'll give you a rundown as it goes. What's up, Bird? My guy, how's it going? So, yeah, this pick is really big for Washington. I think they don't want to really mess around with this. I know Nick's not as big in Jaden Daniels as I am, for example. I think Jaden Daniels does everything you'd want out of a franchise quarterback. He makes all the throws. He can run. He is a little skinny, but he's got the size and the height, so you can put some weight on that. So, yeah, we got an update with the Knicks game. I'm not going to say it because Nick might start crying.
Good news, though. Good news.
Oh, the Knicks are playing tonight?
Yeah, they're up 2 at the end of 1, 29.
Oh, you guys are really talking about the first quarter right now?
Is it?
If there was like a minute left in the game.
They're down 4 now?
Yeah, see
Carla, you're giving me outdated updates.
Unbelievable. How could they ever come back from that?
The Bears are the first team to draft 3 quarterbacks in an 8-year span. Being a Jets fan isn't so bad. I mean, listen, man, being a Jets fan, it's really bad. It's not probably the worst thing. We're probably in the bottom 5, so I wouldn't put us at like the bottom, but we're in the bottom 5 somewhere.
Looking on MyBookie right now, Frank, at the odds for the number 2 pick here, and Jaden Daniels is by far runaway favorite, minus 901. Drake May plus 550, JJ McCarthy plus 1300, Joe Alt 13,000. So, like most of us thought, it looks like the call they're calling it in now to the league. They still got about for us we have a 3 and change here. I don't know where everybody else is, but it looks like they're making the phone call to at least call the pick in, and they got some crew members there filming it. So maybe Washington's going to be doing some sort of post-draft content on their website and stuff. A lot of teams have been doing that, which is always cool. I always like to see that when they're filming inside like the war rooms and everything. So it looks like Washington might be doing that.
That's always like the coolest content, seeing the decision, the process that goes into making these decisions. I love that.
Apparently the pick is in, boys.
All right.
So rumor has it the pick is in. We're just waiting for Roger to give the pick. We will give our analysis of the pick. Do you guys think
ever see Frank? Oh, sorry. Do you think we'll ever see something like we saw with Eli Manning and the Chargers and the Giants, 20 years ago, where the Chargers make the pick of the player says he's not going there? I only bring that up because of the Jaden Daniels thing that we heard a few weeks ago, where he was a little iffy on going to Washington, and apparently he had his eyes set on the former assistant coach, and now with Vegas as the head coach, Antonio Pierce. You think we'll ever see that again, where a player is so adamant on not going to a spot that he puts up a big enough stink that they end up picking him, but then trading his rights to, you see it in the NBA, but you think we'll see it in the NFL ever again?
100%, man. I think now the way that the league is and the way that sports is going right now, players are becoming business entities in themselves before they even get to the professional level. Now, it's interesting because if a team picks you, you're going to say, well, they pick you, so you have to play for them. Not necessarily. Not when you're coming from the NIL now, where you're able to really make a brand and make a lot of money for yourself before you even hit the league. So, Nick, I think you'll see it more and more. I don't think the Manning thing was a legacy family. They wanted to make sure that they had their best football interests at mind. I think sometimes now you're going to see players that want the best business interest at mind. With that said, you can make a lot of money going to bad teams and being in bad situations now in football with all the brand stuff going on too. So there's kind of a push-pull. But Nick, I think we'll definitely see that for sure.
I don't know, man. I think if anybody would have done it, it would have been Caleb, but they gave him such a good situation in Chicago. It's like, why would you? It's probably the best situation any number one pick has ever walked into. So, I mean, like, I don't know. I understand the NIL point, but.
What a difference between last year's first-round pick and the core and the group that they had with Bryce Young and those receivers, and now coming in with DJ Moore and even Cole Kmet, the tight end, and then obviously trading for Keenan Allen. So Goodell's coming up to the podium.
The pick is in.
Here we go.
With the second pick in the 2024 NFL Draft.
The Commander. Jaden Daniels is the pick. So Washington gets their guy. He looks excited about it. He's hugging I believe that's his mother. Good looking lady. Jaden Daniels goes to the Washington Commanders, and they might have their guy. I really love this pick for them. I think with Cliff Kingsbury being their offensive coordinator, this is the kind of guy he needs. Athleticism score 90. Overall, he's a 92 on next-gen stats, and production-wise, 97. I looked at Jaden Daniels. There was times I was telling myself he should be the number one pick. I thought he's just that electric. He's got that pop. He plays a little bit like C.J. Stroud, honestly. Very, very similar. He likes to run a little bit more than Stroud, which I don't necessarily like, but he's got that arm pop. Nick, what do you think? And then Jason.
Yeah, I mean, I like him over May. I like him over McCarthy. Do I love him and think he's like a number 2 overall pick? No. I mean, I'm worried about the frame. Even some of the comments where he said he wants to be on par with like the Mike Vick and Lamar Jackson running the ball. I think you're looking for trouble, and that should scare the shit out of Commanders fans, because where does that automatically take you? RG3, who wanted to move around a lot, took a lot of hits, and his career was ruined from that one injury. So hopefully, I think Jaden's a better passer than RG3 is or was. But I think it's the right pick. I'll say that. So it's like I'm sitting here telling you they shouldn't have picked him. But I don't know if he's a slam dunk number two overall pick. But we know what the league is now with quarterbacks. They always get overdrafted. And when you have 3 teams that desperately need quarterbacks, 1, 2, and 3, and then you have a few picks later, these guys are always going to get drafted earlier than they probably should. But I think it's a good fit. They also have a solid receiving core. Obviously, Terry McLaurin needs that, but they need some help on the offensive line. They let go of Charles Leno. Didn't really bring anybody else in. So I'm interested in what they do next, and especially tomorrow on day 2 with so many picks to build out the roster with new ownership and a new coaching staff. So they were really active in free agency. They were one of the most active teams, bringing in a lot of former Cowboys to the team. So obviously following their new head coach.
The pick is in, guys.
The Patriot pick is in already?
Patriots pick is in. I am not going to leak it on the stream. I'm
No.
getting all the leaks. I'm not doing it. Patriots pick is in. You guys can watch with everybody else.
No leaks. I like it this way. It's better
I like the leaks. I'm a leaky kind of guy.
the WikiLeaks, right?
I was part of that.
Part of it,
I almost ended up in Guantanamo for me and my guy. Julian Assange.
Nick, I think
Unbelievable what they did to him.
nail right on the head though with Jaden and like walking into an offense where you have McLaurin and then also Eckler, who can be a great safety net where you can just check down to him.
Forgot about Eckler.
It's a good situation. They just got to protect him, keep him upright, don't let him take big hits. As long as you can do that, I think he'll be fine. I think he'll be really successful. I like his upside. I think he was the obvious pick for 2 because of the upside among all the other guys outside of Caleb. So I'm excited to see him. I think having Terry and like I mentioned Eckler, where you can hit him on a check down, I think it's going to benefit him a lot. I do want to see him improve at throwing over the middle, though. Like they're showing some clips right now. That was something he didn't really do a lot at LSU. When you have Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas Jr., there's really no need to throw over the middle. You can just kind of be like, all right, they're down there somewhere. So that's something I want to see him improve at. But this was a no-brainer pick, in my opinion. Daniels, Washington.
Yeah, guys, we just hit 1,300 live on the stream on Twitter Spaces. Let's go. Let's eat. Mangiamo. Let's do this.
Tell your friends. Tell your family. Hop in. Watch the draft with us. This is fun. It's cool. It's look. I'm looking at our top 150, Frank. So far, our first, second, and third ranked players are all still there. Marvin Harrison, Joe Alt, Malik Neighbors. Fourth we had Caleb. Eighth was Jaden Daniels. So Patriots really get their pick of the litter here, and obviously it's going to be a quarterback. It seems like it's between Drake May and JJ McCarthy.
I want to see it be JJ.
I do too. That would
it's
throw a
going to
wrench
be
into
great,
the whole thing.
but
I
I
really
want
would.
to see it be JJ.
All right, so we got someone asking, you guys taking callers? Yes, we are. Check the link on YouTube. You can join the show with the StreamYard link. I just posted it out. NYJTV, come on in, brother. Come on in and talk to the boys.
You put the audio on, Frank, so they don't have to be on camera.
Yeah. You don't have to be on camera. Just when you join
Isn't that true?
StreamYard.
Yeah, they can call
it
it out.
Yeah.
Just
when you join StreamYard, all right, Mike B says, I can't eat. I have no appetite. Yeah, Mike. I mean, I wish I could stay the same. I wonder why you don't have an appetite, though. I don't think that's just a natural thing.
Mike B?
Mike B says it's snowing in Miami. Unbelievable.
Wow.
Incredible. It's
Incredible.
snowing in New York, too. Incredibile. All right, pick is in. How long is it going to take?
They've been waiting on this.
How long wait?
Joel Klatt is his name, by the way. That's who we were trying to think of before.
Oh, who cares about Joe Klatt?
Well, we were talking about it for like 5 minutes, and then
I
didn't want to
couldn't
leave
put
it dead.
a name to the face.
All right, so here, what do you think the Patriots should do if you had to make the right call? It's got to be Drake May,
It's
doesn't
Drake May.
McCarthy.
McCarthy over May.
Yeah. Yep.
Wow.
Because he doesn't have to play. They have Jacoby Brissett. He's got the pedigree that obviously New England has, not anymore, but New England is a built-up winning organization, and that's what McCarthy's comes from. And I think he's cut for it.
I don't hate that.
All right.
There we go.
Drake May goes to the New England Patriots. Oh boy.
New York Giants, get ready to learn JJ McCarthy.
It's like, can they sit there now and take McCarthy at 6, or is these are the trade spots? This is where the draft.
Everything I was
starts.
seeing recently, which I mean, it seems like Neighbors should be the pick, but everything I was seeing recently is how Daboll wants his quarterback.
Yeah, if you go into the U Stadium app right now, we have a take that is, will there be 4 quarterbacks selected in a row? And then we have some jersey contest takes. If you have the app, you'll be able to see the jersey contest on the featured side. So if you want to win a jersey, we're going to give it out at some point in the stream. Make sure you hit that up. I'll put the link on the right now. Yep, we got the link up. So yeah, make sure you get into the app. But yeah, what do you guys think of Drake May? I think that's the right pick. Dan Brugler and the Beast had him as a second quarterback, actually, in front of Jaden Daniels. So Drake May, if you look at overall, his summary is, you read his summary. Overall, May needs to cut down on the reckless decisions, but he is a well put together passer with the on-field command, athletic instincts, and arm talent to create some solutions for the problems that NFL defenses present, which I agree with that. with his physical gifts and smarts, he is cut from the same cloth as a Justin Herbert. I don't really put him at a Herbert level. I thought Herbert had a better arm coming out, but I do look at Drake May. I'm telling you, Jordan Love, very similar, makes every throw.
They just had that up on the thing. They had Jordan Love.
Yeah, because they're listening to me. They're copying. I said this a month ago. It's unbelievable. You know, and I get no love from anybody.
What do you think of May, Frank? I haven't really heard you break down what you think of him much.
I think he's Jordan Love. I think if he sits for 2 years, he'll be really good. I think if you start him right away, he won't be as good as you're going to be able to get the best out of him. So I think you got to put him in. Look at him, though. Makes the right reads, Nick, every time.
Yeah.
He finds the best way to get the ball to his receivers, and he's extremely accurate. I think New England made the right pick right there. I don't think there's any questions about it. I don't know if they should start him, though, but they don't need to. They have Brissett there, so they don't need to start him.
I think you can coach a lot of that bad decision-making out of him, especially if he sits for the first year. I think you can coach a lot of those problems out. I like him. I would have made the same decision. Obviously, it's a pretty chalky pick, but I think if you can work those mistakes out and let him really sit, develop, learn the playbook, and learn through his progressions, I think he can be a good quarterback.
Bill Spano writes, best
Hey,
of a
Bill.
bad class goes to New England. What's up, Bill? Best of a bad class goes to New England. Congrats. Way to go, Washington and
That's
Chicago.
such a Bill post.
Yeah, that is a Bill one. All right, so we got that. The next pick is in.
Oh, is it? Arizona's in?
Apparently.
If I'm Arizona, I would have sprinted to the podium for this one.
All right, who do you guys think they
No
got? What do we
surprises
got?
yet either,
No surprises, and
right?
I think it continues. I think this
Okay.
is Marvin. I think we see a surprise at 5.
Does Drake May look like a Patriot? Yeah, you think so? Yeah, I can see it. He looks like a giant. He looks and sounded like a giant.
He sounded like Eli.
Yeah, he did.
He sounded just like Eli.
That setup looks nice. I wish I was down there in the VIP room getting kicked out again like I did last year.
What do you like better? Do you like doing this or do you like being there?
Being at the
Well,
draft,
it
I don't think
depends.
is all it's hyped up to be.
Really?
No, I mean, it's just a whole bunch of fans that are like overly enthusiastic about players that might not even be good. They're just blindly faithful to their pick. It was all right. I thought Kansas City was a pretty good venue. Their fans were cool. They weren't like, for being such a good team, their fans were pretty like not in your face about all the success they've had. But I mean, I'd much rather I think the combine is even a better event than the draft for sure.
I hear that. Quarterbacks.
All right.
So the quarterback
So-
draft 1, 2, 3. We had it a few years ago. Yeah, pick is in. You're right. So
Pick
you
is in. Roger Goodell's coming up. We will give our opinion. So, what are you predicting right
It's
now,
Marvin.
Nick? I know who the pick is, so I can't say anything.
I haven't looked at anything. I got my phone on Do Not Disturb. I got my
Same.
text messages blocked on my laptop. But this is Marvin Harrison Jr.
There
Austin,
he
what's
is.
up, my
There's
guy?
Frank.
Oh
There's
my
your
lord,
boy.
that guy!
Back in
I can't
Lance.
stand him. All right, all right. If you guys had to say Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, out of the 3, how many of those 3 are going to be franchise quarterbacks? 2 out of the 3, 1 out of the
0.
3, all 3. 0.
0.
Nick Spano says 0.
3. Carlos says
got
3. There's no way it's gonna be. It's
I'm
never
gonna go
3.
2.
It's never 3.
I'm gonna go 2.
Brian, call in, brother. All right, we're getting closer to the Jets pick.
Yeah, man.
We're
Call
getting
in.
closer. Call in.
Anybody's welcome.
Have a good time.
This is my opinion. The last pick before the draft actually starts.
Right.
I think 5. If I'm the Chargers, I'm working the phones hard right now. I'm trying to get out of that spot.
I'm taking Joe Alt.
That's a Harbaugh pick. It wouldn't shock me in the slightest.
So you're not. Eisen just said you're not going to see 4 quarterbacks in a row. So
No.
that's gone.
Yeah, it's
Right.
It's
Arizona's making the pick.
1,400 strong, guys. We just surpassed 1,400 live viewers on
Oh, what's up,
Twitter
everybody?
Spaces. Let's see.
Appreciate it. Here we go. All right.
Chalk.
Marvin Harrison Jr. goes 4th to the Arizona Cardinals, giving Kyler Murray, former number 1 overall pick, some help. Marvin Harrison, probably the best receiver in this draft.
Our
Actually,
number 1
definitely
player on the
Yeah,
board.
that
our
was
number
our
one player.
player.
The only thing I will say about Marvin Harrison is he going to be able to stay healthy at the NFL level? That's the only question mark, because if he's able to stay healthy, he's going to be our new age Julio Jones. And you remember how Julio Jones, that's my comp, Julio.
Yeah.
You saw how Julio had some issues staying healthy also throughout his career, but the value's there. Julio Jones, arguably being one of the best receivers of our lifetime, almost won a Super Bowl and was almost the best player on a Super Bowl winning team. Falcons blowing that. So will Marvin Harrison be able to turn around that Cardinals team, which I think is trying to build up a little bit like that Falcons team did to compare Julio and Matt Ryan and Kyler and Marvin. So the Jets' dream of getting Marvin Harrison Jr. is gone.
Never happened.
It was never alive. As much as
It was never
pains me to
alive. You guys
say.
were all saying it 2 days ago.
It was a pipe
Marvin
dream. I was
Harrison
like
Jr.
praying to the football gods on that one, but
Not for nothing. How weird is it to see a Marvin Harrison Jr.? It makes you feel old, man. It really does. It's like I grew up watching Marvin Harrison. I'm not that old.
You're pretty old. You're older
34,
than me.
man.
I'm older than you. Why
Not
would I
that
say
old.
you're older than me? You act older than me.
No, I don't think so.
You know what keeps you young, man? Red wine will keep you young. That's why, like, wine ages fine. It'll age you fine. You are what you drink. You know,
Was
that's
this
what I
this
learned.
the second part of the health part of the stream?
Yes. Why am I thinking about wine already? It's not even 9 o'clock. Unbelievable.
9 o'clock.
It's 1 o'clock.
It's almost 1 o'clock. Yeah, because the draft's starting now. Like the first 4 picks, whatever. Like we kind of thought it was going to be that way. Now we, the trade possibility comes into play. Now, could it be the first offense? Could it be Latham? Like, is this JC Latham right here? It was like something had to have happened. It doesn't just like everybody all of a sudden gets on the Latham train. Literally in the last 24 hours, it was Jeremiah, it was Schrager, it was Field Yates, like 3 of the like most prolific mock drafters. And I think Brugler had Latham, I think, going here. I'm not 100% sure, but something had to have leaked that like Latham is all of a sudden the guy now.
I just think with Latham, when you look at him on tape, Nick, I just think it's so impressive. And when you look at him compared to Alt, Fashanu, Fatanu, Fuanga, you don't see the same weaknesses. There are no weaknesses in Latham's game on the field.
Yeah.
So you're looking at that and saying, what is his ceiling? What's his upside? He could be a near perfect prospect as an offensive tackle. He could be a Trent Williams. He could be a Laramie Tunsil. He could be someone that really doesn't have any question marks. I mean, look, remember, when did Tunsil go? He should have went with that freaking bong video.
I was about to put one out of Joe Alt today. I was going to make a bong pick of Alt tonight, but I'm on MyBookie again, looking at the odds for the 5th pick, and Latham is the favorite, plus 240. It wasn't that way a few days ago.
Yep.
Latham, JJ McCarthy plus 300, not to the Chargers, but to go 5. All plus 300. Neighbors plus 450. Adunze plus 2,800. Brock Bowers plus 3,000.
Nick, do you think that Latham movement, obviously 2 completely different situations, 2 completely different positions, do you liken that to the Will Levis talk last year where everyone like said that Will Levis, he shot up the odds and stuff? Do you see like similar movement to that where it's like more just smoke and mirrors as opposed to real interest?
No, because I don't think last year with Levis, you saw the top mockers on a dime put him like 5 overall. Not even like 7 to the Titans. It was everybody said 5. So obviously the Chargers are trying to trade right now. They're taking it down to past 3 minutes and change. So they're taking calls, I'm sure, from Minnesota, Denver, Vegas, teams coming up for a quarterback. Even the Giants. Maybe the Giants then send the Chargers a 4th round pick to make sure nobody skips them and they get McCarthy.
Yeah, they're waiting right now. This pick's taking longer than all the other ones. The Cardinals picked Marvin Harrison really quick, and now you see the Chargers kind of taking it down. I think these teams wanted a few first-round picks for even a team like the Giants to move up to 3. I bet you New England's like, hey, you want a quarterback? So do we. Give us 2 first-rounders. Give us this one this year and give us one next year. And I don't think they were willing to do that.
What's that? Oh, they had 3 offers of Patriots?
Nick, you just said the Giants moving up and offering a 4th. Do you think Minnesota is probably coming in with a much more aggressive offer?
Probably.
So that would bump up the Giants' offer. So they're probably using, if I'm in that draft room right now, I'm using those 2 as leverage against each other.
Sure, but you're talking about with the Chargers moving back one
Just
pick.
one spot.
Yeah, so you can get it you're literally getting a free 4th round pick if you do that trade because the Giants are clearly taking the quarterback here, right? Unless they're moving up for a receiver, I don't think so.
So what would you prefer to do? Would you just move back one spot and get a free 4th, or would you take like Minnesota if they're offering 11 and 23?
I would take Minnesota's.
I would probably take
the Charger pick is in?
Charger pick is in.
Wow. Okay,
All right.
no trade?
It's got to be Latham. Gotta be.
Oh, Nick.
He's you see the wishful thinking there? I just saw his eyes light up. Oh
Look,
my
I
God.
wouldn't be mad if Alt went here because I'm a closeted Charger fan because of Harbaugh is my favorite coach of football.
Oh, man.
And Herbert's one of my favorite quarterbacks.
You're either all the way in with the Jets, or you're all the way out.
I know.
So no trades, by the way, in the top 5 picks. So all the projected
dead.
mocks that had trades in the top. So my
My mock
mock is busted. My mock sucked, obviously.
Everybody
Shocker.
sucks.
Yeah.
Nobody's got
So
to
Nick, this pick is gonna shock you. It's gonna shock the
Oh, that's a-
world.
You're ruining these. I
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
even
yeah.
want to think about what it is.
No,
know
I don't know what it is.
Oh, you didn't look? I thought you looked and saw, like, I don't know.
I
like,
think
people are
If
releasing.
if Frank's saying that, you think it's Neighbors? Neighbors and
I think
Herbert
it's
would
Latham.
be
I think it's Latham.
electric.
All right, what do you guys think? I know who the pick is. I'm not gonna say anything.
You enjoy looking at the pick, or do you just stumble?
No, I'm on. No, I'm talking with the producers. I'm talking with I'm talking with my people. I got some people.
He's full of shit.
I got some people.
I like to. I'm like in the dark over here. I just saw Mike B in the chat. I was trying not to look.
I'm
at
not
chat.
looking at the chat.
I just
I
peeked
had
over.
my big board up, and that's it.
I didn't see the name. I just saw what he said, and I don't.
I'm looking at my big
that's
board on the
all. I'm
computer.
going
I
into
got
a
the
blind.
monitor in front of us, and I got the TV. It's not that hard to not look at the phone, and that's coming from me who lives on it. This is the one time of the year where I don't want to look at my phone. Like I could not look for. It's happened so many times before that like picks have been ruined, and I don't know. I love this. It's like
I had
You know,
to
my
solve-
nickname when I was younger used to be the spoiler because I used to have a big
Well, I'm
mouth
not
to say a lot of
surprised.
things. But I mean, I think that's overrated, overstated. But yeah, so we have the Chargers about to get their guy.
They're showing Malik.
Nick
I
thinks the
don't
Chargers.
like this either. I don't like when they do this.
Nick thinks the Chargers are going to make the playoffs next year. Jason.
12 wins.
12 win. With Harbaugh, it's possible. I think they might be one of the last teams that get in.
Where is Harbaugh?
Is he sitting at the head of the table? Yeah, he's sitting at the head of that table, right? That's got to be him with his back turned to the table.
Yeah.
No khakis.
Hey,
He's changed. Maybe he is taking a receiver. No khakis. He's changed his whole style up.
Oh, Harbaugh, Schmarbaugh, please. I'm sick of Harbaughs.
do you hear what
Who's
Jeremiah
got
just
it better than us? Nobody.
6 for McCarthy.
No, Jeremiah said the Vikings are calling the Giants bluff, saying they don't believe that the Giants are going to take McCarthy.
I don't think they will either. That might open up Rome for the Giants, though. If this is
It could open up Tennessee. Tennessee moves back 4 spots now.
I don't like
Do
how
you think
this
I'm
board.
trying to get Tennessee to trade back?
I don't like how this board is. If this is Neighbors, I don't like how this board's going to fall for the Jets.
Why not? It's nothing has happened that we didn't. Oh, if this is Neighbors,
If this is Neighbors, I don't like how the board
I
is
will
going to fall
selfishly
for
for the Jets. I want this to be Latham
Me too.
So what do you mean selfishly
Yeah.
for the Jets?
Please be late.
because I don't want Latham and I want the receivers to still be there just in case we stupidly pass on all.
Wholeheartedly agree.
Pick is in.
See, I'm nervous with this pick.
Yeah.
Oh, Joe Alt.
What a great pick.
All right, hey,
Nick's boy
Receivers
is
will
off
fall.
the board.
All right, it's
Nick-
going to be a receiver.
Neighbors.
We cannot now
Next.
we cannot complain
And that's why I
about
love
not having
Harbaugh.
the 6th overall pick. Because if we would have lost one of those games last year, we would have had 6. So you can't say we
You're right,
lost out on
Frank.
Joe
That's a
Alt.
good point.
So at least we can look at that and say, listen, we weren't going to get Harrison, we weren't going to get Alt, even if we lost that.
Thank you, Greg
stupid
Zuerlein.
Commanders game or that
And,
Patriots.
Salo trying to win that game against New England, feeding Brees.
Everybody's
40
coming
carries.
in to check on my reaction right now. You notice that?
Nick, I got a MyBookie question for you. If Alt was favored to go to Tennessee, right? I believe he was around minus
Yeah.
140 ballpark. What was he to go to the Chargers?
To 5th overall, Alt was plus 300.
Wow.
Oh, the Giant. All right, I'm backing out. Here. Go
Nick
ahead.
is gonna go cry in the other room.
Yes.
Thoughts and prayers.
Sorry, Nick. I'm so sorry. All right, so Joe Alt, just a little tidbit on Joe Alt. Joe Alt has all the physical traits of what you're looking at from a left tackle perspective. They have Rashawn Slater though. they were rumored to maybe trade Rashawn Slater. So it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to switch that up. How is Alt going to play with Slater when they're both prototypical left tackles? They're either going to move Slater to right tackle or they're going to put Alt at right tackle. I really can't see Alt being a right tackle, to be completely.
That's why I kind of thought about Latham.
For me, this is exactly how I thought it was going to go. I didn't think about Latham at all. I thought it was pretty obvious. I mean, what Joe Alt has done is against Michigan, especially. Like, you look at his film against Ohio State. Like, well, not against us, but against Ohio State. Like, Jim Harbaugh obviously knows who he is. I mean, he's seen a ton of film on him. So, I mean, that's a good pick. I like it.
RT3.
That opens door for the Giants. So, I mean, what are you going to do here? You have the choice of quarterback McCarthy or wide receiver Neighbors. So, I mean, we'll see.
I hate to break it to you. I know you're probably rooting for Neighbors.
I would like Neighbors wearing.
I want this to be JJ. If it's JJ,
they're not. Listen, I don't know the pick. I won't say I know the pick because I don't.
Quick for
they are not getting JJ McCarthy. They're not stupid enough. I have faith in Brian Daboll and in Mara and the ownership group to not be that dumb to take JJ McCarthy. If they take JJ, that's a terrible pick right now.
I also just I don't know. From the start, I never felt that it was going to be McCarthy. I felt that Neighbors was going to be the obvious pick here. I mean, they're in position to do it right now, so we'll see. I feel like that's the smart pick. You know, you're
1,500
receiver one.
1,521 strong in the stream. Let's fucking go, boys. Let's get this thing at 2,000. If you guys like the stream and you guys subscribe on YouTube, we got mostly our listeners from Twitter Spaces. The mic checks are starting to be better, by the way. Speak directly into the mic too, D, because when you start getting away with those mics, it can be a little wonky. But yeah, we got the Giants up on the board, and JJ. I agree with RT3. Do not be mad at all if the fact that Joe Alt fell. Or didn't fall. He wasn't going to fall.
It's got to be Neighbors. I mean,
it has to.
It has to be Neighbors.
I'm preparing for Neighbors.
I mean, which kind of sucks. I wanted the quarterback in this draft, but the fact that they didn't trade up for one, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious. JJ McCarthy is not the number 6 pick in this draft. There's no chance.
You know what, guys? I might say this. If the Giants don't want to get themselves in a situation of Odell Beckham 2.0, maybe you take Roma Dunze here and sort of alleviate all the BS associated with Malik Neighbors and potentially
what BS is there with Neighbors?
They say he's a me guy and LSU receiver.
I kind of want my wide receiver one to have a little bit of that in him.
Yeah, until it's time to pay him.
You want your starting pitcher in baseball to be a little bit crazy. You need your wide receiver one to be a little bit like that.
Rome has a different type of where it's not ego. It's more so like insane work ethic. Like, I don't know if you guys remember, like he was
the 3-cone.
Yeah, like he literally was just sitting there for an hour doing the 3-cone drill to try and shave off like the 500th second. Yeah. For what? You know, like he didn't have to do that. But to me, I mean, that shows clearly the guy gives a fuck. So, listen,
I don't think
I'd be happy with either or. I mean, either or. I think it's pretty clear.
We have a listener. We have a caller. I don't know who this guy is. He looks normal to me. Let's throw him in. Vinny C. What it do, my guy? How you doing, brother? JTS all the way. Let's go. What's up, bro?
Frankie, what's going on, brother? It's Vinny C from Twitter Space.
Oh, Vinny, what's good, dog? Oh, I didn't recognize you. What's up, bro?
Nah, man, I'm actually kind of floored by the Neighbors pick. I was really hoping the Giants would take McCarthy, but, you know, it is what it is.
Oh, you brought the pick on stream for us. Oh,
I can't hear you, Vinny.
I also can't hear Vinny.
I can't hear Vinny either.
Neighbors, let's go. All right, I'll take it. I'm wearing the Victor Cruz jersey. He wears number 8 at LSU. I'm wearing the number 80 Victor Cruz.
Vinny, you know what, man? We had all chalk so far. Everything seemed to be quite normal. You had 1 Caleb, 2 Jaden, 3 Drake. You had 4 Marvin Harrison Jr., 5 Joe Alt, and then 6 Malik Neighbors. So everything's been chalked up. No trades, no nothing. Listen, I like the pick for the Giants. I really do. I think it's a good value pick. But, again, they still have a quarterback problem. Vinny, what do you think?
Oh, yeah. I mean, but the thing is, with the Giants, with the Daniel Jones situation, is that contract is just hideous. He's totally untradeable. So, I mean, just consider this a throwaway year. Maybe they take a quarterback in maybe the mid to late rounds. If not, you know what? If it's a total disaster, they blow it up and then they draft somebody next year.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. I think that potentially Bo Nix is someone they could look at in the second round. Not that I'm high on Bo Nix, but I mean, I think that is the route that they should go down. I totally agree there.
I mean, maybe Penix falls out of the first round entirely.
Yeah.
That'd be something.
That'd be great.
If I'm a Giants fan, I'd be
slamming
the table
for that right now. Yeah, 100%.
I don't think it's likely, but it's something I would want as a Giants fan.
Yeah, for sure.
Vinny, who do you want the Jets to get? What do you got, brother? And then we'll let you go.
I'm still on the Brock Bowers train, but what I
Ooh.
expect to even though I want Bowers, I would be totally thrilled. What I think is going to happen, it hasn't come through yet. I think we trade back. I think they're going to recoup some draft capital, and they take the best offensive lineman available at the time, depending on how far you move back. I don't see JD sitting on his hands from 10 to 72. I just don't.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
I agree. All right,
Thanks
Vinny,
for
my
having me
guy.
on, guys.
One love. You're the best,
Welcome,
brother.
Jake.
I'll talk to you soon, my guy.
Thank
Thanks
you,
for having
Vinny.
me.
Thank you.
Yanks.
Appreciate you. All right, so we got chalk so far. Malik Neighbors, 6 foot, 194, beast, ran a 4.37.
He was in the 4.3s, I think. No, he didn't run at the combine. Do you know what he ran on his pro day?
I don't really
I'm
remember.
not
I can
positive.
look it up
Personally,
actually.
personally, I'm not big on
who-
40s and
who
stuff like
cares?
that. Who
Guy's a
cares?
stud.
He's an absolute stud. I saw him in person in Baton Rouge a couple times. I mean, the kid is lights out, and he was Jaden Daniels' guy last season, bro, and that's a Heisman caliber season, right? So I mean, that's the guy that basically got him that award. In my opinion, he should have won the Biletnikoff or however the hell you're saying.
You can
Pretty sure
definitely,
that's what you said.
you can definitely make a case for
Like
it.
I think Marvin pretty much got it based off of its name and the name recognition. Maybe the fact that he didn't get it last year. I think, right? I'm not sure. 2 seasons ago. So
Neighbors ran a 4.38 at his pro day. Just looked it up now. So
Still
Neighbors, I'll
Still
give you
great.
I'll give you the summary on Malik Neighbors and Dan Brugler's The Beast, which was an awesome piece. Overall, Neighbors has only average size and strength, but he offers dynamic potential because of his ability to accelerate, decelerate on command, and always makes himself available. His athleticism, catch point skills, he projects as a playmaking wide receiver in the NFL. So, listen, the Giants got a wide receiver. I will say Malik Neighbors isn't going to solve the Daniel Jones problem. I'm telling you.
But
he
it will help. I mean,
It'll
bro,
help.
you're giving Daniel Jones an easy, like just a 5-yard slant, and potentially he takes it to the house. We haven't had that. That's the one thing I could positively say. We have not had that. Obviously, we've had Saquon, and he can run different type of RPO stuff, and we have, and it worked. But it's not with us anymore. I mean, this is going to be the guy to create your offense with now. This is, he's going to be the number one target for defenses.
That route was disgusting. I think we'll talk about Neighbors in the same breath as Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson, just another stud that comes out of LSU. I think he'll be in that same conversation
Absolutely.
in like 2-3 years, maybe not year one. Similar to like Garrett Wilson, kind of took some time to get going with the quarterback situation, but I think in time he will be one of the premier receivers in this league.
Yeah, I mean, LSU is a wide receiver U if it isn't clear by now. It seems like every single year they're producing studs, and you got to keep doing it because they got a great program over there. So,
And
Will
another one,
Malik Neighbors significantly help Daniel Jones? Is that the question? Do you think he will, or do you think Daniel Jones is unsalvageable at this point? The Giants will end up cutting off
he'll
of Daniel
smooth
Jones.
over a lot of Jones's mistakes and faults.
but I don't really – for Jones, it's really more so the health. Like, can you just stay on the field, right? Like, I think if he's on the field, he could give you something similar to what we saw this season where he carried us to the playoffs and beat Minnesota. You could get something similar to that. I don't know if you're going to get exactly that, especially after last season, the way he got hurt. I mean, it's always been health for him. If you could stay healthy, potentially he could do something. But this is the season for him, right? Like, if he doesn't do it this year, we're probably getting rid of him.
Well, the opt-out after this year. So, I mean, you can get rid of him
Exactly.
for nothing at the end
And
of
then
the
The
you
pick
draft
is
a
in.
quarterback next year.
The Titans pick is in, by the way. Titans
I
pick
think
is in.
this
It's been in.
tackle. I want it to be a tackle. Who they have at left tackle right now?
I can't help myself with the leaks, guys. I
Yeah,
just keep
dude.
looking at my phone.
Who's the Charger or Titans left tackle right now?
Titans depth chart at left tackle. They have.
I feel like I should know this if I'm.
They
on
had
stream.
Nicholas Petit Frere,
This might be
but they have
Fashanu.
Skoronsky. They drafted last year. It didn't work out, so we'll see.
Don't they play him at guard though, Skoronsky?
They're thinking about it. Yeah, they did
Yeah,
last year.
Skoronsky's more of a guard. I think. Carl Hunt in the chat. That's my boy. I agree. A lot of RPO with Neighbors make Jones's life a lot easier, 100%. But
Yeah.
I think this
All right,
pick.
Titans pick is in.
I think this
Bro,
is a
for
tackle.
sure.
All right. So let's see what we got here.
I want Fashanu so that the Jets it forces the Jets' hand to take Bowers. because
I do think. Listen, I think Fashanu's starting to really catch more praise in the last couple of weeks. It was a little quiet at first. You saw the Fuaga talk, and
I think quiet can be a good thing, though.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
With quiet
isn't a bad thing. Quiet's just
Steve
like you know what
Smith
you're getting.
Steve Smith did make a good point, though. Sometimes when they don't know who you are, and they don't know whether you're a good guy, a bad guy, a tough guy, a soft guy, it sort of keeps teams in limbo as to how to define you as a prospect, and that might turn them away to not understand what you are as a prospect. Sometimes the unknown can really hurt your potential in drafts. So
I just think with the Titans, like organizational, like their direction and Callahan coaching the O-line, I feel like this will be O-line. I think that's a chalky pick, especially going and paying Calvin Ridley. You still have Hopkins. You don't need to trade Hopkins by any means. You just traded for Pollard or signed Pollard, somebody who is completely reliant on a good O-line in front of him, because that was the only productivity he had in Dallas was running behind a really good O-line. So I think this should be an O-lineman. I'm going to guess Fashanu.
yeah, how's my mic sounding? I just raised the volume a little bit. How we sound over here? Mic check 1 2. Speaking into mics, we all good on the whole front? Let's do it. Let's do it.
Good.
All right, so the Titans pick is in. How are we looking? Nick, are you coming back or what?
Yeah.
All right, we got Nicholas Spano. He is he's crying his Joe all tears away. He wanted
you handled that pretty well.
He started
The team was
hashtagging
never alive.
Alt is right as his hashtag. Sick bastard he is. Real sick man you are, Nicholas. Real sick man.
Is this pick?
All right.
I believe so.
Yes, sir.
Oh, it is. Yeah. Okay.
Nick, who do you think the pick is?
I saw it.
Oh, you saw it?
Yeah. They're a little ahead.
I think it's Fashanu.
I also think it's Fashanu. I want it to be Fashanu really bad. I need one of these picks to go in favor of the Jets. I'm hoping it's this
Unless
one.
they do something stupid, like I don't know, for some reason take out
Please
or something.
be a tackle.
I have news for you, Jason.
Hold on. Was that a spoiler?
Yes, it is a spoiler.
Oh,
a
no,
little
don't
bit.
do that.
I also have no
Fuck.
idea.
1600 live on the stream. Let's do it. Twitter Spaces in the house. Let's go. I want to reach our high though. We hit 21K during the NFL free agency, and I want to get close to that, but it's okay. You know, we'll make do. But we got Nick Spano on the way back in.
All right.
We got a question right now. Could the Bengals
Hold on.
answer this after? You could raise the volume on that. JC Latham.
Let's go.
It's great news.
Do you get on the phone about Rome?
As the rumors said, JC Latham moved himself into top 3, top 2, actually, offensive tackle range. That was all true. He goes 7th to the Titans, who could play him at right tackle, play him at right guard, play him at left tackle, and you could maybe play him at left guard. I actually think he'd be an awesome guard. So, yeah.
0 trades.
Barring a trade, did the Jets just, like, let's say Atlanta is pretty good chance they go defensive player here. Did the Jets just lock up one of Rome or Bowers?
One of them will be there. I'm like, one of these next 2 picks are going to be defense.
I think even maybe Chicago goes defense too. I think
Chicago
Byron
might
Murphy, or they trade out.
Chicago has always been a trade spot for me because they don't have many day 2 or 3 picks.
Oh, if we take Fashanu, it'd be kind of tough.
Could the Bengals trade up, Nick, to steal Bowers? I don't know. I mean, they have to do it soon because Bowers is going to go off the board pretty soon. Then we got that question. Is
prioritize like a Fatanu, so like an O lineman to protect Joe Burrow?
Well, they don't know what's going to happen with T. Higgins. They don't have a tight end. They need to, they just got Chase's 5th year.
They have some pieces there. Even if T. Higgins isn't there, you still got Jamar.
Is Chicago going to trade, or will we see the first? I think Chicago's going to take the first defensive guy. It's going to be either Dallas Turner or Terrion Arnold, I would say. But don't be surprised if it's all wide receivers.
Carl, I think Atlanta picks a defensive player, probably Turner. I think it might be Latu, and then I think Chicago might trade out a 9. And if I'm the Jets, would you do like what we just mentioned with
the Atlanta pick is in, and we got Atlanta pick is in, and we got Yo's from Floki. We got 4 Yo's, and this is nuts. We got an oh my god.
If they're flipping out in the chat, this has got to be something nobody's expecting. So it's not a defensive player.
We got oh
It's
my
not a
god. We
receiver.
got oh my god.
Dude,
Is it?
I know,
It's not Brock. You're not drafting Brock to go.
I know.
With.
Oh, it could be Brock if they're flipping out. Like, oh my god,
Oh
That would be-
boy.
is it
Pretty
all Jet
crazy.
fans flipping out with Brock?
I don't even want to look. I'm tunnel visioned on the TV right now.
We got a bro what? I'm not leaking the pick.
No. All right, hold on. Stop looking at chat for a second.
Me.
We're gonna let chat stay ahead of us for this one because I want a genuine reaction here because
Oh,
I'm
boy.
shitless now.
What was Dion's reaction to Neighbors?
Happy?
Positive?
Yeah.
Okay.
Really happy.
Yeah.
No, I think
Frank was 100% right about the McCarthy thing being all hype.
2.0.
Yep.
No, I don't think he'll slide as far, but
Maybe
Yo,
that's the reason why
something fucking
Harbaugh was
crazy
really
is
put.
happening.
Maybe they just took McCarthy.
oh my god,
Maybe the Falcons just took McCarthy.
That's actually a good point.
Holy
This
shit.
Maybe I'll sound like an idiot for saying the hype thing, and they took McCarthy.
Please, I'm praying they do.
Or who was
I
it?
think-
Carlo. Carlo before the stream.
smiling. I can see him in the corner. of my
Carlo
eye.
before the stream said Penix to the Falcons too.
I hope to God it's
wow, we got wows, we got eyeballs. I appreciate nobody leaking this in the
I do too,
comments.
that's
Good
awesome.
for you
How
guys.
long is Kirk on his deal? 3 years? He got
Yeah.
paid a fat deal.
And we're gonna have Elijah Vera Tucker here. Looks like lining up right with the Jets pick. So
Awesome.
See this.
I wonder what Elijah wants.
Oh boy, this pick is making me nervous. Oh shit. Someone
have
said,
no
why
idea
so
what to
high?
Oh Jesus. Okay. All right.
why so high?
Pump the brakes on chat for a second.
The Atlanta Falcons suck. Laughing my ass off.
Okay. All right. This,
I love it.
this-
We're
this
reaching
is-
1,700
good
on the
vibes.
stream. Let's go.
Let's go. Is it fucking JJ?
Let me look at my bookie real quick. See what the odds are. Where are they?
I
What are
think
we?
it's
Pick 8.
Hold on.
No?
Don't open the phone. You
Okay.
might get. How far behind are we? Are we watching this on like Stream East or something?
We could turn this off and put it back on, Nick,
No,
at some
the
point.
Jets are coming up. I don't want to. I kind of like being delayed. This is like fun.
Bill Spano
I mean,
says
something crazy happened.
the
Yeah.
guy
Clearly,
never underestimate the stupidity of bad franchises. LOL.
good point.
I
So,
have a feeling. I have no idea. I have
Bill
a feeling.
I know 100% what just happened just because of Bill saying that.
I know what happened too. It's a wide receiver. It's
No.
probably Brian Thomas Jr.
I wouldn't.
That
even,
would be
that I wouldn't mind. If you like Brian Thomas like that, I'm fine with taking him in the top
That's
10.
my prediction.
It can't be Rome. It can't be Brock.
Oh boy, this made
I
me feel
don't
better as
think
a
the
Jets fan.
quarterback
Somebody
timeline
said.
lines up with how long Kirk is on his deal, unless like.
I mean, it could be McCarthy and he sits because Penix is older. Like Penix is probably
what if
built
it's
to
fucking
play.
Bo Nix?
Nick, somebody said Owen Papo.
Oh, this is Owen
Owen
Papo.
Papo.
He
I
got
love
traded
it.
to the Dolphins.
Owen,
Yeah.
Owen Papo. Papo.
Here he
There's
comes.
no way, bro.
On Newton.
I put
JJ
that
McCarthy.
volume up, boy. Put that
Yeah,
shit
turn,
up.
turn that up real quick.
I'm gonna jump out of my chair. Not that I
Why
don't
does
give
this
a shit.
feel like
about
so
that.
dramatic? That's a cool set. Wow.
Oh my
Yeah, even he is
God.
shocked.
Oh,
Who
boy.
had Penix before Odunze?
Oh, that is wild. That
So
is
officially,
freaking wild.
officially, Jets will either get Bowers or Odunze without trading.
That's kind of a sick fit.
Let's go.
Like,
Fuck
wait,
yeah.
but-
All right.
That's
Why?
kind of a sick fit. I don't hate
All
it.
right. Listen. Atlanta, knowing what they've been looking at, this isn't a crazy pick. They wanted a quarterback that can get the ball down the field. They want to utilize Kyle Pitts down the field, Drake London down the field. So this doesn't make sense at 8. You don't get him at 8. You could maybe have figured out a way to trade back up.
Why
maybe
wouldn't
in
you
the
trade
first.
back?
But you know what? It's a bad pick, but it's maybe not as bad as we think it is. When you want your guy, you get your guy. So I think it's crazy, but
Joe Flacco being on the comp is a little wild to me, unless they're trying to say he's gonna
wow.
Michael Penix was one of my guys. Like he's my guy out of the quarterbacks. I love what Penix can be. I think this is a sick fit.
This is insane, dude.
The Jets just made out like bandits.
You know, Racing Clips said something interesting, and you've been killing in the stream. Shout outs to everyone. We hit 1,700 plus
Yo,
on the
yo,
stream.
yo, shout out you guys.
Jason,
None of us guessed that.
Jason, Racing Clips is something they could have traded back and got a Michael Penix. So,
Dude, absolutely racing. Why wouldn't you trade back? Why would you take Penix at 8? Unless you think maybe like I don't know.
Because probably Minnesota was going to.
Minnesota, Vegas, Seattle, all those guys. Pick is
The
in.
Bears pick is in.
No trade. No trade.
All right, so the Jets. So there's no trades in the first.
no trade. The Bears pick is in.
Anyone
I'm now looking at my phone.
Players top 10.
Do the Jets take McCarthy?
I will
Seriously.
light myself on fire outside of one Jets try.
Get the hell
Why
out of here.
not?
The Jets take McCarthy. Hey, listen, the Jets take McCarthy. I'm leaving.
Bears
If the
pick
Jets
is in,
take
but we got to
McCarthy,
trade
I'm
at 10.
leaving.
The
We got to
Jets
trade
traded
at
out?
10. They traded back to 11.
Oh, good. Okay.
Wow.
So that means we're McCarthy. I
Okay.
love it. I
Nice.
love it.
Okay, let's go Jets.
I love that.
Let's go
Okay,
Jets.
okay.
Good shit. What
Here
do we
we
get for
go.
that?
Let's
What do we get? A
go.
third
Do we know
rounder?
the details?
So the Jets have traded
Working on
back.
the details.
That was with who? Vegas?
No,
Vegas
Minnesota.
Minnesota.
They're probably just getting a 4th rounder,
Fuck
but you
sure.
can move those around. That's great. I mean, you can't ask for more than that.
It's gotta be JJ, right?
It has to be, yeah.
All right. I hope this isn't Rome.
Yeah, I love what these guys are saying. You know, you don't very often take a whole.
I love Joe Douglas sometimes.
Dude, I would let Joe Douglas set up an arranged marriage for me. That's how much I trust him.
I mean, good luck. I don't see anyone
We
arrange
were
well
talking
for
about
you.
before when you with the Chargers.
Mhm.
Move back one pick. A
It's
team's
free.
coming up. It's a free
Free
trade.
draft happening. Say thank you,
So
Minnesota.
unless one bad thing, unless the Bears right here took like a Dunze,
But
and
then,
the Jets wanted a Dunze, and we're like, fuck.
but then you probably take Bowers, right? If you were thinking weapon with Rome and you traded from 10 to
Yeah.
11 and they're taking presumably JJ, you probably take Bowers.
So the first trade is the Jets. That's interesting.
I hope we don't double trade. I really, really hope we don't trade down twice.
This is wild. All right, so we traded back from 10 to 11, 9 Chicago. The wins and the way that things are looking, it looks like it could be maybe the guy that we wanted, a wide receiver,
trade
but
details?
I don't know. I don't know anything.
Jets traded back one to Minnesota.
Trade details.
Okay, here we go with details.
Just lost it. Hold on. Jets get 11 and 129 and 157 for 10 and 203.
Nice. So they got
Sure.
2 picks.
Yeah, 2 picks for
Hold on.
the. That's the pick they got in return from the Zach Wilson trade too. It went from Mr. Irrelevant to 203 to now. What was that, Kyle?
Say that one more time, Kyle.
11, 129 and 157 for 10 and 203.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right.
Yeah, if you want to, let's update that. That's crazy.
All right.
So they got an extra 4th. What was it? 129 and what? Did you say 157? Oh, we get the pick.
Please don't be Rome.
The Chicago Bears select
Roma
That's fine.
Doomsday.
Yeah, that's
Okay. All right. Makes sense. Give me Bowers.
All right.
what I did. The Bears.
Give me
Oh, boy.
Bowers.
Oh, guys, we got a special guest on for the Jets pick. Joining us live, my favorite New York Jet right now. Live, we got AVT in the house.
Yo,
Let's go, baby.
What is
What's
going
good,
on?
man? How you feeling, dude? What's going on with your rehab and how you doing, bro?
I'm good, man. You know, just rehabbing. I've been rehabbing for a minute now, so we feeling good. You know, running on the field, doing drills, cutting, doing all that. So, we getting to work in. Excited for this year, man. Coming up, got a good old line room and good players and good energy all around the team. So it's exciting.
Yeah, AVT. Before we ask you about the pick and who you would like, or if you have an opinion on it.
Yeah.
When there were rumors about you playing tackle and us Jeff fans were going nuts saying, oh, should he play tackle? Should he play guard? Do you have a preference or you just are into playing wherever? Like you don't really,
Honestly, I'm kind of into playing wherever really, like before. So wherever the team needed me to be, unfortunately we had a lot of injuries, for the past 2 years, especially in the season. So I had to go out there and play tackle and I was cool with it. because I could do it. So I was doing, whatever was best for the team. And I was, more than happy to do it. Felt like I could ball out there, at tackle or guard. But when that happened, that was just me, putting on for the team and doing what I could. But, it was definitely a crazy experience, for the past 2 years. So it's something I really wouldn't trade anything for, and I learned a lot from it. So yeah.
How are you right now? What are they saying in terms of projecting about the injury into the summer and obviously into the fall? What's your timeline? Do you think training camp and into the season, you think week 1 is a realistic goal for you?
Yeah. Week 1 is definitely realistic. That's my goal. That's the team's goal. So, we both working on that. But, I'm feeling really good right now, feeling real healthy. And, rehab's going great, lifting, like I said, running before and all that. So it's good, man. We got a good training staff there too, helping me out. So all hands on deck,
Yeah, every Jet fan, that's music to their ears. Obviously,
yeah, no doubt.
If everybody on paper is healthy and ready to go in September, then the Jets haven't had an offensive line like this. Tyron Smith, yourself, Morgan being back is obviously great with you two on that right side. That obviously a lot of Jet fans now are going to be watching with the Jets trading back up here from Minnesota, picking up a 4th and I believe a 5th or 6th. I'm not sure. Offensive lines up there. Obviously, Brock Bowers on the board. Where do you look at yourself coming into this season, with this offensive line? How high is the ceiling for this group? Like, obviously, injuries aside, do you think this could be one of the better groups in the league?
Yeah, I think so for sure. I think with the experience we got, with Tyron and Morgan Moses on the edge, then the young player we have as well. I think it's a good mixture. And then just everybody in the O-line room, too. It's a different type of energy this year in the O-line. Great guys, great vibe. And that's something you need, man, in the O-line room. So we already have the guys, the good energy. Now it's just all about, taking it out on the field and executing. That's something I felt we could really do. We got Coach Carter as well. Really good coach, technique-wise, scheme-wise, all that. So I'm excited, man. And, it's about, where we take ourselves, really, how far we push ourselves during this offseason, during training. So it's going to be really fun. For sure, it's going to be challenging, no doubt, going against our defense, which is great. That's better work for us.
Hell yeah.
Elijah, I just want to ask about the general vibe in the facility. Obviously last year kind of went off the rails a little bit, but seeing just Aaron come back in the facility and seeing him rehab from this, obviously you were going through the same thing probably with him. How uplifting is it to see that Aaron's back and just a different feel in the facility?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like I said before, it's like a different feeling this year. It's almost like same as last year, we knew we had the roster, we knew we had the guys and the right pieces. Now it's kind of like the same thing. It's just, we all got to stay healthy. We know that's the main goal. And, I think even more than last year, we all know what this team could be. And like I said, it's like the players, it's up to the players, to depend on how far we could take this team. You know what I'm saying? Coaches can only do so much. So it's really up to the players. And, we all got a good head on our shoulders. We all know what we're capable of. So yeah, I'm telling y'all, the energy is good in the facility, walking in every day, having a good time, chopping up with the guys. Obviously getting the work in too. So, it's a great feeling for sure.
Yeah, Elijah, real quick, do you think Robert Saleh gets a little bit of a bad rap? I know he's been a little bit under the radar. Obviously, in New York, it's just one of the toughest media markets. Everyone's always looking at everything. Do you think he's getting a little bit? Not saying you're going to say yes, but or no, excuse me. But what do you think about Robert? I mean, is he someone that's starting to get back his mojo like we saw the first couple of years? Are you starting to see a little more confidence, or you haven't been in the around much the last 6 months, so maybe I haven't seen anything?
No, yeah, I think so. I mean, I've been in the facility, this whole offseason, rehab, been working out. I think something about Saleh, he always gonna have his mojo. He's just not gonna see it all the time. But I think just the past 2 years in general, with the team experience, all the injuries we had, O-line, me, Aaron going down. that's tough for any team in general. But Coach Sala, he always brings good energy in the room. I think he's a great coach. Something about coach. What you gotta do is you gotta know how to, relate to your players and not control the locker room, but have a good sense for what type of locker room you want to have, and he definitely has that. And overall, I think he's a great coach. It's just about all putting the pieces together and staying healthy. So as long as we can do that, man, it's going to be dangerous for sure. So I'm excited about it.
Let's switch gears to the pick now because I know Minnesota's making their pick. Where would you like to see this team go? What do you think? Where do you think we could use the most help?
I don't know. Like, what pick do we have now?
11. We just moved back one.
So we have 11. So Minnesota.
So Bowers is still on. Well, unless depending on what happens here.
We got any receivers on the board? They kind of all gone.
Rome just went.
Yeah, Rome.
We might do maybe Brian Thomas Jr., but they're saying he's going to go somewhere between 15 and 20. So
I think it's Brock.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Brock's definitely a playmaker for sure. I don't know. Think about. So you got Aaron as your QB, so Aaron could really make anybody, look great, anybody play great. So you got Brock, we could go tackle as well. There's just some tackles out there, learn from Tyron, Hall of Famer, even Morgan Moses. So it's interesting, man. I'm excited to see what they do for sure. I truly have no idea, so I'm kind of with y'all.
Yeah, that's the fun part, though.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah.
We're sitting here. We have like a no spoil rule, so we're not announcing the picks until everybody's seen it because it takes away some of the fun. So we're letting.
And we got Vikings about to pick right now. Goodell's walking.
So if they get McCarthy, man, I don't know. I don't think that kid's a top 10 pick.
They traded up, like
yeah, they probably are. Yeah.
I mean, it's a great landing spot for McCarthy if it is him. No rush to start right away. Great receivers. Great tight end.
Man, I hope it's JJ because I want Brock. I want to see Brock in New York.
Yeah.
At this point, I want Bowers. That's where I'm leaning.
Aaron wouldn't mind going to Brock. So
yeah.
He's more than just the average tight end too. Brock is just a machine.
All right, pick is coming, man. And then we got the Jets, boy. This is a big pick for us. I trust Joe D always, and Joe D I trust no matter what.
But they know how to draft for sure.
They do. They drafted you, man. You're the man, dude. You're the goat, bro.
I think about that too often. I'm like, man, that was a great feeling. They traded up to get me. So, for me, I'm just excited to be back on the field, man. Just do what I do, and be out there with the guys again. It's gonna be fun.
Absolutely, man.
There you go. I like out of
all right,
JJ McCarthy. Yep, AVT called that. He said they're
so Elijah, has there been, because I know that deadline, I'm going to mute this, sorry. I know the deadline for the fifth-year options coming up, and a lot of the fans have been asking in the chat to hear if you've heard anything about them picking up that option or not. I'm not sure when that deadline even is, but some of the fans want to know in the chat.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I think my agent been talking, back and forth with them. But I keep that all on the down low. Even myself, I really don't even like to know till like the end. You know what I'm saying? Like
it's done.
Yeah, till it's done. Because I don't like thinking about none of that. Unless I absolutely have to. So I'm excited for whatever the future holds. Either way, it's gonna be fun, and I'm gonna have fun doing what I do, playing football. That's what I've always been doing. So, like I said, I'm excited.
So I want to ask about Brees because you guys obviously beefed up the O-line. You got one hell of a unit now. So we've seen what he can do when you're down and kind of bringing in the subs to play on the starting O-line. But with you guys all back healthy, how many yards can Brees go for? I feel like the sky's the limit for him.
Man, he almost hit 1,000 last year, right? So, with the team that we had last year, he almost hit 1,000. Only he knows what we know. What he can do. But it's funny, man. I was just looking at the film, from last year. It's crazy. Brees is a dog, man. I seen it, watching the games on television, in person. But when you really watch the film, man, that dude's special. And that's gonna be hella fun to see him tote that rock this year, especially with the O-line we got. We got some maulers up front for sure. Then you add that, with the pass game with, Aaron back there. Man, I can't even tell you how excited I am for real. So,
AVT and everyone, breaking news. I'm not going to say the pick, but the Jets pick is in.
Okay.
The pick is in. They're about to announce it in the next 30 seconds or so. I am. We're on a delayed stream here, AVT. So I don't know. We're
Yeah.
not getting things like until.
Yeah, no,
What do you
obviously.
guys think it is?
I want to
Go
see
around
Brock.
the room. You think it's Brock, Jay?
I want to see Brock. Yeah.
Frank?
I kind of know. I kind of saw it, so I'm
Okay,
not
so
going to
don't
say
say it.
anything. I can't help
Elijah,
myself.
what do you think?
Did you see it, AVT, or no?
I'm watching right now. I'm not finna.
You might be ahead of us.
Yeah, I think AVT's a little ahead of us. We have this on a delay, so we don't ruin it for anybody.
AVT, where are you right now? Where do you stay usually?
I'm in Florham Park right now.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, so yeah, got a little crib out here.
Can you do one thing for me? What they got you in the jersey promos, right? You're one of the 4 or 5 guys, but they don't have your jersey in the store to buy. Like, I'm a bigger dude, I can't wear the number 5. You know what I'm saying? I look weird with the number 5. You need to have a bigger number on you. So I've been waiting for 2-3 years now to have that 75, and they don't put it up there.
I know, man. I gotta hit him up, because I be getting my own little custom jerseys too for the fans. I got a big family. We all be asking me the same thing.
Is it because they can't fit the name on the back?
Well, it's like, I don't know if it's that. We got dogs on the team. I mean, I'm a dog too. Don't get me wrong. That's a conversation we're gonna have later in the future for sure.
AVT, that clip of you when you were younger, man, just keeping everyone together on the sidelines and just being that leader. There's not a coincidence when you play, the team just performs better. The win-loss record's better. It's just having that leadership up front, man, and that energy you bring is like so crucial. Even outside of your play on the field, it's just you keep things together, man. And whenever you go down, man, it hurts a lot, man, because we know the value you bring off the field too with these guys. Like just being there.
Yeah.
Don't take that flight to Denver.
Well, we're home this year, so that's good.
Thank God.
Yeah, I be telling people I'm never playing in Denver again.
What is it? You think that's just coincidence, or is
It might be the altitude or some crap. I don't know who the hell knows.
I don't know, man, but I mean, yeah, I couldn't even tell you, but right now it's just like I put in the contract. I'm not playing in Denver.
Imagine you do put that in. All right, the pick is in.
Let's see.
Oh boy. Let's go!
Oh, okay.
Oh,
wow.
More beef up front.
Let the big boys play. There we go.
I said it the other day. I
All
said
right,
the
nice.
silence around Olufashanu is weird because he was a guy who was projected to be a top 5 pick, all the way through the year, last year into the season, and then it just went silent on him. Like they stopped talking about him, and you didn't see him anywhere in the top 10 mock. So
low key,
by seeing that, like maybe that's on purpose.
AVT, what do you think?
I like it, man. I'm pretty sure my agent's his agent too. So,
ooh, nice.
Yeah, I got to double check on that, but shoot, man, I'm excited for him to get in the room, man. Like I said, we got great vibes in the room right now. Everybody's a good dude, good head on their shoulders. So, I'm pretty sure, that's like draft, good guys, guys who come in like to work. So I'm excited to get to meet him, man, and it's gonna be good for him. He gets to learn from freaking a Hall of Fame, Morgan Moses too. So, it's gonna be really good for him, and I'm excited, man. That's a good pick. I like it.
Keeping Aaron upright is the biggest, most important thing, and as long as he's upright back there, I feel like the sky's the limit for this team.
Like we said,
Connor Hughes for everybody. Connor Hughes tweeted us, what I'm told is just never hours here.
Yeah, the other thing with Olu Fashanu, AVT, the other thing with Olu that's going to be big for us is he's going to get a lot of Tyron's practice reps because Tyron's going to be not practicing every day or not taking all the reps. So you're going to be able to develop him even faster than we may even, than most teams might do if they're looking at him as like a backup left tackle. He's not necessarily a backup. He's going to be taking the first team reps or at least half of them. So, I mean, that's a big plus for his development for sure.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be going against guys, like Jermaine and Reddick and all that, JFM. So it's going to be good for sure. He's going to get developed, quick. And like I said, we got a good coach too. Technique is up there, scheme-wise is up there. So you're going to be locked in, man. It's going to be good.
I want to ask you about Will McDonald. I mean, we saw Jermaine Johnson take that leap from his rookie year to his second year. Do you see Will taking that similar leap, going from like kind of a rotational rusher into like a bona fide like Pro Bowl type talent with Will?
Yeah, I definitely see him making a year 2 jump for sure, man. You know, like when I was playing tackle, you know, he was on the scout team, you know, giving looks, and I'm like, man, this guy is good. Like, y'all need to have this man out there on third down rushing, because he was giving me good looks for sure. You know, at tackle, you know, which made me better. You know, made everybody else better too. So I definitely see him making a jump. You know, he's quick, twitchy, you know, lengthy as well too. So, you know, I definitely see why they drafted him. You know, last year, and you know, I think he makes a jump and is going to be good too. You know, he gets to learn from Reddick and everything as well.
Mm-hmm.
He gets to learn from Reddick, which will be nice. So yeah, man, roster's deep, good guys in the locker room, all that. So nice.
Yeah, AVT, we got our guy Dom C. He does Project Prospect. Guy is a big draft guy. He literally goes through every player. I tell you, the Jets should hire him. I don't know what the hell they're doing, but he'd be freaking perfect. This guy does like a top, I think he's like a top 700 list. It's unbelievable. But,
AVT, man, pleasure, dude. My guy.
Nice meeting you, man.
Likewise. And boys,
let's
Valerie,
go. That's how you build fucking winning teams, man.
Hey,
That's what it's
man,
about up front.
build that wall, dude. I got no problems. I got no qualms with that, man. I love the fact that they traded back, still landed their guy, got a little bit more capital. I think it was a 4th and a 5th, and they gave up a 6th.
Yes, sir.
You still got Joe D. Still got some toys to play with.
Now you can move into that second round to the bottom if you want. You have 3 4s and a 5 now. So if they do have a wide receiver that they could target, because I think they would have taken a Dunze if he was there. I think once they heard that the Bears were taking him, they moved back. I mean, I think it's fitting that we had AVT on the stream and they take a lineman. So I'd like to say that was planned, but Dom and AVT obviously, because you know AVT, you know best. The one knock that we saw on Olu is, you know, he had rather small hands for a bigger guy. AVT, you think that's something that is, you know, a real thing, or is that more just like draft chatter?
I don't know, man. I think that's more draft chatter. You know, I feel like during the draft process, you know, they try to make up anything, you know, just to talk about really. I mean, they was talking about me, you know, with things too, but, you know, none of that matters. As long as you come in, man, you know what you're doing, you're willing to put in the work, you're going to be straight. So, you know, I'm glad we drafted him for sure. I've heard great things. It's funny, too, because I had a good friend of mine back at SC. Like 2-3 years ago, he told me about this dude too. You know, told me he's like similarities, you know, in play style. So I've been kind of keeping an eye on him. So, you know, it's funny how that works. Excited about that.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, man. We got 2,000 on the stream live. Shout outs to Twitter Spaces. This is awesome. So hitting 2,000. We're being a lot of shows out there, guys. So, you know, give us some love. AVT's got a little bit to do with it, just a little bit, but you know. But Elijah, if there's anything you want to end with or whatnot, but we give you all our love, man. We're looking forward to this season. We'll be out there, and hopefully you can join us in the future on some streams or some shows, man. We love hearing from you, and you're a cool ass dude. So always, man.
Yeah, man. Appreciate y'all having me on, man. Y'all seem like real cool people. Appreciate y'all, man.
Appreciate you, man.
Like I said, I'm down to be on, you know, some more streams, you know, here and there.
Absolutely.
Awesome, bro.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you for the time.
Yeah,
Good luck this
get
season, bro.
healthy, bro. Get healthy, man.
Yes, for
All
sure.
right.
Number one thing. And get that 75 in the store for me, man.
Yeah, huh? Yeah.
For real.
No more custom jerseys, man. Get your cut. Get your
I tried
cut.
to customize it too on the shop. Because of the hyphen.
No hyphen on the custom is crazy.
Yeah, that's wild.
I tried to customize it last
It
year.
was bullshit.
We'll for you. We'll take care of that for you.
He's gotta be the one to hook us up with the-
No, we
got
got
you.
you. We got you. We got you, Elijah. Appreciate the time, man.
That was awesome. And it was
All right. Nice. Perfectly timed. All right. So we got a question. Dom, maybe you want to help answer this. Frankie, what do you think of Fashanu's small hands? Listen, I have small hands, and it hasn't affected my ability to live my life. So I don't care about small hands. All right. No, I mean, listen, man. Small hands are a little bit of a concern, but I think the way that he moves his feet, the bend. I saw Dom recently, someone bring up the fact that he's like a Gumby. He's able to, you know, bend and do a bunch. Wow, pick is in.
We just got Bo Nix off the board to Denver.
I lost my bet,
Wow.
Nick.
Dude, 6 quarterbacks.
He lost his bet, he said.
6 quarterbacks in the first 12. That's got to be a record.
That's crazy.
I've never seen you. Bo Nix 12.
Reach.
Sean
So-
Payne's
so much for
officially
Zach
high.
Wilson. So much for Zach. So now that quarterback room is
Ben
Bo
DiNucci,
Nix.
Jarrett Stidham, Zach Wilson, Bo Nix.
It's mid off.
Bo
It's
Nix
a
started.
complete mid off. It's a
You got
complete
three-
mid
you got
off in
4
Denver.
QB4s.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
Listen,
the
I
hand
will
thing,
say that.
the hand
Yeah.
thing. I will say this. I mean, latch is a real thing. You know, when you want to get your hands on somebody in the chest, especially a guy who's going to be hand fighting you and trying to counter move you. Latch is real. How much does it affect? I mean, I don't know. I never played football at this level, so I don't know how much of a real thing it is. But it is legitimate. You know, I think Olufashinu is more known, you know, for what he can do, mirroring, keeping keeping people away from him. You know, so I don't know how much that latch is really going to affect him. We know that he's still developing as a run blocker, and it's clear that they're prioritizing the environment upright. I comped Olufashinu to Charles Cross when Charles Cross was coming out of college. Everyone knew he was a phenomenal pass blocker, but they questioned what he could do against the run. Wasn't asked to do it a lot in college, and he ended up transitioning very well. So listen, I'm stoked, man. I'm happy. Like I said, he was one of the guys. If we stuck and pick at 10, I was content with him. Rithmm, I would have been content with Bowers too. I didn't think Odunze was going to get there, which he didn't. I'm surprised they didn't try to trade up one spot, but maybe Chicago said no, man.
Nick Bowers had his over under before the draft. I think we looked at the other day. What was it? I think it was 10.5, right? Oh, it was 12.5. All right. So Bowers,
11.5.
huh?
This would be it. This would,
11.5 was
they'd
as
be
of
spot
today.
on.
It was
So
11.5
13.
today. Okay. So yeah, this would be the spot right now. So if Bowers doesn't go here, he officially hits the over on when he gets drafted. And it's kind of weird to see. I mean, listen, if you were to ask a lot of Jeff fans, who would you rather have? I bet you even some of the O-line people, quote unquote, would have said, I would take Bowers over Fashanu. I'm just saying, because Fashanu was sort of a slept on guy. You had a lot of Jeff fans I wanted Fatanu or Fawanga. So it's sort of interesting how that works. But yeah, I think with the small hands thing, I think it's overrated. I don't really look. But look, Dom, this comment's for you. At this rate, Spencer Rattler's going to go at 25. I know Dom's a big Spencer guy. But.
Listen, somebody's going to trade up in the end of the first for him. I'm telling you, I feel it. Even though I lost my my uSTADIUM bet, but it is what.
Oh, did you? It's all right. We'll try to hook you up with some points.
It's all good, man. Man, so this is crazy. This is crazy, Olu, dude.
Yeah. Dom,
I love
what are you
it.
feeling right now? What's your prediction? Give us a prediction right now. The Raiders pick is in. What do you got right here at 13?
I think it's going to be Fuaga.
Wow.
I think it's. I mean, we still haven't seen a defensive player come off, so it could be Quinyon Mitchell. But if my lean is still right tackle for them. They got a big hole there,
especially with how they want to run the ball. I could definitely see it being.
I think
Fuaga.
this is a flashy pick.
Pick is in.
Brian Thomas or Brock Bowers.
Brian Thomas would be nasty.
They just drafted a tight end last year, didn't they?
There it
Brock
is.
Bowers.
Holy jeez!
If I'm Douglas, I'm calling the Raiders for mayor.
Right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Trade one of those. Trade the 6th round pick or 5th round pick. Get mayor.
Jets had
wow.
Broderick Jones on their board last year.
I'm going to get
Sure.
mayor right now.
Yeah,
One of these
might as well.
Wow, that's crazy.
It's a new coaching staff.
That's a shocker. I thought it was going to be 15 to the Colts.
They just went best player available. That's all.
Yeah. Last year, the Raiders got Michael Mayer 35th overall, 2nd round, high number 2 pick. So for them to go and get a tight end that many consider one of the best tight end prospects ever. Brock Bowers goes to Vegas and will be playing with Gardner Minshew for a year, and then we're going to see what they're going to do at quarterback. I like the pick. I think, listen, when you have to figure out what you want to do offensively, there is no way to slice a cat or however the freaking skin a cat. What's it called? Skin a cat. I'm thinking of weird shit with slicing cats, but there's no right way to skin a cat. And the Raiders want to score points, and with Devontae Adams out there and Brock Bowers and Mayer, I don't know how long Mayer's going to be there, but it makes a lot of sense, I think, just to keep things open, and two great route runners in Adams and Bowers as a tight end. So that middle of the field is going to be cooking for sure.
Yeah, and listen, there's still a path that Michael Mayer and Brock Bowers can see the field at the same time, especially if you utilize Mayer in line and Bowers in that big slot. It makes sense, and it would have made sense for the Jets too. But that pick, Penix surprised me. That pick might have surprised me a little bit more. Yeah, I got Atlanta friends who are just besides themselves right now.
The Saints pick has to be a lineman with the questions about Ramjack. And
this has got to be Fuaga.
No, I bet you. Yeah. Well, my guess is if I had to guess, they need a left tackle.
They need both. They don't have. I'm getting some echo because the mic.
Frankie just gave me the most disgusting, sweaty pair of headphones. Oh my god.
Yeah, we're shuffling out. Jay's the only one who not take a break yet. So you're young. You're still young. We're, Frank and I are. We're getting older. We have to make more bathroom trips. So. And there's pizza in there, so it's pizza, wings, all that fun stuff. So that's tempting too. But
it was a good assortment. It was a good assortment of food.
It was, yeah. Now this is interesting because it opens up a lot for the Jets tomorrow with 3 4th-round picks. You have a 30, a 3. I'm sorry. Well, it would be Saturday technically, but yesterday. I'm all over the place. Tomorrow becomes interesting because the ability now they have to get back into the second round. Yeah. So you could trade a 3 and 2 of the 4s and get back into the second, and you still have a 2. You would have a 2, a 4, a 5, a 6, and or they traded the 7th, or did they keep the 7th?
They kept the 7th. They traded a 6. Yeah. I don't know which 6 because they had 2, so I don't know which one they traded.
So now they have a ton of flexibility to go and get that receiver playmaker that you want.
Yeah, but so I still think they can get that guy in the 3rd round. You might not have to trade 72 to jump into the 2nd round. I'm honest to God, I'm comfortable with them. Maybe they want to trade back up in the 3rd round and take 2 pieces there, 2 shots two shots in the 3rd round, because I think you're still going to get some pretty good talented wide receivers. There's
definitely 100%. There's a lot of guys,
16 or 20 deep in this receiver class, where guys
for sure
that are can come off the board between rounds 1 and 4 that can come in and affect your team. Even the bottom rung of that, I know Frankie's not here. I know he loves Jacob Cowing and Malik Washington seems to be a fan favorite. There's all different types of receivers that can still come on still make their way on the field year 1 and have some sort of impact. So
Dom, if it's me, I'm looking at Ricky Pearsall in the slot from Florida. That's one of my favorite players in the entire draft. And if you can move up to go get him, I don't think you need to move up a ton, but maybe with this added capital, if you can move up and go get him, because we need a true slot. I don't want Garrett taking a lot of those reps going over the middle. Yeah. And he can survive a car crash over the middle. He takes hits over the middle. He did it at Florida. That's like the main guy I want if we're looking at a pass catcher.
Yeah, no, Pearsall's legit. I love the fact that he is, he's got good body control. He's got ridiculously good hands, good body control, goes up and plucks the ball, wins at all 3 levels. I just think that if he's going to be kind of a target, I think you're going to have to jump up pretty far, probably within the middle of the 2nd round, probably, to get your hands on him. That's a guess. Who knows? Doesn't seem like any of the wide receiver. There's still a lot of wide receivers left on the board. The top 3 are gone, and we'll see how low or how slow the rest of the field keeps moving. So Pearsall would be wonderful. I think you got to kind of get up though into the 2nd round, well into the 2nd round to get it. That might cost capital next year, and if that's your guy, then that's your guy. Go get it.
By the way, guys, a big salute. This is a big shot right here for Joe Douglas for always doing the right thing. This is a massive shot. This is nothing, man. You think I was in a fraternity for no reason? Come on.
That's actually a really good shot.
You think I could take this?
No, it's good. Yeah, that's a good size.
Yummy.
Tastes like playoff W's, which we're going to be seeing a lot of this year, boys.
Yeah.
But Dom, We're gonna let
Yes,
you
sir.
go. We got another guest coming in. Any other last things?
No, man.
wanna
Go
get-
Jets, dude.
Where
Go
can they
Jets.
find you, man? Are you coming to a game this year with us? Are we gonna do it?
Yeah, you know what? This is the first year I didn't renew my season tickets this year. Not for any reason other than I got kids and soccer and baseball and shit like that on Sunday, so it's getting a little tough. But I'm sure I'll be to 3 or 4 games, and when I do, I'll make sure I hook you up. Keep doing what you're doing, guys. I love it, and I'll catch you all soon.
Thank you,
Thank
Dom.
you.
Appreciate it, bro.
And the Saints pick is in as we.
All right. So the Jets, man, with Olu Fashanu, I just love the value there. I just love the fact that we
feeling it.
finally are getting someone that can actually be developed as a left tackle. I think Joe Douglas learned from the Mekhi Becton experiment, which is a guy with extremely high upside, high ceiling, really low floor. If you can move your mic a little, because it's like picking me up. Just move this aside. High ceiling, really low floor. Fashanu has maybe a little lower of a ceiling, but a lot higher of a floor. This is going to be a guy that we could develop, and go Joe D, baby. Go Joe D.
I mean, obviously, I was very outspoken. I wanted Bowers, but like when you look at just where this team is and how you need to protect Aaron, it's the right move. It's the logical move, and that's the move you need to make when you have a guy like Fashanu, who's I would assume is very high on their board, fall right into your lap, and you're able to trade down, add some assets, and then get him. It's a no-brainer. I mean, would have loved to see Brock, but like this is the smarter move, the more logical move. And at the end of the day, this team is nothing without Aaron. We saw that last year. You got to protect Aaron.
I mean, 100%. It literally just comes down to that. I mean, this guy is how old now, coming off of this injury, and he's saying crazy things like he wants to play 4 more seasons. Okay, you want to play 4 more seasons? The Jets better do whatever they can possible in their power to protect this guy, and with that pick, you ensure that. So I would say pick up like a Ricky Pearsall, like a depth wide receiver, someone for the slot in a later round. I mean, that shouldn't be a hard thing to do at all. And I would say it's starting to look like a successful draft. I thought Bowers potentially would have been a little bit of a questionable pick, especially with Rodgers' health. And I know that the receiving prowess is obviously there, and the Raiders saw that. But, I mean, protecting Rodgers is the clear move. So
I want to give a shout out to everyone in the chat. My guy, Mike B. Salute to Mike B. If you don't follow Mike B on Twitter, I don't know what his Twitter handle is, but the Red Eye guys are the freaking best. We got Mike B in the house. We got Jokes. I know Cap is under RT3. I know we got Tony Brock in there. Floki, you're the GOAT, dude. Anthony Brock, again, your takes are terrible, but I love you. Reptar, the best.
Fuaga.
Wow.
I had a feeling he was in basically every mock I did. I had Fuaga going to New
That
Orleans.
is a terrible pick.
yeah, I don't know about that.
He
Sorry
jumps
for your
on guys
ears.
when they fall. Oh, he's a big molar. Oh, yeah. So why don't you go to the sumo wrestling, pal? Get out of here with that pick.
The run blocking is there, bro. That's it. I mean,
Yeah,
there's
the
a
run
couple-
blocking
It is.
for a team with no running back.
I mean, that's obviously the issue.
Alvin
I mean,
Kamara?
He's not a
more
running
like
back.
40
He's
year
a
old.
he's a scat back, but he's very good. I'm just kidding. But
He still put up numbers last year, right? I mean, the games that he played.
He was productive. It was
I will make a bet with you guys. I want to make a bet with both you guys. $100 bet.
okay.
I will make a uSTADIUM bet with points, but you don't get free points. I only get free points.
I'll
No,
put
I'm
the
kidding.
rest of my balance on whatever you're gonna bet.
I will bet you Tylese Fawanga will not be a starting tackle in the NFL not be a starter on the Saints year 3 years from now. Well, we're not going to be able to be accountable. It's kind
What are you
of
saying? He's going to be.
We'll handshake it.
Yeah, he's not.
We'll
Yeah,
handshake it.
guaranteed.
Okay, by the way, this handshake is never getting brought up or mentioned in
Tylese,
this.
listen, I like Tylese Fawanga
Hold this man
as a
accountable.
run
I guess it's
blocker.
on record,
He
but
is not a good pass blocker. We dodged a bullet. What's up? Yeah, we did.
He
Yes,
never
and I
played it.
won.
I owe him. I owe him.
Yeah, and he owes me
owe
another
Frank.
$100. This
Shit.
bastard over here.
Carla, why'd you got to bring
Yeah.
that up?
More Pro Bowls, Jimmy. If Tylese Fawanga gets more Pro Bowls in his career than Olu Fashanu, I will retire as a sports media, sports content, sports Twitter, whatever the hell you want to call me. I don't know what the hell I am. I will retire, sports broadcast or whatever. I will stop talking about football. I don't know anything about football if that's the case. There is no way, injury aside, that Tylese Fawanga is going to be a better tackle in the NFL than Olu Fashanu. Granted, he's a right. He can't play left because he can't pass block because his feet are too slow. He's only good when he can down block because his big gut and everything just rolls on people. It's like me at night when I roll over on my couch or my bed.
I got a prediction for this pick. First defensive player, Quinion Mitchell.
You know what's crazy? This is the first time is this the first time in NFL history?
Yeah.
First time in NFL history, by the way, there's been the top 10 picks are all offensive players. And we're at pick 15. No offensive,
15.
no defensive players.
I didn't even realize that.
That's
wild. Yeah.
insane.
I feel like I saw that on FanDuel today. I was going through Jersey. That's why I saw these props, and I was looking at that, and I wanted to pull the trigger on it, and I got gun shy.
I mean, listen, we knew this for a while, though. I mean, this draft was touted to be one of the more, offensive dominant drafts of the past, 5-10 years. I mean, look at all the receivers they have.
You're right.
Stacked. I mean, it's literally 20 guys deep that are probably going to be all NFL starters and all very, very good players. So, I mean,
should we make a live take like under 5.5 defensive players? Quinion, Terrion, Turner versus Latu. That's 5 right there. Under 5.5. I don't know.
By the way, who did I have the Jets taking at 10 in my mock draft?
You have Fashanu.
Knows
ball.
I got everything else wrong though, but it's all right.
we'll give him his flowers there. No, I said, I wanted Bowers, but I'm happy. That's the right move. It's the right move. I just want to see Aaron healthy because Garrett Wilson's about to go crazy.
You really wanted Bowers, though.
I did. My friends are texting me. They're like, he can't even text because he's streaming. And I mean, I'm a little hurt. But
that was your guy. I mean, literally throughout every single group chat that we've had on uSTADIUM, whenever Bowers comes up, he's like, Jets. It's literally every single time we've talked about the draft. But
guys, when you guys are talking into the mic, my mic's off. Just look straight. Talk into your mic straight. Move your mics directly to you guys so you're not talking towards me.
Yeah, no doubt. Sorry.
All right. So with that, let's do a little recap right now. The draft right now, we are at pick 15. The pick is apparently in. We had no defensive players selected. Will we finally get one? You know what's crazy? I actually think that the one defensive player that could end up going first is Byron Murphy. So don't be surprised if Byron Murphy ends up being the first defensive players selected. And by the way, Byron Murphy is incredible. If you want to talk about a defensive tackle stud, if you want to talk about somebody that could end up being Aaron Donald, it's Byron Murphy. Better than the Newton kid out of Illinois. I like him better. I know people have.
Oh no, absolutely. I wholeheartedly agree. And I mentioned this earlier in the stream, when you look at how few really game-changing defensive tackles there are, I could see, I'm looking right now, I could see the Rams maybe sliding up. They just lost Aaron Donald. Having a defensive tackle on a rookie contract with the 5th-year option is a game-changing thing.
But the thing with defensive tackles is this, though, and this is why I like Byron Murphy so much. You have to be able to get sacks as a defensive tackle. If you're not somebody that's going to put pressure on opposing teams as offensive lines and quarterbacks in the pass game, your value's not there. You saw with Christian Wilkins. You saw that the Dolphins were willing to get off of Christian Wilkins because of the mere fact that, yes, he did have his best year getting sacks, but listen, 9 sacks is a lot for a D tackle. They want more. Quinnen Williams, you had 5.5 sacks. We want more.
Don't you think there's something to be said, though, that Quinnen's pressures created sacks for our edge rushers? Quinnen just putting pressure on the quarterback allows the edges to get home. You don't get sacks all the time. If they're putting so much attention towards Quinnen, it opens up lanes for guys like Jermaine, Will, JFM, the whole edge rushing group to get to the quarterback.
Do you know that Aaron Donald had a year he had 20.5 sacks? So when you're talking about, listen,
it's so hard to, how do you expect this guy to just jump in and even do half of that? You know what I mean? It's hard, bro. 20.
My point is this, though. Christian Wilkins, people think he had a lot of sacks at 9, which is a lot. That's for a defense tackle. Aaron Donald had more than double that one year. All right, pick is in. Colts
I have
15.
no idea where they're going.
I think Brian Thomas Jr. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I was
also have no
low
idea.
key. I would love that. That'd be an awesome fit
Brian Thomas with Pittman and
with
Richardson.
AR,
Oof.
bro. That's cheat
Yeah.
code.
Latu.
I like it. I like it.
That's the best pass rusher in the draft.
Yeah, 100%.
100%.
In any other draft, I feel like if there weren't this many good offensive players, he's probably getting picked a lot higher than he was. I
Dude.
know a lot of people had him really high on their big board. So
A
Best
4.64.
pass rush in the draft.
yeah, most
Oh, yeah.
likely, yeah. He's
He
got
ran
the
a
drip.
4.64 at that size. Like the one thing I noticed with him, and I noticed this after like a lot of people brought it up, and it kind of came up to my attention. But like every time he gets like stuffed, he has a second move to like play off of his first move. Like he doesn't get stopped. He will find his way to get to the quarterback. So it doesn't really shock me he's the first defensive player off the board.
Yeah, I mean, Latu, when you look at his film, he reminds me of Jalen Phillips a lot, who Miami drafted, and he literally has a similar injury history as Jalen Phillips. Him specifically, though, he is one of the best pass rushers that I've seen in the last couple of years in terms of just being so smooth off the edge. He does not he doesn't get into a fight with the offensive tackle. When I look at edge rushers, I want a guy that's going to get off the edge, clean, not even worry about engaging the offensive tackle. Bad pass rushers, when they get off the edge, they want to get into a fight with the offensive lineman. You do not want to fight with an offensive lineman because a tackle, they will get their paws on you and they'll set their base and you are FUCKED.
Yep.
Surprised I've spelled that out, but you know.
I was gonna say I was swearing during the Penix pick just by being surprised.
I mean, that one was nuts. But yeah, no, Latu just plays extremely fluid. Like even it's just his body movements and his weight also, and this speed is just like the perfect combination of skills athletically, at least, to be a special player in the league. So a great pick for Indianapolis.
All right, we got a question here. Way too early rookie of the year. I love this question though. Offensive rookie of the year. Rome Odunze or JJ McCarthy? All right, listen, it's not going to be JJ McCarthy. No shot in hell. There's 0% chance. So I'm going to take probably Rome, but I'll probably end up going with
Neither.
Marvin Harrison Jr. Harrison Jr., your offensive rookie of the year. And defensive rookie of the year is TBD because I don't know where these guys are going. So I don't know if it'll be Latu. I will say, though, with Latu that I do like what Indianapolis is doing. I trust Chris Ballard. They're trying to build from the inside out. You see with Quentin Nelson and the way they built that offensive line. Not the biggest Anthony Richardson fan necessarily because of he's a little gimmicky, but he can make plays. So
Gimmicky in what sense?
Gimmicky, like if there's a 3rd and 15, do you trust Anthony Richardson to be able to get you a first down if it doesn't involve a run or a scramble? That's gimmicky.
I think what he's shown in his very limited tape.
I mean,
with
that's
throwing,
the issue. Yeah, it's 2 games, right? 3 games. I mean,
it's limited, of course, but I think what we saw is a sign of things to come. I think when he's healthy, he can be one of the most electric players in the NFL. Not even just quarterback. I'm saying just one of the most electric talents in the league.
Yeah. He has
He's
that
him.
like Lamar level of athleticism that can bring him to the next level. I mean, I'm not saying that,
you think he's at that level though? Like you think he's
right now, but I think with time and I guess the way they're drafting, I mean that's a defensive player. Obviously, it doesn't matter, but their offense looks good, bro. I mean, we'll see. I mean, this year you're going to get the answers, right? Like you really don't know until we see him on the field. But everything he's shown, at least from his time in college, everything through the draft process. I mean, and even the couple of the games, like he's a freak athlete, and I think that he has the arm potential, especially to like really sling it downfield, make those big throws on those 3rd and 15s. You know what I mean? Like, I think we'll find out a lot of answers about him this season.
The main concern too, coming out of Florida, was like the footwork and mechanics.
Yeah.
And I feel like when he got to the Colts, and obviously again, it's only 2 games or something like that he was able to play. But I feel like just watching him looked like a completely different player than what we saw in his time at Florida. And look at what Shane Steichen was able to do for Jalen Hurts, and then Jalen Hurts' progression after Steichen went to Indy.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Good point.
Steichen will elevate Richardson, especially when you have Jonathan Taylor in the backfield. You can take a little bit off his legs.
And
we have a very important question, by the way.
Fully healthy Jonathan Taylor, not compromised this season. So
we have a very important question. Frankie, where is the after party tonight? All right. I'm not Yeah, King Souvlaki there. Yes. There we go. Now we're talking. Yes. You go to King Souvlaki. You say Souvlaki. If you say Souvlaki, they look at you like you're crazy. Souvlaki. I still can't even say it. You want I go to Christos. You can't say Christos. You can say I go to Christos. So I go to Christos.
That's your spot?
No, Christos the stick gyro guy. Yeah.
I know.
You get the dust off the train track on your chicken souvlaki, and then it tastes even better. But I'll say this: I'm not an after party guy. I'm an after hours or after spot guy or a nightcap guy. So for me, probably just gonna end up going to a bar down the street. I ask for a glass of wine. You don't ask for a beer, and then that's amateur hour. You don't ask for
washed.
You don't ask for liquor, because then you're a little better than amateur. So you ask for a glass of wine and you walk around a bar late at night with a nice glass of red wine. Then the women all look at you like, who is this guy? Then I'm like, you know what? I'm Frankie V.
Maybe the women with AARP cards.
Who's this free drinking rosé? Everyone has like a fucking vodka Red Bull.
Who's this asshole drinking Zinfandel?
Exactly. That's funny.
All right. So what do we got? Pick is in. Did we miss a pick? Because
no,
I'm talking too much.
Seattle's pick is in there.
Also, just quick before Seattle's pick, I'm like super confused about what the hell the Falcons are doing.
Talking to your mic directly.
I'm super
like,
confused.
Turn it like this, so it's like
completely
good. In line.
Okay.
Sorry, chat.
Yeah. All right. Are we good now? Better? Yes. All right. No, I'm super confused about what the Falcons are doing exactly. You go and you draft Penix, which is a complete shocker before McCarthy. I mean, all the talk about Penix was that maybe, like a early mid-second round dude. And now all of a sudden this guy's, basically in the top 10. I mean, it's pretty fucking crazy. I'm not exactly sure what the plan is. You also have Kirk Cousins and a shit ton of weapons with Kyle Pitts and Bijan and all these guys that you had from the couple of years past. I mean, I like the idea. I guess they're banking on the fact that if Kirk goes down, they have the answer right there, and they don't have to go looking for a quarterback. That's what I'm thinking initially. But I don't know. It seems like Kirk played when he was playing pre-injury was playing extremely well. So, I mean, I'm expecting something similar to that in Atlanta. I don't know how long it's going to take for Penix to get playing time in Atlanta, but I think that's a little bit of a weird situation. But maybe it helps if he's sitting 1 or 2 seasons behind Kirk Cousins. I mean, that could only really help you. So I'm not sure.
There was going to be a run on quarterbacks eventually. So if they had Penix that high on their board and that was their guy, I mean, I still think they should have traded down. But like if Penix was Atlanta's guy, draft your guy. Especially when a few picks after you, there's not many places you can trade down. Like we just mentioned, we were like, why wouldn't we trade down? All those teams needed a quarterback. So if Penix is your guy, that's the one and only chance that you have to get your guy. And I think I was saying this at the combine. I thought Penix should have went ahead of JJ. I'm glad to see he did. I really don't hate it.
I mean, just logically speaking, like watching them play against each other. I mean, obviously Penix looked bad in that championship game, but just in general throughout the entirety of the college football season, it was evident who was using their arm talent and their throwing ability and like their ability to make reads down the field.
All right, hold on. We got breaking news. By the way, we're the number
on the clock at 17.
Wow.
The Vikings are back on the clock at 17. Big move.
They're pairing up the LSU boys.
That could be it.
And Thomas. That'd be disgusting.
Man. Oh man, that's.
I will say
they got Addison. I
want to say this too. We are the number one stream right now outside of the NFLs on Twitter Spaces. We're beating everybody. Every other stream, we're number one. So shout outs to the crew. 2,300 strong in the stream. Uniques. Let's freaking go. Shout outs to everyone in there. I see Jokes. I see Racing. Mike B. Jojo. We got the boys. Reptar. Boys are back in town. Brock. Velasca. Appreciate you guys highly. All right, let's see what this is. So we got to trade to 17.
Vikings trade up to 17 for 23, 167, and a 2025 third and a 2025 fourth.
Oh wow, that's kind of a bad trade.
Yeah.
That's a little rough.
I wonder who they're going after.
Yeah, that's
a bad trade. Wait, they got what? They went from 23 to 17, and then what else did they?
Oh no!
What did they get?
Repeat that again, Kyle.
23, 167, a 2025 third, and a 2025 fourth for 17.
Oh,
That's good for
a lot.
Minnesota.
Yeah, I was gonna. Yeah, that's good for Minnesota. It seems like a lot for 17.
Who they trade with?
Who did they want at 17? Oh, that's what Minnesota gave up. Jacksonville.
Okay, so I took Brian Thomas draft position
Who's
under 19 and a half. I need him to go to Cincinnati. That's like the last spot before my bet loses.
Now that I could see
No,
happening, especially with the
comments.
T. Higgins thing, for sure. I mean, it seems like T. Higgins wants to get the hell out of here there. So I mean,
If T's leaving, I think that's the Thomas Jr. spot.
I mean,
is Cincy.
didn't he just say he demanded a trade out of there, right? They tagged him. I mean, I'm not exactly sure what his plan is.
If you're Cincy, take Thomas, trade Higgins.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah. You're saving a shit ton of money. I mean, I don't think the Bengals are looking to pay T. Higgins $30 million. I don't really see it.
The Rams.
By the way,
Let's see what we got here.
pick is in.
Hmm.
The Seahawks select Byron Murphy.
Wow, I like it.
Great
I do
value.
like it.
I like
Great
it.
value at 16.
I mean, that
Phenomenal value.
That boosts up their defense a little bit. I mean, that's good.
Yeah, Byron Murphy, one of the better defensive tackles that projects out to be a 10+ a year sack guy. Guy reminds me a lot of Aaron Donald. I'm not saying he'll be as good as Aaron Donald. Aaron Donald being a top 10 pick from a smaller school too. Byron Murphy coming from Texas, quick, agile, aggressive, quick. So they got a really good value there. Good for Seattle. They're always looking at good defensive players. They seem to want to know what they want, except when they gave us 2 first-round picks for Jamal Adams. Ha.
Yeah, thank you for that. That was Garrett Wilson and Elijah Vera Tucker that we got out of that trade.
That was a great trade for the
thank
Jets,
you,
bro.
Seattle.
Amazing trade.
On the topic of the trade, though, the trade that's coming up with this next pick, where do we think Minnesota's going?
I think Minnesota's looking because they ended up their first pick was
their O-line's pretty locked up.
They got
right?
McCarthy, so they're going to try to give someone a McCarthy, either an offensive tackle or a wide receiver, in my opinion. So I'm looking at this now. I'm thinking they're going to give him some help. They have Sam Darnold, who's projected a star for them, and I doubt that's going to last. So they're going to look, I think, offensive tackle or wide receiver right here. Trade. They gave 23 and some late. 123 is projected to be what? Was it a 4th rounder or 3rd? 123 is a 4th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I have it right here. So the Vikings traded 23, 167, a 2025 3rd, and a 4th to the Jaguars for 17. I mean, I don't really like that for Jacksonville that much, but it is what it is.
Was any of those picks Minnesota traded away something that they got back from Houston, or was it just the one? Or am I completely confusing that with a different?
I think
I might be completely.
Yeah,
wrong.
I think you're confusing that.
Okay.
Confusing that one.
I am going to need Brian Thomas under 19 and a half, though. I placed 2 draft bets, and that was one of them.
Yeah, so I don't know what the deal is exactly with the whole betting thing. I don't know if anyone from the New York State government is listening, but I could drive about 15 minutes away from my house and go place any stupid draft bet that I wanted to. But I have principles. I'm not driving to Jersey when I needed to be here. I have responsibilities and things to do. So I'm not going to go out of my
Oh, I'm
way
sure
to
you do.
Better than I am.
I'm serious. No, seriously though. I mean, come on. I gotta go drive to Jersey to freaking go place a bet. I mean, I could care less. It's ridiculous, bro. I mean, New York's got to fix that.
All right, so Minnesota. All right, guys. Minnesota traded up. They traded 23, 167, future 3rd, and next year's 4th for this player. Let's see who it is. You could hire the volume on that, D.
Remote's right to your right. Oh,
Dallas Turner.
Okay.
That's how you make up for Danielle
All right.
Hunter.
Yeah.
Yes. So
Yeah.
Danielle Hunter ends up leaving in free agency, ends up going to the Houston Texans on a big deal. Minnesota, who just got JJ McCarthy earlier, they actually traded with us up 1 pick for us to get a 4th, which I like. We have Dallas Turner. Listen, I love Dallas Turner. I told you guys this. I think he's so versatile. He's got some more meat he could put on those bones there, but he's a great pass rusher and he's a phenomenal player. He's constantly looking at how to get ahead and how to figure out how to stop ball carriers or quarterbacks. So,
And in addition to that, I'm sure you're getting a very pissed off player because this is a guy that many people mocked going 8 to Atlanta, and he just went 17. So I'm sure he's carrying a pretty big chip on his shoulder. It's a great pick for Minnesota. McCarthy, I think the jury's going to be still out, but I think this pick with Turner is instant impact for losing Danielle Hunter.
I mean, Hunter provided how many sacks last season?
I think he didn't.
Exactly.
I don't know.
No, he didn't. He didn't have as many as some of the top guys, but
I feel like he was up there for a good amount of the season, though. No,
he was. No, Danielle Hunter. I think you meant Dallas Turner. Sorry, no, Danielle Hunter had 16 and a half sacks last year. Dallas Turner, though, still has some left to be done. But look at him; he's constantly tracking the ball carrier. He's all over the field. But I agree with this comment here by James Monty, my guy from Harrison. Frankie looking chiseled right now. Damn right, bro. I'm ready to be drafted next year. I was talking to AVT about it. If they need another guard, I'm coming right in. I'll put on 50 pounds, no problems.
I mean, yeah. He also has a ton of experience in big games and playing in Alabama, and he's part of Nick Saban's last team, right? So, I mean, that's one of the last guys that Nick Saban's recruited. Take that for what it is. I mean, obviously the kid was highly touted coming out of high school, and now he's in the NFL. So
Turner also went into Alabama his first year and was getting reps. So
yeah,
I think it was Connor Rogers who brought up this point. Think about all the 5-star recruits that you have to leapfrog to be a freshman at Alabama playing impactful snaps.
Yep, exactly.
That is enough.
Especially in that. I mean, in that system with that coach, it 100% says enough about him as a player.
We have a question here. Out of the 6 quarterbacks drafted, which are definitely sitting the first year. So Penix will definitely sit. I do like Atlanta for Penix also for his development specifically because he'll be behind Kirk Cousins. He'll be able to look at an actual pocket guy that he wants to emulate. So I like that. He'll sit. I actually think McCarthy might sit in Minnesota. I think him sitting behind Darnold makes sense. But then I think the other guys are not going to play. I think Bo Nix will play right away. I don't see Jared Stidham. Yeah,
I think Nix will. I think Nix will
play, and the top 3 guys will play too.
That may be a mistake on the Broncos' part, but I mean, yeah, Zach Wilson has comp now. So.
It's Sean Payton, dude. You never know. I think he'll play Nix.
Yeah, we'll see.
And with how slim that depth chart is, that quarterback room is horrible.
I mean, I've never, from the moment I saw him play those games against Washington last season, I was never a big Bo Nix guy, especially with the talent that they had on the roster. I feel like they easily could have beaten Washington one of those games and then got shit on. I'm not a big Bo Nix guy. I mean, if he turns into a good quarterback in the league, I guess I just don't know anything about good quarterback play because he's shown me literally nothing on film or in games where that's mattered.
Josh Rubin, who the Rams taking 19. What's up, Josh?
I got a prediction. I think they're going to take an offensive tackle. I think if you look at Troy Fatanu, you look at Amarius Mims or Tyler Guyton, they don't really have a stable left tackle right now. Harvenstein is getting older too. I think they're going to look at tackle. They want to protect. They want to get the ball out to their weapons. So I think tackle makes the most sense for me. And honestly, not as many tackles are going as we thought. How many tackles so far have gone? I think 3.
So
4.
Fashanu?
4 tackles.
Everyone besides Fatanu.
Yeah.
I think with the Rams, Cooper Kupp's getting old. Like if the Bengals don't take Brian Thomas, maybe you use why
Puka.
not? That'd be I know, but imagine Puka and Brian. Carlos looking at me, he's pissed.
No, but
Bills fan over there.
Kupp still has a couple more years.
I'm thinking about it.
Come on, I don't know.
Josh, I'm thinking about it, dude.
All right, so right now, what do we got so far? Who's left on the big board? Let's go through the big board right now. We got these selections going on, and I'm going to tell you who I think's the best value at the current moment. So right now, we have best available Quinion Mitchell, decent player. Terrion Arnold, in my opinion, is the best corner in this draft. So I think Terrion Arnold, if you want the best player available, I would say him at corner. He's really, really special. At wide receiver, you have Brian Thomas Jr., Ladd McConkey still on the board. You have Z Newton, Illinois guy, Zerzan. Son Newton's nice, man. He's someone that's going to be a playmaker, and he's going to be a fit guy. I could also see the Rams maybe trying to bring him in with Kobe. They might be able to do something up front with Turner. But yeah, I love Ladd McConkey right now. I don't know if he's going to go in the next couple picks, but Ladd McConkey brings tremendous value as a Z receiver too. So we all look at him as a slot, but as a Z, I said he's in front of Brian Thomas Jr. for me. So if you want an instant impact wide receiver, he's going to give you everything. He's going to give you everything.
Like he's not in front of Thomas for me, but I mean, he's probably right. He's probably the next guy up. So I mean, I guess you can't really go wrong with either.
Bills Mafia Dan, will the Bills trade back from 28? I think if anything, if these receivers keep slipping, I think it could be really similar to the Kincaid moving up a few spots, going to get their guy. Not a massive trade up, but like just a few spots to make sure that they get their guy. Obviously, they're looking at receiver. I think like Brian Thomas, if he's there, obviously I keep bringing that name up, but A.D. Mitchell, Lad McConkey, I don't think Xavier Worthy's the best fit there. Maybe Xavier Legette, probably not. But I would look at some of those names. I think
there's so many good receivers.
Yeah, you can just list like the list goes on.
So
and on.
crazy. We didn't even mention. I mean, I don't know what you think about Coleman, but I like Coleman. I mean, that's another guy. Like, there's a bunch of still stud receivers out there. So.
Yeah,
I'll say this though. The Bills. Everyone was projecting the Bills to trade up in this draft to take one of the top receivers. Now, granted, Brian Thomas Jr., Lad McConkey are still available, so there's something to be said there that maybe they're going to wait and maybe they'll trade up now. But to think they're going to trade up in the top 10 in this draft, like we all thought, nobody really did. The only team that did technically trade up in the top 10 was the Jets. We got Minnesota to trade up into the top 10. Technically, we dropped a pick. So to think they're going to trade up in the top 10 every year is very, very unlikely, especially with how much draft capital will be required to do so. Why are we doing a thumbs down on this stream? What's up with that? Is there someone thumbs downing us? It's kind of weird.
That's a good point, though, Racing. You can get a Pro Bowl level receiver in the 3rd to 5th, especially in this class.
Yeah.
And if anyone's going to find him, it's the Rams.
Yep.
The thing is, if you look historically, right, if you look historically in the 3rd, 4th, 5th round, receivers drafted technically don't have much of a hit rate. They don't end up starting. You have like a 15% chance to really become an everyday starter. So this draft is probably different, but it's not a sure thing for sure.
Yeah, and the Bengals pick is in, and I totally forgot they had got Zach Moss. I mean, they're going to look a lot different next year, and especially with all this T. Higgins stuff coming out. I mean, this is an interesting pick here. I'm excited to see what they do. I think it's one of the more interesting case studies of teams because, you know, you could have the receiver, but you can also go in a different direction. I think they got a lot of stuff to look at, Bengals.
Let's bring in our guy. We got our guy Jack back at home, back on the West Coast. What up, dog? What up? How you doing, bro?
Been on a live in a while. It's been a hot minute, but yeah, this is popping. What, we got 2,300 people in here?
Yeah, almost 24. Let's go, my guy. Number one show right now outside of Yahoo, I think, in the NFL. So let's see, boy. Let's see. Us and Jake Assman going head to head. We're punching blood. I think he just passed us, though. My guy Jake, he does his thing. No, I got to give him some love.
Jake is
he just
boy.
passed us. We were in front of him until about an hour ago.
So this Bengals pick is in. Let's see.
They take.
And Marius Mims.
The project right tackle, Georgia, doesn't have many starts, but is a monster. He's big dude, absorbs power, as we're showing right now. Limited starts, though. I'm not the biggest fan for a team looking for someone to come in instantly because I think he's going to take a lot of time. But he's got a lot of physical attributes. I think he needs to move a little better. Yeah, the traits are there. I don't love the technique.
I mean, even just watching this film like that they're putting on the screen now, I mean, he's clearly a just beast of a human. The footwork could use some, fine tuning, but I mean, all this stuff gets taken care of with NFL line, with NFL coaches. So we'll see.
All right, so Jack, what are we thinking with the Rams?
It's sad times right now in Rams land because of Aaron Donald. I think that hurt a lot of people. So yeah, there were some difficult. It's definitely been a little bit of a difficult offseason, but not completely. They've definitely stacked up a little in terms of their defense. They picked up guys like Trey White. There was a reunion with Darius Williams. I think there's a couple names that I've seen going around. I know Chop Robinson is kind of up there as like a name that people are looking at. Cooper DeJean's another one. DeJean, how are you pronouncing that?
DeJean, DeJean, I have no clue either.
I have no idea, honestly. Pronunciation's like the hardest thing. So, I mean, we'll see. I wouldn't hate if they went offense. I wouldn't hate if they went. I really don't care. I think the two names that I just mentioned are probably the ones that are like at the forefront of my mind right now. But if they go offense, it wouldn't surprise me. So.
Yeah, real quick, we got a question by Kevin Pizzars. Why did the Vikings trade up with the Jets to get JJ McCarthy? Jets weren't going to take him. True. However, the Jets might have been flirting with the idea that somebody else was going to trade up to 10 to maybe take JJ. Maybe Denver, maybe the Raiders. So maybe there was some conversations going on there like, hey, we have other phone calls. Give us that fourth. We'll give it to you. So that's Joe Douglas for you. It's Joe Douglas.
Yep.
Yeah, agreed.
So Jack, how are you feeling overall? How's Rams land? I know you touched on it a bit, but you want to go offense or defense?
I don't care. I think offensively the team is going to be fine. I was a little bit bummed to see because I think some of the chatter that was going on was they wanted to trade up for Brock Bowers. And obviously that didn't end up working out. And like what stings, I think, a little bit more is the teams that they wanted to trade with to trade up to get Brock Bowers were teams that took quarterbacks that frankly they probably don't really need right now. Like one of them was we took Bo Nix.
Broncos.
The Broncos, yeah. I don't really know if that was the biggest need for them right now. Or like,
I mean, the biggest one is the Falcons. I mean, I really don't think they need Michael Penix.
They were going to trade up with the Falcons too. That's the team that they were talking to try and trade up to take Bowers.
I mean, that would have been really scary. Stafford with Puka, Cup, and freaking
Bowers, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been wild for sure.
It's not like they didn't have like plans in place though. That's why they signed guys like Colby Parkinson. I mean obviously I'm not trying to compare Colby Parkinson to Brock Bowers yet, but it's going to help because Tyler Higbee tore his ACL in the playoff game, so he's going to be out for a little bit.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we'll see. I don't really think I'd be too mad either way, unless they took like a huge reach or something.
Are you just best player available at this point?
Kinda, yeah. I think that's probably what I'm looking for.
I don't blame you. That's probably the smart move.
The Vikings have 3 picks in the 2025 draft as of now. Good insight, Racing Clips. I didn't even think about that. That's really good insight.
This has been a fun draft.
When
so
are
far,
those
though.
picks? When are all of them?
And Jack, yeah, it has been a really fun draft.
Yeah.
It's been fun for the most part. It's been a little chalky, though. I wish there was a little more craziness going on, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, the Penix pick was pretty freaking wild.
The Penix
pick was wild, yes.
I mean, that was out of nowhere. Unbelievable.
Well, people probably would have been okay with JJ getting picked there. I'd rather have Penix there than JJ.
Yeah.
Not with the fit in Atlanta, but at that spot. You know what I mean?
I totally agree. I'm a Michigan fan, and I can tell you firsthand, I also thought that Penix was just a clearly much better quarterback prospect. So the Bo Nix laterally really surprised me. Like I was reading mocks and big boards where Bo Nix was going in the second round. Like I saw something where the Giants drafted Malik Neighbors and then also drafted Bo Nix in the second round. I mean, crazy.
All right, Jack, the pick is in. So, Jack, resident Rams fan, the pick is in. 19th overall. If they end up getting Ladd McConkey, I'm going to laugh my ass off. I would love that, man. Imagine they just.
How would you laugh? I would be scared. They have an
I would laugh in a good way, like a joker, like laugh, like ha, 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 ha. Like, I would love that.
I mean,
I think
we'll
that'd be
see.
a phenomenal pick. So.
Anything is on the table. Like they could. I'm surprised they haven't traded the pick. So we'll see what they do.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to trade up. I really thought.
Yeah,
they
were really dead set on trading up, and I think the Falcons were really dead set on getting what's his name?
Oh my God, they got Spencer Rattler. Oh my God. I'm just kidding, Jack.
I know. Right. I'm relying on you guys to get this, but I knew that was a troll. So.
I was going to say you might be a slight bit ahead of us.
It's probably already been revealed. I've like minimized all my windows. My phone is turned upside down right now. I'm totally like
most likely. I mean the Rams used the entire clock here, right? I mean,
pretty much
sure used the entire
entire clock.
Pretty much, yeah.
It feels like it's been 10 minutes.
They might have been trying to trade back, Jack. I could see that. I mean, they've been rumored to want to trade back, and they've been rumored also to want to trade up to kind of get someone. I think offensive tackle here makes the most sense, wouldn't you say?
I wouldn't hate it. I think that some stability on the O-line could definitely help them a little bit.
Yeah, this is more of a coin flip for me. I'm not really sure. I don't really know.
100%. Let's see what they got.
Oof.
Jared.
Okay, I like it. I like Jared.
Yeah,
We need an edge. We definitely need an edge. So
I like it too, bro. Just keep adding depth to that defense. Aaron Donald is going. I mean, how could you not like that? I mean, yeah, 6'3", insane wingspan, 250. It's great 40 time. Not that, like I said, those don't really matter, but I mean, for his size, it kind of does matter. Guy's a beast, insane burst off the line. I mean, great player for the Rams. And with that,
And what you also do there is with Kobe Turner, you give him some support. You have that rookie that was phenomenal last year, and you're going to
Should've
give him
won
some
defensive
support.
rookie of the year, by the way. I'm
I
still a
actually
little
agree with
salty
that.
about
Yeah, I think that was just because of the team, obviously, and like all the stuff going on with the Texans and whatnot. But I do agree. I think getting Jared Verse is a big W for Kobe Turner, who can actually develop out, and they could develop next to each other. Having a great edge and a great D tackle, they play off each other. So I mean,
Exactly.
that's a big.
It's a bit of a younger core now, but I think it's really good that they're trying to build it up right now.
I think it's after, bro. Listen, after the Super Bowl and all the money tied up in some of these guys, I think it's probably the smart route to go here. I mean, these are the cornerstone positions that you need to have a successful team, and I don't doubt the Rams or their draft process at all. I mean, it seems like every single year they come away with at least 1 or 2 steals, and every single draft is pretty.
Jason was
awesome.
talking about it earlier. Like, this team is the one that really knows how to hit on like those late round picks, like Puka Nacua, 5th round, Cooper Kupp, 3rd round. Like, this team will hit on stuff late in the draft. So I wouldn't be surprised, like, if someone that they take tomorrow or on Saturday ends up turning out to be somebody like one of the 4 pieces.
First, to me, even could have. Like I said, I mean, it's just the amount of offensive talent in this draft is just like outstanding. Like, if there weren't so many good offensive players, that's also another guy I could have seen, going a little bit earlier. So really good pick for the Rams. I like it. And also, he didn't have as many eyes on him as he should have. Florida State in that whole, they basically got screwed. So, if he was in those college football playoff games, a national championship game, or not saying they were deserving Florida State, but if he was in it, I mean, I think the hype would have been a little bit more in his draft process.
Yep. So yeah, let's go through some of the picks right now. So this next pick is in. We got the who's up right now? The Chargers?
Steelers, I think.
Steelers, sorry. I thought it was how am I smoking?
Yep,
but we have Jack, want to let you go. We got somebody else coming in.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump behind
the
the scenes again. Thank you guys for having me.
Of course, yeah.
Up above 2,400, it's 2,400. It's still climbing.
2,400 plus. Let's go, baby.
Let's go, baby. All right.
Yo, good talking to you, Jack.
Yep. Catch you guys later.
Catch you.
All right, Mr. Zach, where you at, dude? Where you in the club?
Hold on. Can you guys see me?
No.
No, we cannot see you. We can hear you though.
Hold on.
All right. We'll get Zach when he's ready to be in. But yeah, so right now we have the Steelers on the clock. This is a big pick for Pittsburgh. I think, listen, my best player available right now is Terrion Arnold. So I'm a big Terrion Arnold guy. I think that's the way to go here. However, they don't really necessarily need a corner. Getting Joey Porter last year kind of solidified them as getting a young corner on their roster. So I'm kind of curious what Pittsburgh does here. D, what do you kind of think? And you think they're going to go offense? They might have to go offense, right?
I think that you got to go offense. I mean, you got rid of Deontay Johnson, and you're going to need a little bit of it's really tough to say, bro, because they have Pickens, and I guess you could, they'll figure it out on the offensive side of the ball with the quarterback. I don't know what they're doing with Russ and Fields. Do you ever I'm pretty sure it's Russ is the day one starter, right? So, I mean, I don't know if they're planning to build the rest of this season's roster, building around Russ, because I feel like the types of players you're bringing in to build the team around Russ are probably going to be different than the ones that you're trying to get for a guy like for Justin Fields, right? I mean, Justin Fields brings a different type of dynamic to the game. So.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing with them. It's like with Justin Fields there now, they're probably going to want to develop him out as much as they can, but they declined his 5th-year option, so Fields will be there for a year. Is he going to compete with Russ for that quarterback 1 job?
So I think they go offense just to appease one of those guys at least.
All right, Zach, another Giants fan. What it do, my guy? How you feeling? What's going on?
Good.
Yo.
Getting crazy amounts of sun in Florida. Vibes are high.
Nice haircut, bro. You look good with that
Thanks.
haircut, dog. You got the Miami tape up, man. I respect that.
No, I've been a freelance broadcasting out on Long Island. I got a guy out in like Center Reach. He's good. Doesn't speak any English, but he's good. It's one of those places you walk in, you point at a picture on the wall and say, "Hey, I want that." $25 later, it's fantastic. But
Cooking.
Not bad.
So what's going on, dude? How you feel about the Giants getting neighbors?
I've never felt so relieved to see a Giants pick just be the you go up and you get the best player available. I feel like too many times it's always pick for need, pick for, the GM's guy, not necessarily the best player. I mean, look, I wanted Drake May. Once it became apparent that they weren't going to be able to get him, I said, get Neighbors.
Bro, literally same here. From a Giants fan to another Giants fan, that was my exact same frame of thought. If you weren't going to be able to get a quarterback at the caliber of Drake May, there was absolutely no point of trading up. So I think Neighbors was the clear, safe pick. I mean, I'm a fan.
I'll say this, though, just because I've been switching back and forth between draft and the Knicks game, I haven't really seen like that much on social media what's been going on. I was on the phone with my friend and I said, hey, let's try and trade back up into the first round for Penix while Atlanta was on the clock. And then I saw the screen flash and I was like, yo, hold on. What the hell? What do you guys know? Like, this feels like it's out of nowhere. I don't think Kirk Cousins knew. Like, where did this come from?
Yeah.
That's a good point. I don't know if Kirk knew about that. I would hope that they let him know about it, but
So I think I saw a tweet, maybe one of our guys in the back there can correct me if I'm wrong, but it said that they told Kirk they were going to draft a quarterback, but not in the first round. They told him they were going to draft one or maybe the third round, which is pretty crazy. So, I mean, to jump basically to the top 10 to draft Penix there is absolutely wild.
Dion, you got a hater in the comments, by the way. Dion looking like a real homer right now. I completely agree.
That's
Biggest
my brother.
homer I've ever seen.
Of cour's saying that.
Yeah.
Like, Penix,
I agree, Alex. I agree.
Cousins getting paid until Penix is 28. Like, I don't get it. The best tweet I saw, I forget who tweeted it. Someone said, yeah, Cousins is going to find out about the pick when he reads the
Pick
news.
is in.
Oh, let's see it. Steelers pick.
Steelers pick. All right, I'm feeling offensive tackle. I'm feeling Fatanu.
do they finally take a receiver in the first round?
I think it's Fatanu.
I'm just waiting on Thomas to go because I have him as the 4th receiver drafted.
They might take him. He plays like George Pickens, though. What do we got over here? All right, these awards and whatnot. All right, Alex says that the Giants should take Jordan Travis. By the way, we're at 2450 strong. Let's eat.
Let's get us to 3K.
I'm like weirdly not against that
draft
idea. Jordan Travis, the injury scares me, but I mean
That's a fracture though. That's not like a history of like soft tissue injuries. That's like a fluke.
But even if
here we go.
Yeah, let's see.
Oh, he's still yapping.
I'm torn because I'll shut up once Goodell actually announced the pick, but
they're announcing right now.
I mean, yeah, this guy's doing a full yap session right now. Come on.
We got an opportunity to make a difference in the lives of people all over the world. Free Palestine.
Yo.
I mean, it's not as bad. I say this as a college football fan. It's not as bad as, watching some of these commitment announcements of where these guys are going to school, and you're tuned into some.
What did I say? Pick is out. Troy Fatanu.
It's a good pick.
He fell. He fell pretty far.
No, he didn't fall. He went exactly where he should. Troy Fatanu did a lot of film work on him. A guy who is extremely, extremely quick, great on his feet, physical. Doesn't necessarily have a position, but a really, really quality tackle and someone that can be molded into a guard if need be. Michael Penix is left tackle, so kind of like his de facto non-blind side, but guy can play everywhere. The Jets were rumored to take him. Versatile. Elijah Vera Tucker being the comp. And we had Elijah on earlier on the stream.
Pretty good comp.
I like that pick. I think
he's gonna be good there. They'll get the most out of him.
I feel like Pittsburgh's needed O-line for like a decade now, but it's a good pick.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Are we still at no cornerbacks? I don't think we are.
No corners.
No corners.
Man, Quinyon Mitchell's going to fall right into Howie Roseman's hands, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Oh, no.
I thought the Eagles would like trade up for a corner, and they're just going to fall right into their lap.
No, it'd be very unfortunate.
There was a lot of rumors they were going to trade up for a corner.
I'm trying to think. I don't really like any of the corners other than Mitchell, and I like Wiggins. I don't love either of the Bama guys.
I agree with you. I like Mitchell the most. I like DeJean a lot. It just depends. Like, do you want him at safety or corner?
I see him as a safety.
I do too. I think he can be a Pro Bowler at safety. I think at corner he'd be like an average starter.
Go watch Roman Wilson in the national championship game against Alabama's quarterbacks, and you can make your own judgment on if you think these guys are first-round picks or not.
All right, Zach, last comments. What do you got?
Whoever picks Darius Robinson,
Love that pick.
Jersey. He's going to be so good.
Agree with you.
But
all right,
yeah,
Zachy.
thanks for bringing me on, guys. Appreciate it.
Of course, dude. Thanks for coming on.
All right, cool. So we have another pick is in. This is Jacksonville, I assume. Yes.
Does Miami?
Yeah, I'm not getting these colors right. Jeez, I can't see crap.
Does Mike McDaniel get his way and take a speedster and Worthy, or do they go edge or O-line? I've been mocking them with Jackson Powers Johnson pretty much the entire draft process. I know all my friends that are Dolphins fans were thinking it's Jackson Powers Johnson. I think he's a great player. He's been, I think, gotten more love in the media than he has from scouts themselves. But I think like this should be JPJ, especially with Fontenelle going right there. And they need to protect. They need O-line help bad. They also need edge help. But
I mean, JPJ is I think he's going to need a little bit of work. I like what he did at Oregon. Do I think he's the greatest prospect? No, but I do like the upside. I feel like a lot of these guys, it's really just NFL coaching. I mean, you get these guys in the right system, in the right defensive scheme. Who knows, bro? I mean, I don't know. We'll see.
I just want to be vindicated for all my mocks. I've been mocking JPJ in pretty much, like I said, every single one that I've done. Has been one of the most confident picks I do. It's like, oh, okay, Miami, Jackson Powers Johnson. I had Latu as a player going there, but obviously he's gone. I thought if he fell to them, they were going to take him. They were going to run to the podium for him just because that UCLA connection. But I think they need to protect Tua. You already have enough weapons. You can always improve. You can always add weapons. But I think they have enough weapons on offense. So this is like, go protect Tua. Especially losing Robert Hunt in free agency. You need that interior line help.
So, yeah, we're going to find out a lot about Tua this season, and I feel like Tua's on like a Daniel Jones trajectory right now, it seems like, where he's going to be good enough to get them into the playoffs, it seems like, but not good enough to get them over the hump. I guess, in theory, obviously you want to protect them. So, I mean, I do understand why the Powers Johnson pick is, something you would consider. Do I love it? Yeah, it's like a mad pick for me, bro. Like, it's going to help, but
you don't need a flashy pick. You know what I mean? Like, if you're Miami, you have flashy players. You have speed. You need protection. Your entire offense is reliant on giving Tyree, Waddle, Echan, if he's running as a pass catcher. You know what I mean? You need time. You need time to run routes, especially if it's not just like quick. Boom, boom. If you're like trying to really like develop stuff downfield, you need time for Tua.
That's the thing. It's not like Tua's great at. Well, I mean, he's decent at getting out of the pocket and kind of like creating things, but I mean, it seems like sometimes he's just running out there like a chicken without a head. So,
by the way, I got this shirt on, boys. Broadway Joe, because we are winning the Super Bowl. I got him on. We are ready to go, baby.
You heard it. Oh,
We're eating.
they're going to win a Super Bowl. You see this? You see this right here? I've seen a Super Bowl. It felt very good.
Fuck you.
Against their worst enemy.
Don't care.
Racing Clip says Jet sources saying Bowers was a smokescreen. I mean, I'm not surprised if you listen to Joe Douglas and what he was saying at his last presser. He was saying that how much he loved Bowers and how versatile a player like that can be for an offense. And we didn't end up taking him. So yeah. I mean, he also went a little later than people thought. So
that is true.
All right, is this pick in yet? What the hell's going on? How long is this pick?
I'm waiting on.
It's 5 hours. It's a 50-minute pick.
Worthy would be a reach, though. I mentioned Worthy because he's a speedster. He's just a McDaniel guy, but I think that'd be a pretty good reach.
We are at 2,500 concurrent on Twitter Spaces. The number 3 stream right now for the draft. Us and Jake Assman going head to head. We are eating right now. uSTADIUM in the house. Let's get it.
Jet fans out in full support. If us and Asman are up there, Jet fans are out in full support tonight. I'd love to see that. Appreciate all you guys tuning in. Let's get us to 3K though. I want to see 3K.
3K. We're almost there.
3K. Me and Frankie will take another shot on stream.
Done. Yes. Get us to 3K. Yes. Another shot on the stream. Yes.
Every 1,000.
Yes.
Every 1,000 concurrent viewers. Me and Frankie take a shot on stream.
I am not going to sleep tonight.
If we match 20K again, like we did in free agency, dude. All right, here we go. Goodell's walking out.
Pick is in, boys. Chris, what up, my guy?
What's up, Chris?
All right, pick is in. Who did the Dolphins select? You could hire that. Chop Robinson. All right. So shout outs to the Dolphins on actually a good pick. I know that Chop Robinson might not make sense when you consider Jalen Phillips and Bradley Chubb, but both those guys got hurt last year. So the Dolphins looking at the rush. Chop Robinson reminds me a lot. His comp is Bryce Huff. Chop Robinson and Bryce Huff are very similar in comps. They're both twitchy edge sort of players. So yeah, that's a pretty good pick by them. Oh, we got my boy. Oh boy, this is gonna break the stream right now. Oh no, he didn't.
Let's go.
Let's get it. What it do?
How you guys feeling about the pick?
Terrible. No, I'm kidding.
AVT
It's a
liked
great
it. AVT liked it, so we like it.
Yeah. Was it one to drop your nuts on? What do you feel?
No, Aaron. Go ahead. Go, Jace.
I was more on team weapon because I wanted to see it. You know what I mean? Like I wanted that like high powered explosiveness, but you can't eat your dessert before you eat your dinner. You know what I mean? You need to get that O-line for Aaron first. That was
finish your breakfast.
Exactly. Joe Douglas finished his breakfast.
The wise man once said, "Youngin, finish your breakfast."
Yo, the Jets pick is like this, ready? It's like eating a regular bison burger that you know is just gonna hit the spot versus doing wagyu or something. You know what I mean? Just go with chop, dude.
It's a safe pick.
It's a very safe pick.
Yeah, safe pick with a good pick.
And like Kenny, the receiver class is so deep in terms of weapons. Like,
yeah,
you can grab your O-line for the future, your left tackle, your staple for the next 5 years, while using the assets that you got back and maybe move up from 72 a couple spots. Go grab one of these receivers because there's like we were doing our pre-draft lists, bro. There's like 20 good receivers that you can like just plug and play. So I mean, it was the right move.
And Ara, the thing too with Fashanu is they wanted Fashanu last year if he were to come out, so he stayed in college for a year. And Joe Douglas apparently had a top 5 pick with Fashanu last year. The Jets didn't talk about Fashanu, and nobody did. He wasn't a guy that had a lot of red flags, but he also didn't have anything that you look at when you watch his film and you're like, yo, he's like, down blocking dudes and throwing them all, off the line. He's not that like physical necessarily, but bro, you cannot get around the guy. He's freaking Gumby. He's like Monty in high school, He's like he's unbelievable. He's an incredible guy.
It's like Frank B at an open bar. I'm for food,
Yeah, exactly. Or Frank V at
the buffet
an open bar. Yeah. Yeah.
Dang. Yeah, I didn't even catch it. I was watching the Knicks.
Dude, I saw Embiid dropped 50.
Yeah, it made me feel real good about myself.
Wait, did he really? I didn't see anything.
Embiid dropped 50. Sixers
what was
won
the
by
score
what?
of the game?
11? 125, 114? Yeah.
Oh my lord. Oh shit. Were the refs screwing us tonight, Aaron? How many free throws Embiid shoot? 50?
He always gets to the line, but he was just hitting threes and stuff, and like they just weren't missing in the third quarter. They kind of ran away with it. It was a close game at halftime. I was thinking, all right, it's time to put the foot on the neck, go up 3-0. But I expected them to lose this game, but I think if they could get Sunday, I think it's going to be huge because they're going to come out, balls to the wall, trying to tie it up. And I think, at least Brunson snapped out of it, but I don't know.
Yeah, what Brunson have, like 39?
Yeah, Philly's good, man. They Lowry was such a good pickup for them. I cannot stand Kyle Lowry.
I know. He always like, dude, whenever he's around the ball or even when he's like playing D or something, he's always in the right spot, man. He just makes winning plays, bro. That dude, when Toronto won that year with Kawhi, everyone, puts it on Kawhi and no one like, talks about anybody else. Just having that leadership, man, that makes such a big difference, bro.
Like having another coach on the floor. The other thing, yeah, and it allows Maxey to just do his thing and like run free and just hit shots. And Maxey's like stepped it up and took his game to the next level. I don't know, but honestly, for as much as like you gotta respect Embiid, he's a bitch. I don't know if you guys saw the play where all of a sudden, he was kind of getting into it and he was losing his composure a little bit. And then the Knicks made a nice play, like Embiid felt he didn't get the call. And then we get Mitchell Robinson about to go for a wide open dunk. Embiid's on the ground.
Insane.
And then grabs Mitchell Robinson's feet. And then like could have really hurt him. Like that's a dirty, dirty move. So I don't know. I'm just like growing a big for this team. I never really about the Sixers, but now I fucking hate them.
Dude, Brunson had 39. I didn't even see that. That's good. At least he got going. 13 of 27. Your mic's not on. 13 of 27, 3 of 7 from 3, 13 assists. All right, nice night, but still. Yeah, man. Dude, Dante, man, had a bad night. I'm looking now. 2 of 7, 5 points. It's not great.
He'll shoot his way out of that.
He had an insane dunk.
Yeah, we didn't catch any of that game.
Yeah, he had an insane play. But, yeah, I don't know. I think it all comes down to Sunday. But I'll let you guys get back to the NFL talk.
Appreciate it, Kenny.
All right, bro. Talk to you soon, Era.
Do your thing.
Peace. All right, so we're rolling up right now. We hit 2,500 on the stream. Let's eat, boys. Good shit, good shit. Third show right now. Us and Jake Assman going head to head. He passed us in the last 20 minutes though, so I'm a little bit tight on that. But Jake's a good guy. How do the Eagles always luck out? We didn't see the pick yet, so let's see who the Eagles ended up taking. Is the
Mitchell
pick in?
or Arnold?
Yo,
here comes Goodell.
No. Oh, your mic's off. You gotta turn it off.
Yo.
Yeah, you're back. You're good. All right, the Eagles.
This kid, bro.
I think it's Mitchell.
Oh my God, all these little pre-things before the pick are just ridiculous.
I hope it's a bust. That's what I hope.
Lord. International heavyweight program. Amazing. Carlo, you got to hop in the stream. We're going to get the producer, Carlo. You're coming in the stream.
Oh, yeah.
15 minutes. So after this pick, Carlo, you're up. Or Kyle, one of you two will be live. We will get you right in my spot. We'll see you guys on the big show. So I'm waiting for you guys. Just get ready. All right, so the Eagles right now. Someone said the Eagles always luck out. Let's see what they got. We're at 25:06. Rolling strong, boys. Rolling strong. Let's see what we got.
How is Goodell still talking?
Oh, my Lord. All right, so right now, best players available. Jason, what do we got so far? Quinion Mitchell is the pick. I just leaked it. I had enough.
I was right. Finally, Quinn. I had a feeling he was Philly's guy.
Alexander Zervis got it first. CTSPN, he said.
Cash my take on the U Stadium app. I had Quinion Mitchell as cornerback 1.
Yeah, I mean, to me, this is a little bit of a weird pick. I'm not a fan of guys out of, I don't want to say unknown schools, but not backs, defensive cornerbacks that are coming out of these, a little bit relatively unknown program. Not that Toledo's an unknown program, but I would say a program of questions. I mean, you never really know with these guys. We'll see.
Small school corner. There's a 2-time All-Pro out of Cincinnati.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I just don't see it. I really don't.
I love Quinion. He was my cornerback 1. I was hoping he'd go above Arnold. I'm a big fan.
Let's go. We got Carlo in here now.
with the Bills coming up. You got Carlo, the Bills fan.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, perfect timing. Great. I mean, yeah, listen, I'm a certified Eagles hater, so this is an easy, like, just this guy's just going to be terrible. And
He's gonna cause problems.
I'm sure he will. Yeah.
This
This guy's gonna pick off Daniel Jones a couple times next season.
And Carlo, I've been saying Brian Thomas Jr.'s name the entire draft. Just waiting for him to go because I don't want to see him go to Buffalo. And
I feel like Jacksonville kind of scares me.
If you're Bean, are you trading up? I don't think Jacksonville will trade down again, but Dallas probably taking O-line, Green Bay not going receiver, Tampa probably not going receiver, Arizona probably not as well. So if Jacksonville doesn't take him, he probably falls in your lap.
Yeah, like I saw some things about maybe teams are scared off his like medicals that this
medicals.
Yeah, they said that he can play through the season, and then they'd have to after the season probably have surgery, but it doesn't scare me enough not to take him.
I would still take him.
Yeah,
I don't really care what the medicals would show with a player like that. I'm very curious to see what Jacksonville does though. This might be Arnold. This might start the
I think
quarterback run.
I've had I think like in all my mocks I've had DeJean go to Jacksonville.
Yeah, I think like DeJean should go above Arnold, but I don't think he will. I think DeJean might be Green Bay.
Yeah, to me, Quinion, Terrion Arnold, and DeJean, like I keep flipping them. I think like they're all like really good, so I don't think you can go wrong. Like I was surprised. I'm surprised Arnold's on the board, honestly.
Me too.
And Quinion, I thought he can go as high as like 8.
I thought there was an outside chance he'd be the first defensive player taken.
Yeah.
How are your guys' mocks looking right now?
I think let me pull up mine.
Let's do like let's do a check on like just a couple mocks. Like I'm gonna pull up a couple.
Dude, I'm uSTADIUM points rich right now. I don't know what I've been hitting.
Everything.
Besides what the Jets pick was. All right, so I had Caleb 1, Jaden 2, Drake 3, Marv, missed 5, missed 7, missed 8, missed 9, missed 10. Missed 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Where are we at now?
23.
20, 21, 22. I've missed a lot.
All right. Well, that's why we're here doing a show, and the NFL teams have general managers.
Yeah, dude. I put this mock together, and I was like, I felt like Zach Galifianakis scene in The Hangover with the numbers just going. And I was like, I had the script. I think I posted that with the caption. I sent that in like one of my group chats, and I was like, this is the draft script, and it has just gone up in flames.
It's so impossible. I feel like even in the years where you're confident, right? There's always a twist and a turn that just makes everything else so crazy. Like I think. The Penix pick, at least, I think that's literally every single person's mock draft. I don't care if you're going to pull up some like fake Photoshop screenshot and say you have Penix 8. No one, literally, actually, no one had that pick. So, I mean, absolutely insane that happened.
It's actually hilarious how bad my mock is.
Listen, dude.
You're not alone, Jason. Mine's
Dax pick is in.
Same. After Harrison, I don't think I've hit a single pick.
I didn't even have Harrison. I had the Vikings trading up to 4.
Crazy.
All right, I think they follow suit here with corner. It's corner and receiver. I don't think it's anything else.
Doug Peterson is so strange looking.
I lost my Brian Thomas Jr. under 19.5, but my exacta with receivers with Thomas being 4 still alive. All right, Jags making the pick.
Let's see if Jags pick is in.
I think it's Cooper. Damn.
Wow.
I didn't think they were going to do
Okay,
it.
so my brother spoiled it in the chat. He said, "Holy BTJ," and I'm thinking to myself, "Who the fuck is BTJ?" Like, I don't actually know who Brian Thomas Jr. is, but let me tell you right now, getting rid of Calvin Ridley and drafting this kid is probably one of the smartest things that the Jaguars could have done.
Why did they sign Gabe Davis?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was about to say.
It-
They're like
it's
similar.
galaxy brain GMing if you just didn't sign Gabe Davis.
I agree.
Like,
You didn't even need Gabe Davis, honestly.
BTJ, Christian Kirk, Evan Ingram. Why did you pay Gabe Davis?
I mean, that's a great offense right there, especially if Evan Ingram is putting up the numbers that he did last season, dude. I mean, forget about it. But Brian Thomas has potential to be wide receiver one. Like, this is what me and Jason have been saying the whole night. These guys, I mean, literally, like, even the wide receivers 15 to 20, these guys are studs, bro. Like, some of these teams, I think, especially the Bills, even the Chiefs, they're going to get studs, dude.
Yeah, I love Mitchell.
Okay, I'm making offensive rookie of the year pick. Brian Thomas Jr. Best wide receiver fit of any receiver we've seen taken so far. I mean, you could argue like Marv is Marv, so he'll be fine.
I mean,
Murray's,
Marv is 1,500 yards
yeah.
easy. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's a lock, I would say.
Marv is going to eat. Neighbors is still going to eat, but he's going to be limited. You know what I mean? Like
Marv is going to get us 1,000, but it's going to be limited.
It's going to be
what his play level is.
He's going to have to go to war for those 1,000 yards.
Yeah,
it's going to be Garrett Wilson.
Exactly. Literally, you stole the words from my mouth. It's going to have to be your Garrett Wilson type of effort from Neighbors for him to put up that season. Yeah, totally agree.
Adunze could do it too, but I think with Adunze having DJ Moore and Keenan Allen ahead of him this year, like obviously Keenan is only on a 1-year deal, so that was a long-term play. But I think just for next year alone, like you got Christian Kirk working underneath.
They got rid of Darnell Mooney, Bears?
Yeah, he went to Atlanta.
Mooney went to Atlanta.
Yes. Okay. So, I mean, for me, as of right now, this is probably Brian Thomas Jr. is going to have the best
numbers.
Yeah, like he's going to have the best ability to have the best numbers. Like, just from an offensive scheme standpoint, this is the most, I would say, competitive team that we've seen draft players so far.
So I'm sure you guys are watching this at home, but they're showing a graphic right now with Trevor Lawrence, Thomas Jr., Gabe Davis, Christian Kirk, Evan Ingram. They had to leave Travis Etienne off the graphic. They couldn't fit Etienne on the graphic. That is how good this offense is next year.
Man, oh man. I mean,
that's disgusting.
That's a great offense, dude. Those are like 6 legit players right there. Great.
What a nice fit.
Yeah. I mean,
A+ fit.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that for sure. Especially as a semi-LSU guy. I mean, that's great.
What do you think Dallas does now? Barton?
I'm thinking Barton.
I'm thinking Barton, dude. He just screams cowboy. Barton screams cowboy, dude. I mean, it's just like the build in general. I just feel like that's like a type of guy that the Cowboys are looking to get, you know?
I could see Barton because I could see that being like they took Zach Martin. Like I see a lot of similarities there, where you could just get like an interior guy who just falls in your lap and he ends up having a great career. I could also see, I think it'd be a little bit of a reach, but Tyler Guyton out of Oklahoma, he's pretty close to Texas. They've probably scouted him a lot. I wouldn't be surprised to see Guyton. I think it's Barton.
I liked Fautanu a lot for Dallas. I didn't think he was going to make it here.
Or Fautanu?
Yeah.
Pittsburgh.
Yeah, but I liked him a lot in mocks, but I didn't think he was going to make it anyway.
I thought, oh, we got a trade.
The Cowboys have traded pick number 4. The Lions are now on the clock.
Oh, shit. Graham Barton.
You think Barton?
It's got to be Barton. Who else is available defensively? Or it's Terrion Arnold's available?
Yeah. Yep.
I think it's got to be corner.
It's probably corner.
Sutton. That would happen with Sutton.
Yep. Who did they lose on the O-line in free agency? I know they lost somebody. They brought somebody back. I think they lost one of Ragnow or Glasgow. One of those guys is gone, right?
Didn't Jonah?
I think that's what it is.
I think they kept.
He went to the Rams, I think, right?
They kept the 2 guys that you mentioned. Yeah.
Yeah.
Glasgow.
This might be Terrion Arnold. Because that was the weakness that you'd hear watching every Lions game last year. Like the announcers would just bring it up constantly. Like their secondary is reeling.
Yeah.
I love Brian Branch though. Brian Branch is a dog.
Yeah.
But they need a true like cover corner. But then again, I don't know if it will be Arnold because like look at what they did last year. Like taking players at positions where they weren't some of the highest ranked at their spot. The Lions have their own like there's a method to their madness there.
And it's been working. So
it has been working. I remember the day after the first round, we were looking at those Lions picks, and I said, I was like, what are they thinking?
Last season?
Last season. And then that
they all turned into studs, literally every single one of them. Insane. And it's crazy because Florida turned out to be like the most like the biggest like superstar, I guess, potential out of all of them. But they took what's his name, Jack Campbell, with their first pick, right?
Yep.
So I mean, I trust the Lions. Whoever the hell they're taking, it's gonna be.
Yeah, they
yeah, I don't doubt it at all.
So yeah, we just got
it
word
just
of
shows
the trade on the TV. I don't know what they're gonna do.
it's got to be corner.
Yeah, I'm also thinking corner. I mean,
It makes
If
they're trading up. It's probably corner.
if the Lions could come away with Arnold or even DeJean, that's huge.
Oh shit!
DeJean in Detroit, dude, they will fucking love him. That will be Detroit's favorite white boy, besides Eminem. Cooper DeJean. That will be, dude. I'm telling you right now, they will absolutely love him. I hope they pick him. That would be freaking awesome, especially for him to go in the first round would be great. I mean, the draft is in Detroit also, right? You see all this shit ton of Lions fans.
Iowa, they love their Iowa guys.
Yeah.
Campbell and Laporta, Iowa guys.
Oh yeah.
This is I like DeJean here.
Me
DeJean?
too. Let's see.
Especially if they're leapfrogging Green Bay.
Oh yeah.
It's probably DeJean.
They definitely
That's
just
how
did that on
they were.
purpose, by the way, because Green Bay was probably looking to pick.
Green Bay probably thought that he was going to fall right in their lap.
Yeah, most likely. That's crazy if they just wow. I mean, listen, bro, the Lions being proactive. That's a great trade right there.
So
You can just jump your freaking division rival.
24th overall, 2025 7 for 29 third. It's got to be Cooper.
So it looks like the things in like they're all hugging shit in the war room.
Dude, Cooper would be such a nasty fit there.
Let's see.
The Iowa Lions.
You saw that one dude in a
I
jersey.
saw that one guy in a Brees jersey.
It was literally just like one green Brees jersey and a sea of all blue Lions jerseys. Wow, look at the people are there, man. Holy shit. Unbelievable. Was it like this in Kansas City too?
Kansas City.
Attack? Yeah, I figured. It's probably freezing there tonight.
Dude, I think Gibbs is going to be so good this year. He's just going to keep going up and up and up.
I mean, it's like just even for fantasy, like I love. Give me any player on the Lions offense this year in fantasy. I'm going to be more than happy. Give me Amon-Ra. Give me even Reynolds, dude. Freaking beast.
Yeah, Reynolds.
Like, they oh, my God. And,
He resigned, right?
Josh Reynolds?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. Did he? I think he went. Didn't he go to like Denver or something?
Yeah, maybe he did.
I think he did. Leave.
Someone.
Let's look. Yeah,
We should be on this.
Yeah, we should
considering
definitely
we're doing
should
a
know
draft
that.
stream.
Yeah, Denver.
Regardless, they
Denver.
still have what's his name.
They got JMO.
Yes, they have JMO.
And
JMO's going to be a much. I would assume year 2 is going to be a much bigger role. So let's see.
I'm trying to think who else is in the receiver room.
I think right now it's JMO.
It gets thin.
After that,
Pretty
yeah,
quick.
thin.
They need JMO to take that leap.
Yeah,
we've been waiting on a JMO
Dude.
ascension for a long time now.
Panay was freaking awesome last season too. They're just even defense stack. I love them. They really should have won that game last season.
Also, the new Lions unis, phenomenal.
I didn't look at
Khalifa Raymond was the other one.
Oh, that's what I was thinking of, Khalif Raymond. And I mean, Laporte is basically like a wide receiver too.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they have Arnold at the top of the best available.
Would they give up? Do we know?
It was this it was 29 and a third.
Let's see.
For
What the hell is
24 and
this?
7.
Yo, I gotta say something about just this draft process in general. This whole first of all, if they really wanted to, this whole fucking draft can be done in at least 2.5 hours. Like if there were no commercial breaks or any of the whatever the hell this is with there's 5 girls wearing high school football jerseys and 2 dudes. Like I don't give 2 shits about this, regardless of what it is. But
especially not in the first round.
Speed it up, bro. I mean, yeah, that's the thing, right? Like the
Well, they got
second
given
round.
their airtime.
So the second round, they usually do they'll.
Sketch is coming for the Texans.
Are they actually doing
Yeah,
that?
confirmed.
Yeah, so second round they'll have the celebrities and stuff bro. This process is just so dragged out, dude. Speed it up. I mean, I love the draft, and this has been a great draft. Obviously, the stream has been freaking awesome, but if they really wanted to, this could be sped up so much. I don't know. They just drag it out. I feel like.
All right, we're finally getting a pick. I think we've locked in Cooper DeJean. Is that what we're thinking?
Definitely, definitely a corner.
Yeah. Maybe Arnold.
The 24th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Terrion Arnold.
Still a great pick.
We overthought that. Classic. You
Yeah.
guys just watched classic
Overthinking.
overthinking. Again,
Yeah.
this is why we're sitting on a desk doing a stream
And we're not GMs.
and not in the war room.
Yeah. I mean, it was pretty much everyone's best available had him.
Well,
Peter
I think
Jackson
that
back up,
I don't know, dude. I've been wrong at an alarming rate, but I'm gonna go with He's going to Green Bay.
The thing is, you're not wrong, but you're not egregiously wrong. It's just
I'm egregiously wrong.
I mean, yeah, maybe
I'm
on a couple
like-
things, but I'm saying in terms of order, maybe not teams. You know what I'm saying? You have a couple guys that are 1 or 2 picks just slotted away from wherever.
Position.
Dear Jason, take a break. Have a drink.
Yeah, whatever. I'm good for now. Up to you guys.
I'll sell it out for a minute. I
Jason's,
need to get my picks right, dude. I've been wrong so much.
Jason's taking a little bit of a substitution. Great suit, I must say. I haven't really been paying attention to the draft suits, but this is probably one of my favorite ones. Pretty cool. It's pink, but not a gross pink. There's a lot of white silk looks on. I don't know. We're talking about suits now. I mean, it does look dope though. I like the gray bow tie. And that jersey, man. It looks purple on this TV, but that Lions jersey is he's gonna look good in it. So.
Yeah, my gut's getting bigger. My lord, I gotta leave.
Put the hoodie back on, bro.
I know, the hoodie never lies. The black hoodie, unbelievable. What's going on with it, dude? Listen, when you guys, I'm 35, or I'm turning 36 on the 18th of May. Shout out to my Taurus out there. I don't wish I was a Gemini. Taurus is boring.
I'm a
But
Gemini.
you are. I'm gonna say this: when you hit 35, things start slowing down. You need to sleep more. You need to eat less, and you need to drink more water. That's the goal of life. That's just it. But yeah, Terrion Arnold, love the pick. I think he's the best corner in this draft. Now you look at his athleticism score was ranked as 70, which I don't necessarily agree with, but sometimes the corners that are the least athletic are the best ones when it comes to technique. So Terrion Arnold has awesome technique, and he reminds me, I don't want to say Rithmm-like because that's ridiculous, but he's really good at mirroring wide receivers, which gives him so much leverage in routes. It's not about speed when you're a corner necessarily. You want that catch-up speed, but you want that positional value or that positional attribute that he kind of gives, which I really like about him. And I would have seen he would have been the first corner. So Quinion went where again? I'm not looking at it. Quinion Mitchell went to they went to Philly.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
I think Philly was better off with Terrion Arnold, honestly. But okay.
Yeah, I think that. I mean, you just for me, it's as simple as you take the guy from the safer program that was scouted from safer scouts with just much cleaner film. For me, that's an easy pick. I mean, I probably also would have gone Terrion Arnold. Obviously, outshined in that Alabama defense. didn't have great film against Michigan, and the college football playoff was a little bit shaky. But
Alabama players, they're either very good or very bad in the pros. You look at it overall. You remember Trent Richardson?
yeah. Well, perfect example of this,
I
I,
mean,
would say, is
Evan Neal.
I mean, yeah, I was literally just about to say.
I remember
Evan Neal.
Chance Warmack, guard, was a can't miss.
Yes.
There was no way in hell Chance Warmack was going to be bad. I thought. I wouldn't have taken him that early because I don't like taking guards in the top 10. He couldn't even play guard.
I think defense and Alabama's have been a lot more safer in recent years. Defensive players coming out.
I agree.
But the Lions filled a huge need anyway. I mean, they could trade for Carlton Davis, but they still lost Sutton. They cut him after the arrest. So now you got a guy who guard, opposing number one.
Detroit also just lost what's his name back to Philly.
Yeah. Is it?
Ahmad Garner.
Are you hearing his mic? I'm not hearing his mic. Carlo, is your mic on?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it should be.
I don't.
Never mind. Sorry.
Even when you were sitting there before, we couldn't hear you through the headphones. So
okay. All right.
Yeah, I think it's.
No, you guys are right, man. And I think Detroit making this pick here is just a great quality pick, man.
Everyone's leaving. You see all the Lions fans leaving.
Such casuals.
They just stayed for their pick.
They look like Giant fans. Unbelievable.
Also, that was definitely done to something with Green Bay here. I'm sure Green Bay was probably interested in Arnold right there. So,
see, look at this guy. Look at this guy's body positioning. Look how he moves, fluid.
Yeah.
No hesitation in his steps.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing with him. You see
the lateral quickness is like very. You could see it's very evident. Like covers ground very quickly.
Yeah. Like when you look at
Was that just on 80?
players, I see that.
And not scared to tackle. That's a fucking big thing with a lot of these quarterbacks that come out of college nowadays. These guys just don't want to fucking tackle for whatever reason. Like you need that.
The thing too is, I always look at this when you look at defensive players. If you do not hesitate when you're getting approached by an offensive tackle, did you see how that offensive tackle was pulling towards him? His eyes never gave the tackle any indication or his body language that he even had the tackle in his way. That's such an indication that you're fearless.
Yeah.
That's so big in football is the fearless attribute. That little hesitation when the offensive tackle's coming at you as a pause. When the offensive tackle that was a late pause. At least I paused. I got the young guys in here.
The perfect example of this for me is like just not the most athletically lifted, not the best with even his footwork isn't even really great, but L'Jarius Sneed is just a prime example of that. Just fucking dog. Like, he's going to work you. It's not exactly about the athleticism and all that. It's just like the
Packers
pick is in. Let's see.
Graham Barton, maybe.
They're going to get somebody good.
What are you talking about?
Oh.
What are you thinking?
I think it's going to get Graham Barton.
Let's switch real quick.
Yes. Yeah.
Let's go.
Gordon Morgan out of Arizona, tackle.
I told you he's going to go in the first round.
So a couple things about this guy. Well, so they pretty funny. They actually this is the first negative I've seen about a player that they've put on the board. They said that he struggles against power, which I think that's what most people have been saying. But once again, a lot of these things are very easily correctable, especially something like lack of power. Like these guys are NFL prospects. As soon as they get into an NFL weight room, it's a different story. So I like the pick. But yet again, Arizona. You're not exactly playing great competition every Saturday. We'll see. I'm not. Once again, I feel like I just like the schools and these, Arizona, Toledo, UNC. I'm not a big fan of the non-big programs and taking players from those schools.
Right. I had Barton mocked a lot for you guys. I thought he's like left tackle to replace Bakhtiari.
That was extremely quick, by the way. The Bucs pick really just came in a second after Green Bay picked, so I guess they must have known who they wanted.
Well, they got to play the commercial first.
I'm going to break down the Olu Fashanu pick. So I'm going to tweeted out that I'm going to break this pick down, and I'm going to tell everyone why it's a great pick. Carl, just make sure you're in that mic as close to possible. That mic is.
Yeah, you guys did really good at that. Bro, it was really good.
I tweeted out the
And you guys, bro, and he was on while the Jets pick was doing, bro, literally perfect. Like, could not have.
Yeah, I tweeted out that whole live reaction.
Yeah, awesome.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, my mic is kind of wonky. You guys can hear me on there? All right. Sorry. Let me tweet this out. I'm about to break down the Olufashano pick and why it's a B plus pick for the Jets.
Jack says, yeah, we're good. I think everyone's mic's chilling. A little bit of commercial break right here. I mean, waiting for this box pick. Any, what do we think the Bucs are doing here?
Let me just break this down 1 second.
What'd you say, Jay?
It's a surprise.
It's a surprise.
Surprise pick?
Yeah.
All right, let's see. It's okay.
All right. You guys are going to give me 1 second. I'm going to tell you right now, if you're hopping in the stream, the Olufashanu pick. Let me explain this to everybody. Do it. The Olufashanu pick is a fantastic pick by Joe Douglas. Do you know why? Joe Douglas, knowing that he can pick up a real left tackle, not a fake left tackle, a real left tackle. Fatanu's a fake left tackle. J.C. Latham is a fake left tackle. Olufashanu is a real left tackle.
Define fake left tackle.
Fawanga's a right tackle. Fatanu is a left tackle with a right-handed with a left-handed quarterback, so he's a right tackle. Latham's a right tackle, even though we couldn't have gotten Latham. He gets a left tackle, and a left tackle that's going to take Tyron Smith's practice reps. A left tackle that he wanted last year in the top 5, if he could have, in last year's draft, had him as a top 5 prospect. A left tackle that is going to be someone that can be developed and someone that can play at any point throughout next season if need be. Tyron Smith's going to miss some games. Joe Douglas nailed this pick. He got a guy that has a very high ceiling, but also a very high floor. To me, the best pure pass blocker in this draft was Olufashanu. Better than Joe Alt, better than J.C. Latham. They called him Gumby for a reason. He's so bendable at his hips and for his size. And the arm length is there. The hand size is not there. Who gives a crap if your feet move and you're able to latch onto guys?
Got to trade. We got to trade.
But
Even though 26 has not been announced yet, the Bills have traded back from 28
into the second round.
Olufashanu was the right move. Joe Douglas is one of the best GMs, not only in Jets history, one of the best GMs in football right now. Shout outs to him and shout outs to the Jets for finally getting a pick right. And we traded back a spot and we picked up a 4th rounder. He negotiated that out. He negotiated. Minnesota knew we weren't going to get McCarthy. How did we move from 10 to 11? Minnesota's at 11. How did we convince the Vikings that we needed them to move up to give us a pick? Why? Because he told Minnesota, I have a bunch of other calls for 10. I have Denver on the line. I have Vegas on the line.
Which he definitely did.
Yeah.
He definitely did, because, I mean, Denver literally drafted Bo Nix. How many picks later? They clearly wanted a quarterback. If they had to choose, I'm sure they would rather choose McCarthy over Nix. If I had to guess.
Yeah, Joe Douglas is doing whatever he freaking can. Whatever he can to put this team in a position to win a Super Bowl. Now it's on two things to me. There's two things that need to go right for the Jets to win a Super Bowl. Number one, Aaron Rodgers needs to stay healthy. That's number one. If you were to tell me Aaron Rodgers stays healthy for 17 and in the playoffs, I'm signing up for that without a draft pick. So if Rodgers is healthy for 17, I'm signing up. I don't even care who we draft. 1, 2. Robert Saleh. Can Robert Saleh get these guys believing that he is a leader of men? That's what he needs to do. But that's my breakdown on Olu Fashanu. I think it was a great pick. For all the people that wanted a weapon, I would have taken a weapon if Olu Fashanu wasn't on the board. He was.
Okay, all right, enough of the Jets yapping.
All right, we got
Tampa Bay just took Graham Barton.
Really good pick.
Yeah, good
Graham
pick.
Barton's a real swing offensive tackle, offensive guard, center. He could play anything. He is a prototypical Swiss Army knife as an offensive lineman. He played center, but he can also play tackle and guard. So that was a really good pick.
Kyle, do we have any details on the Bills trading out? Now we actually just got some conflicting reports that they have not traded out. We got two conflicting reports.
So ML
All right,
we got first in the report of trading out.
Jonathan Jones tweeted that they traded out, and then Schultz just said that they have not traded out yet, but they are in talks.
Ooh. Okay, so it's not, it's just not official yet. We're waiting.
We got our guy in the house.
Maybe.
Daniel, what's good, bro?
What's going on, guys? So what's the deal? Did we trade the pick or no?
I don't know what's going on right now. I didn't hear anything.
Daniel, what's up, bro?
What's up? How you guys doing?
What's up, bro? Yeah, we hear you guys.
Oh shit! Hold on 1 second.
Well, I could hear. I could. Well, Daniel, wait 1 second. I'm just trying to fix the volume. 1 second. Good.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, Frankie, you hear him?
Yo, Daniel, you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Hold on, guys. I'm just getting my headphones set up. These things are.
Yeah, we're just trying to hold up, Daniel. We're just trying.
Yeah, Daniel, you there? What's good, bro?
What's good? How you guys doing?
Get this,
Good, man. How are you?
Can't hear anything.
Good.
Still can't hear anything?
Yeah, give me a second, and then go to Captain Jet Sparrow. But Daniel,
Anyway, just in the meantime, the Cardinals pick 27 just came in. They just decided to take Jerry Robinson.
Now it's official. The Bills have traded out of 28 with the Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh, of course.
Wow. Daniel, initial thoughts about that?
Well, last time we traded back with the Chiefs, they took Pat Mahomes, so don't love it. Don't love it.
Yeah, I mean,
I was hoping we were gonna get AD Mitchell,
And then the pick. Next year, it's allowed to get John now.
So kind of works.
That's true. That's true. I was hoping we would take a receiver there. Obviously, I was hoping for AD Mitchell.
I think he could still be there. 32.
Potentially.
That's true. He probably will. I mean, the Chiefs are going to take a receiver, I'm guessing.
The Chiefs, it feels like Chad Hockey or Worthy Bank. It feels like Chiefs players.
So depending on the there's some or Mike's good.
you guys are fine. It's my audio.
I hear an echo. Is it just me? I think we're good now. Anyway, yeah, with the whole Rashid Rice thing, I'm not sure what his deal is with the. He walked away from the car crash or whatever that incident is. I'm not sure what the repercussions of that are or what the suspension's going to be, but it does seem like the Chiefs are going to go for a skill position player here, and it could be a wide receiver. So, yeah.
Yeah, I could see him taking maybe Xavier Worthy for the speed. But I think
Yo, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, there we go.
All right, I think I'm back to life.
I just want the
Sorry.
Chiefs to get Mitchell. I think I'm set on AD Mitchell. Even Leggett, I'd take Leggett in the first round.
How about Keon Coleman? Nah.
Not with Leggett and even McConkey on the board. Worthy, I'm not that big of a fan of, just for the fit for the Bills.
Xavier Worthy just has a 40 time, bro. I'm telling you, this guy just tricked everyone into thinking he's a first-round pick. He's not.
He worked well for the Chiefs. He worked perfect on. But the Bills, like they have Belucci here, he's like more slot guy. The Curtis Samuel's 3D slot outside guy. So like 3 slots.
Do you guys think that the Bills tried trading up? I mean, I would assume so, right?
Yeah, every team has tried that.
They probably tried and then realized whatever they were going to be able to pick at a 28 wasn't worth it, and just figured, all right, let's trade down and potentially get the same level of receiver. I'm thinking.
I think the board was falling so good for the teams like the Eagles, Jacksonville. For them, they weren't going to trade out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was probably too expensive for them. So what did the Bills get? They got 32, 95, and 221.
Sorry, Daniel. My headphones are not. All right, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I got you.
Daniel, you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not hearing. Sorry, guys. Let me just fix this because I just switched. This audio's been crazy.
Let's go, boys. About to hit 3,500 viewers.
Let's go. We're almost at 3,500.
We've been live for about 4.5 hours.
It does need a shot. That's
covering this
100%
draft strong.
true.
We appreciate every single one of you that are watching on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter. All the support means a lot. And if you keep supporting us, we're going to keep bringing you guys freaking awesome content, especially around the draft and during all these NFL events. Season's getting closer, you know. So
So the Bills got 28.
The Bills traded back?
Yes.
3,500.
Wow. 3,500.
Yeah, the Bills got 32, 90 pick swap. They got 95 for 133 and 221 for 248. So they moved up into the third round.
Yeah, so
Because they didn't have a third round pick this year.
if you think the talent and receiver is going to be similar between 29 and 32?
Yeah.
If you think the talent and receiver is similar between 29 and 32, but you want to move up higher into the third round, I think it probably is a smart play by the Bills. So I like it. I'm not against it at all.
I'm guessing the Bills will probably double dip a receiver too in the draft, whether it's third round or fourth or later. I'm guessing they'll definitely double dip.
Yeah, definitely. I think second round they probably go defense, whether it's defense material or safety, and then third round you can look into Javon Baker there.
Man, these Bills are going to look a lot different next season. I'll tell you that right now.
I like
Yeah,
Ricky Pearsall,
I think it's probably
too.
the right move, bro. I mean, you're trying to milk out the most out of Josh Allen's prime as you can, right? So I think probably a smart move to reset the clock here, get rid of some of these declining veteran contracts like you guys did, and then maybe just get younger as a whole. Spread out the money a little bit better. I mean, we don't have Diggs anymore, right? So that's one less thing to worry about. Yeah, the Bills are going to look a lot different next year, and the AFC East is going to be a bit competitive. So we'll see. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, they're definitely super young on offense now.
Daniel, I hear you now. What's up, brother?
All right. What's up, Frankie? How you doing?
What's good, dude? See, this is the thing with Bluetooth headphones. When I gave it to Carlo, it like recognizes you, and then it was like recognizing me there. This whole ecosystem of crap. It's unbelievable. How you feeling, bro?
I'm good. I was pretty excited for the Bills pick, and then they trade back as soon as I get on here. But I think we'll still be able to get some quality talent at 32.
Yeah, man. Listen, I think they want Xavier Legette. I mean,
I think so too. I think Josh Allen said before that he likes him. So I think that would be a pretty good fit.
So, bro, if you could get Legette at Legette, sorry. If you could get Legette at
you're trying to sound all proper. Don't do that with me here, okay? I don't appreciate that. I'm only allowed to do that.
Yeah, I mean, if you think you could get Legette at 32, then who gives a shit? Might as well just take him there. I mean, let's see what the Chiefs do here. It really just depends on that. I mean, I'm a little bit curious. I did not expect the Chiefs and Bills to be trading tonight. I think that was probably like one of the last things on my
So best available right now, what we have is this is from ESPN, but Cooper DeJean. That was actually rumored to be a top 15 pick, so to have him still available is interesting. Jerzon Newton. And I was telling people he's not anywhere close to Byron Murphy, for me at least. Nate Wiggins, solid, nothing crazy. Kool-Aid, McKinstry, like him. Xavier Legette, Adonai Mitchell, wide receiver, Texas.
Adonai.
Adonai, sorry. That's on me. I always say Adonai. I don't know how I feel about him, by the way.
Dude, there's a lot of freaking good players.
Who, AD?
I don't
love
know,
AD
man. I
Mitchell.
do, but like, again, it's a separation thing. He's like guys that are so used to getting a lot of separation in college. When you watch him, he's constantly getting separation, which is good. You don't see the contested catch rate stuff as much with him. That's the only thing. That's why I like McConkey over him, even though he's ranked higher on this board at least. Tyler Guyton, I told people, is not going to go as high as people think. Worthy and Pearsall are the next ones, and Rackestrow, which I really like.
So I think this is most likely no. Well, I shouldn't have just did what I did. I'm not going to say anything, but of course it comes up on my fucking screen. Oh my god. Don't look. If you haven't seen it, don't look.
I haven't seen it yet.
Carlo, don't look.
I have mocked.
Dude,
I have mocked.
I figured this was going to happen.
Oh my God, is this what I think it is?
Yep, I figured this was going to happen, and it's happening.
Don't tell me.
Unbelievable.
Oh my God. By the way, how do you say his name? Adonai. All right. Adonai Mitchell was a 4.34 guy, if I'm not mistaken. He has the third best RAS score of all the receivers. Production was not there though. It just, it's like that.
Well, he had the injury. He had the
did.
injury a couple years ago at Georgia.
But those guys get injured though. Those guys that are so dependent on their speed. I want to see you catch balls in traffic. If you look at Mike Evans now in the NFL, you look at even Diggs, you look at Amari Cooper. It's not always about the speed that matters. Keenan Allen. It's how you catch in traffic and run your routes. You know what I mean? There's only a few Tyreek Hills.
Oh yeah.
Even Diggs, say what you want. He wasn't really.
All right, let's
that.
pick is coming in for the Chiefs, and this is a wild one.
Oh please.
Unbelievable. Xavier Worthy is a Kansas City Chief. The fastest player in this year's draft is going to be playing with Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City next
Daniel, we're going to let you go and bring in Captain Jet Sparrow. Come back in, though, later on. We're going to do a recap of the first round.
Appreciate you.
Okay.
Daniel.
All right. Sounds good. I'll see you guys back in a little bit.
But
All right,
absolutely unbelievable. I mean, you just insane stuff from the Chiefs right there. I mean, you want a guy that's going to be able to take the top off the defense. Xavier Worthy is probably.
That is, can I say something? Captain Sparrow, we're going to take a shot for Joe Douglas, by the way.
Hey guys, sorry, I can't really hear you too.
We're going to take a shot for Joe D.
Thanks for having me.
Anytime,
Well,
bro.
that is a terrible pick.
No, it isn't.
Terrible. You have Xavier Leggett and Ladd McConkey on the board. You have two guys that are game-changing receivers. This guy he lost weight to run his 40. Ask Jason. He lost weight just to run his 40 and break the record. This guy's not even close to Leggett or McConkey.
Dude, I don't care what you have to say. They have Patrick Mahomes, Isaiah Pacheco.
Yeah, well, they
Xavier
would have been
Worthy,
better off with Leggett.
Marquise Brown and Travis Kelce.
Oh,
If
okay,
that's
all
not
right.
an offense, I don't know what is.
Yeah.
They just won a Super Bowl, and they just got better, in my opinion.
I don't care. Captain Jet Sparrow, how you doing, bro? What do you got to say? Captain Jet, you hear us?
He's got crazy lag or delay.
I can't see anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Captain Jet, if you get a better connection, try to hop in. It's a lot of bandwidth going on through here.
I mean, the fastest 40 time in history is now paired
Who
up
gives
with
a shit?
Mahomes. I've been saying it all night. It really doesn't matter.
You know who's going to be a Chief.
But you know what? For any other team, it wouldn't have mattered. But it's Patrick Mahomes. That's what makes it different.
I agree with that. I think if there's any team that can turn Xavier Worthy into a quality player, it's them. But the guy that we got from them, remember that guy? McCall Hardman, Mr. Speedster that they ended up drafting. How did that turn out?
Yeah, but I think this is a little bit different. I mean, Xavier Worthy has also.
Hold on 1 second. I have a comment. Frankie acts like people can't bulk weight back. I know about bulk and weight. I do it all the time. He don't know ball either. Listen, dude, Racing Clips, you've been killing the whole stream in a very good way. Now you're killing the stream. Let me explain to you something. If you think Xavier Worthy, a guy who is dependent on his speed, is going to bulk up and become some like premier guy, if you want a bulky speedster, Xavier Leggett. You cannot tell me, we'll know a year from now or 2 years, that Xavier Worthy is a better pick than Leggett. There's no way. I get the McConkey thing because he's not much of like a Z Street guy where Worthy's more of. There's no comparison, dude. Look at the tape. I don't think it's a good pick. For them, they could pick anyone. They could have picked Carlo. But let's get Captain Jet on. Captain Jet, Sparrow, what's up, brother?
Hey, guys, I fixed my mic. How we doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. You sound good, bro.
Great, man. So I don't know if you guys probably discussed it in length, but I love that we got a solid 10-year plus offensive tackle. I think that has a ripple effect that's going to be huge. An O-line that's strong makes Brees stronger. I was tweeting this. Makes Brees stronger, makes the wide receivers stronger. We got ammo that we could get back into the second round. This is a deep wide receiver draft. Again, it gives Aaron time. And, you know, I'm just saying after last year, you got to build a wall and then a wall behind that wall. And then just another one for good measure, you know, because you got to be careful for Aaron Rodgers. So, yeah, so it has a ripple effect. And then, of course, like I said, you run the ball well. The wide receivers can get open. You know, the tight ends can do more catches. I'm just excited. I think it's smart. I think that's what smart teams do.
This guy,
Fashanu,
Captain Jet, Fashanu, I'm telling you right now, is the best pass blocking tackle in this draft.
I mean, Frank, you had him number one the whole time.
I had him number one. I had him and Alt 1A, Alt, and him 1B. The only reason I had Alt a little higher was because he's stronger and is going to grow out a bit more, whereas Fashanu might stay in you know, some similar body structure. Alt is growing, but dude, Fashanu, they called him Gumby in college because of how flexible he is in his hips. The guy's able to bend and still get an arm on the, you know, edge guys. And he's going to develop. He's going to go up against R1s in practice with Tyron Davenport. Yeah. Dude, it's not a sexy pick. And it's not, but it's the right
smart.
pick.
Yeah.
It's smart. It's a smart pick. That's it. Not the right pick. It's the smart pick. Yes.
I mean, yeah, you're looking to protect Rodgers. I mean, that's the primary goal. It's a very simple formula for the Jets, right? I mean, this guy got injured 4 plays into the season last year. You need to do everything in your power to make sure that doesn't happen again. It's literally that simple. I mean, you boil it down to that, you get Rodgers protection, and you call it a day, bro. Obviously, the Bowers pick, you could dream and hope, and it would have been great that Rodgers would have had a brand new shiny toy, but I think this is the safer of the shiny toys. If we're
Yeah, man. Bowers, the only thing, so the thing with Bowers is his upside at his position is as good as you're going to get. The problem is with Nate Hackett, and traditionally Rodgers doesn't really like to use his tight ends all that much. Rodgers likes to wait in the pocket and get the ball down the field. He likes to sling that. He's not a dink and dunk kind of guy. You know, he's not like a quick release guy necessarily. So, this pick just makes sense for the now and for the future, man. It's like, but the Jets now, to your point, they need to go out and get a weapon, a slot receiver. They need to go and get a Jacob Cowing later on, or they need to maybe look at Brendan Rice, or they need to look at, you know, Jalen Polk later on in the draft, someone that can come in and give some value when it comes to just getting across the middle of the field. That's still a problem for us. We have the streaks down. You have Mike Williams. You have Garrett. You have Lazard flipping in and out. You can play Garrett in the slot. You have Conklin somewhat across the middle, but we need someone across the middle outside of Brees that's going to cause a lot of havoc for defenses outside of Garrett. And if we can pick that up in hopefully the third, but we might need to move up. I mean, Ricky Pearsall, if we get him at this point, it's as good of a draft as you can get. If you can get Fashanu and Pearsall, that would be a slam. And McConkey dropping like this bodes very well for Pearsall being available. So I'm very pumped about that because you can say Pearsall's not much off of McConkey if you really want to go toe-to-toe. You know what I mean?
I actually definitely agree with that. I think that's probably the smart move. Wait it out, and if you get like what Jason was saying before, you get one of those just slot wide receivers that's going to hold it down behind GW. That's big. So while we were talking, actually, the Cowboys made their pick. They selected Guyton, right? They selected Tyler Guyton out of Oklahoma.
Not a great pick.
Yeah, I mean,
if it's a need, though, big need.
Yeah, I mean the Cowboys needed it, right? So the Ravens pick actually just came in. So let's.
This is gonna watch this pick be a really good pick. I don't know who it is, but I could see them taking someone. I'm calling a defensive player.
Yeah, how has DeJean not been taken? Jason brings up a good point in the background.
Wow.
Yeah, Nate Wiggins, corner. Yeah, man. Baltimore.
Really like him.
Yeah, he's a good player.
I wonder if the Bills just go to G now. If he's there,
they're comparing him.
Captain Jet. Any last words, and we'll let you run, my guy.
Yeah, no problem. Again, I think I agree with what you're saying. I think that we hopefully jump into the second round. We've got some ammo now to do it. So thanks for having me on, guys. I appreciate it.
Of course, man.
And dude, if you download the uSTADIUM app, just DM us. We'll throw you some points, some promo points. So
for sure.
Shout outs, my guy. Appreciate you, bro.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, bro.
You know what, man? Like, I think that's a good pick at the value, but is Nate?
Is there a reason why DeJean's sliding?
Because they don't know if he's a corner or a safety.
Yeah, so typical, bro. I mean, it's like
a Dwight guy.
Oh yeah, I hate to say it, but that really is what it is, dude. It is. It sucks, but it's just the white guy cornerback stereotype in the NFL. You can't beat it, dude. If you can't, it sucks for DeJean or DeJean. I can't.
You're unbelievable, dude. You know the way you're talking all tough right now. You know what they should do? We should drive him to Columbia. We'll see how tough you are outside, Mr. Tough Guy over here. Mr. Oh, they hate the white corner. Yeah, I'll send you to Columbia. We'll see you talk about that.
No, but I mean, come on, bro. It's just so typical. It's like not every single draft, but whenever you see a white corner, it's always the debate of is he athletic enough to actually be a corner? And if not, they turn you into a safety, which is what happens 95% of the time.
We're at 3650 strong throughout the stream. Let's eat.
We appreciate you guys, all 3,600 of you. Thank you for watching.
I feel bad for some people watching, but All right, so right now we have one pick left?
2, or 2, right? I think we just had 30. Now we have 31 and 32. Yep.
I cannot believe receivers available. How many receivers have gone so far? 4.
And the receivers remaining are so good.
Wow, we got it. Yeah, the fact that. Do you know what, with Leggett specifically, I wonder if the 1 year of production only, how much do you guys value that? 1 year of production? Like, do you think, Jason, could you sit over here, round table?
In terms of, yeah, bro, we'll just.
Jason, you can take that chair too, yeah.
Bring that chair, Jay. Bring the chair.
And if you want to move in a little bit, just make sure the mic's pointing that way. A
little bit more.
Yeah. Why don't you come on and have a seat, Jason? Or you could sit even over here.
Yeah, I think this is probably better.
Laptop back.
I know you want to sit next to me.
I got some thoughts.
So insane so far, only 4 wide. Wait, 5 wide receivers. The top 3 are Brian Thomas. Yeah.
My bad.
The most wide receivers selected in the first round, I believe, was 2013 NFL draft.
That's a good class.
I believe so, right? Wide receivers or no, it's 2000.
This is best available, yeah. He's been here for a minute.
Dude, yeah.
Maybe 49ers take him.
All right, no, excuse me, not 14. The 2004. Jason, you can get a mic, by the way.
Where the mic's at?
They're over there. Yeah. 2004 NFL draft featured.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know if it's going to reach.
We have the we have the other cord, Kyle. It'll reach.
We'll just me and Deal.
Yeah, we'll pass back and forth. I don't
No,
know.
here. Just plug this into the mic and bring it. Oh, yeah, just
That
get it.
line?
Yeah.
Okay. We have that.
The 2004 NFL draft featured. We had Larry Fitzgerald went 3rd overall.
Beast.
Roy Williams 7th. That's 2.
Beast.
Lee Evans 3. 4. Michael Clayton. 5. Michael Jenkins.
Listen, I mean, I could tell you right now, just from the receivers remaining, it's pretty impressive. Like, I can't remember a draft where there's this many receivers, good receivers, left in the 2nd and 3rd round. I mean, like, get A.D., McConkey, Xavier Worthy, even Pearsall is there. Like, I mean, all those guys, you probably can't go wrong. You really can't. And then I think we'll start seeing some of the
Yeah, it's actually wild. All right, let's bring Daniel back in.
no safety, right? No safety yet.
No.
No
Yeah.
safety. Daniel, what's up? What's good, guy?
What's up, guys? How's it going? Who are you thinking for this Niners pick?
Niners got to go with DeJean right now.
No, I think the Niners might go receiver if they're going to move on from Ayuk.
Really?
Oh, I'm not sure. Okay, it just came out. The pick just came out. Don't look.
We got another trade. We got another
Yeah, I
trade.
haven't done this.
The Bills have traded back again.
Wow.
Oh my God.
They're scared.
Give me all
As
They
soon as
gotta
I
go.
come on, the Bills trade back every time.
Every time you come on, Daniel,
Panthers are on the clock at 32.
Send them to Ayuk.
the Panthers are on the clock. They are definitely getting a receiver. The Panthers are going to get Lade McConkey and ruin his fucking career. Fuck.
Again.
The 49ers,
Again, like 5 times.
49ers just made a crazy big brain move.
49ers?
I did happen to see
I
that
saw
too
it.
on accident.
Unfortunately,
Big brain move.
I like it.
I saw that too. Kyle, is my mic working? Am I good?
Wow, this is insane.
Am I good? All right. First of all, I've been off camera for a minute. The Bills trading with the Chiefs again. The last time that happened was a trade for Patrick Mahomes.
Yep.
Why did they let? I don't even think Worthy's that good. It's just like why would you make a trade with the Chiefs?
I guess they felt
Stupid.
that third round pick was important.
That was
They didn't have one.
That's my whole thing. Like,
I still
that's-
think Bills are going after Mitchell. We got the Niners picking right now.
so.
Wow.
So,
Crazy
I,
pick.
mean, I saw it from before, and I knew if the 49ers are taking Ricky at 31 and these other guys like Lad McConkey are just sitting there, it tells you all you need to know about Ricky Pearsall. The kid's going to be a stud, and the 49ers
I'm
probably
broken.
the 49ers are probably getting rid of
Look
him.
at that tattoo.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
dude. He's him.
Yeah.
Ricky Pearsall is him.
Yeah.
I'm pissed.
He's pretty nice. He's
Great
a
pick.
solid receiver.
That I'm actually I'm way more mad at that pick than I was the Jets not getting Bowers because at least Fashanu. Oh, sorry, I can't even hear Daniel. If I cut you off, I apologize. I don't have the
You're
headphone.
good.
But damn, I'm tight.
Wow. With Lad McConkey and Xavier Leggett still on the board. I mean, I respect that more than Xavier Worthy pick.
So they're showing
Absolutely.
the 49ers pieces now, and it's McCaffrey, Debo, Ayuk, Pearsall, Kittle. But I mean, Ayuk is, I don't know. I imagine they'd probably get rid of him, right? Especially you're
Yeah,
taking.
he's probably going.
I don't know, Jay. What do you think?
I think one of them is out. See, this not deep.
Not Debo. That's what I'm
But
saying.
if you were trading Ayuk, why wouldn't you have done it earlier? I don't know, honestly. Maybe they just run it out with.
Yeah, I don't know.
You want to get that on IG with a swipe?
I mean, if they do,
with Pearsall and
it's
McConkey.
pretty nuts. I mean, those three guys are.
You want to get Ricky Pearsall being selected
That
over McConkey on there?
Let's see
on a
what
swipe.
Carolina's doing. All right, so it looks like Carolina's pick is about to be in too.
I can't believe the Bills are just moving down like this.
I know. So they're on the clock for tomorrow.
Receivers are Ladd or Mitchell. The Buffalo, I think.
Yeah, I want the Bills to take Mitchell for sure.
Carolina, I think this is like that, honestly.
There's so many. The top of the second round is going to be loaded.
Yeah, it is.
Look at that's Carolina boy. They met with him like 5 times, I think.
So Carlo, I'm thinking the Bills clearly know who they want if they're trading down twice. I haven't.
Unless you're packaging some picks for you. I don't mind it.
I mean, it could be. That's probably a long shot, though.
That actually makes sense.
It does make sense.
I mean, the Bills have like
I don't
15
know.
picks now.
Daniel, what do you think about that?
The Bills came in today with 11 picks in this draft, and I think they have 15 now. So there could definitely be a big trade package coming for something, or maybe trading up to another second-round pick. I don't really know, but it seems like either they got their guy they want and they don't think anyone's taking him right now, or they're trying to just get capital to make a
That's
big
what
trade.
I'm thinking, that they have their guy and they're just waiting to strike here. That's why they just keep, because they know that no one's going to take whoever they want.
There's no way they're making all 15 picks.
No chance.
The roster.
No, it's actually not 15. I think it's 12 now.
It's 11.
What is it? 14?
It was 11, but I think they only gained 1 from the Chiefs. Or did they do 2 pick swaps?
How many picks did they get from the Chiefs?
It was 2 picks.
It was 2 picks from the Chiefs.
They went up from a 4th to a 3rd.
Okay.
What, Kyle, do you know what we got for Carolina?
33 and 141 for 32 and 200.
So, I mean, they're
moved up 60 to go down 1.
Which is okay. So they clearly know that whatever type of player they're looking for is going to be there if they're moving back. So it's such a marginal decrease. It's not exactly.
Do you think any shot they
whoever
give
they were going to
there
pick
at
at
33?
29 is probably who they're going to end up taking at 33 or whatever the hell it is now.
I just can't get over how many good players are going to be in the second round.
Yeah, like it's actually extremely impressive the amount of good players. Yeah, it's crazy. It's still a lot of good receivers.
I hope that. I don't need another.
Did anybody see that coming, man? Ricky Pearsall in the first round?
Yeah, I don't think anyone saw that one.
Unbelievable.
3,700 on the stream. We appreciate all you guys.
Once we get to 4,000, we're going to do a little shoddy shot. Daniel, web developer. No more iOS developers. Daniel's in town, and we're going to get it cooking, baby.
Yeah, I'm excited to be joining the team.
Oh, let's go. Yeah.
Another Bills fan. Let's go.
Another one.
All right, let's get we're gonna get producer Jack in. Daniel, we're you can stay on if you want.
Yeah, fuck it, leave it.
Yo,
What's
what
good, dog?
in the world was that? I'll go to that camera. That one's.
I want this camera because it's on me.
Yeah, this camera is
It's about me.
It's not centered.
That looked like a W.
That was so weird. I had to move myself closer to this L desk. No, that was wild. I did not see San Francisco doing that at all.
Oh, another pick.
I'm guessing McConkey.
Well, last pick of the first round. Let's see what Carolina does. I hope it's not Ladd McConkey just for his sake. I do not want Ladd McConkey going to this shit organization.
Wow, you pronounced it wrong.
First of all, there's only 2 ways to pronounce it. It's either Leggett or Leggett, and he said Leggett.
Wow. Good call, Carlo.
All right, see you later, Roger. All right, so that wraps up the first round of the draft, guys. Xavier Leggett from South Carolina is going to Carolina. Pray for him. Pray for his receiving ability. Just in general, I mean, I really feel bad for any wide receiver going over there, but we'll see.
So Xavier Legette, I was projecting would be a first rounder. I can't believe he went the last pick in the first round. Lad McConkey, a lot of people thought he'd be a first. I guess not. He's going to be there in the second.
I have a
And
feeling that's who the Bills are going after tomorrow.
I think New England.
Lad?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think the Bills would be a good fit for Lad.
He feels like a Patriot.
He does.
Feels like an Edelman-ish.
He does seem like a Patriot.
You got time to think about it, at least.
Yeah, the Bills are. I honestly, I bet the Bills will field even more trade back calls because people are going to be seeing all the people that dropped.
yeah, it was a great first round.
It was a good first round.
That was fun,
Dude,
yeah.
get this shit off my screen for fuck's sake. They just compared fucking Xavier Legette to AJ Brown. Legette.
We'll get it eventually.
I can't, bro, with this guy's fucking name.
Can we pull up a best available?
They also did it before. They put JJ McCarthy next to CJ Stroud. Unbelievable. Whoever uSTADIUM is, I guess I think that's.
All right, yeah, let's
read them all.
let's do a little first round recap. Daniel, Jack, any last words?
Currently grabbing a thing.
I got no last words. Just Bills Mafia. We're on the clock. We're gonna take a nice receiver tomorrow night.
Oh my God, please.
All right, see you guys.
Go Bills.
Peace and love,
Yes,
bro.
dude, bro.
Jack, do you have any words?
Do I have it? I'm looking forward to the madness. Like this is like your true reminder that the NFL really is king because anything can happen in this league whatsoever. And the fact that there are like all those people watching this draft, watching Roger Goodell read names off of a card instead of
Over the
NBA
NHL
playoffs,
and NBA playoffs, dude. It's insane.
kind of just goes to show you how much this league like absolutely dominates.
Yeah, NFL is king, bro. There's no denying that one.
Yeah. It's been fun. It's been fun watching the view count go up and up and up. Like it literally just has not gone down. I was on the stream earlier. We were at like 2,500 people and now almost at 4,000,
I know,
which
man.
is unbelievable.
It
We've
was
been eating
great.
tonight. So shout out to you
You
guys.
did a great job.
Shout out to the production crew.
Yeah, bro. Thank you, bro. Thanks to you and Kyle back there doing a great job throughout the entirety of the stream.
Shout
holding
out
us down.
Kyle. Didn't
Shout
leave
out
his
Kyle.
chair the entire time.
I've
Producing
been
the
sitting
stream.
here for 5.
That's
straight-
what a producer does.
Kyle held it down, man. That's awesome.
Yes. I want to give a shout out to myself also because
Shout out to my brother for watching the stream.
yes.
Yeah, shout out.
All right,
Let's do a quick Sandro, yeah.
let's do a quick first round.
Shout out to Sandro for saying the Giants are going to draft me. And the Bills.
He keeps saying it. Bill's taking Carlo tomorrow.
He said the Giants are taking me too.
When do the Giants pick tomorrow? When do the Giants and the Jets pick? What's
Oh wait.
the NYG?
No, that's
37 is 38, 39, 40.
All right, let's do a little recap that we can get on. Ready? Let's do a recap and I'm going to do a recap. I want gut grades. I want one grade for each pick. I don't want you to say more than a grade.
And no explanation, just the letter.
I said it for you.
Sounds
All right.
good.
So one grade for each pick. You could give an A+, an A, an A-, B+. You know how it goes. Let's go. Ready? Caleb Williams, 1 overall. Quick. Carlo. I'm going to go Carlo, Jason, Dion. Gus.
Plus.
All right.
A.
A++.
I'm going to go A. All right. Jaden Daniels.
A.
Go B+.
I'm also going to go B+.
I'm going to go A. Drake May.
A+.
Another B+.
I think A+.
I think an A. I go 3 A's. I'm being consistent here. I'm going to go A the whole damn thing. What the hell do I know? Marvin Harrison Jr.
A+. Cross.
Yeah, of course, A+.
Cross
I mean,
board.
that's, yeah.
I'm going to go A.
What?
Yeah. 4 A's. I'm not going to go A. What do you mean A+?
Who was an A+?
It's Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah, and they got him at 4 too. They didn't have to do
one A+,
anything.
it'd be Olu.
You know what? If they traded back maybe or something, they didn't have to.
Not the sexy pick.
When
It's the
you-
right pick.
Yeah,
That's why it's an A.
I don't know.
All right, fine, fair. All right,
If
next
you want
one.
an A, it's got to be sexy and the right pick. It's not sexy to me.
I
I
got a couple
like.
A+ coming though.
Yeah, I like going to a bar. I like sexy people. You know what I mean? But all right, Carlo, Joe Alt, 5 to the Chargers.
A.
A+.
B.
B+.
Cap.
B plus.
Cap.
Malik Neighbors, Giants, 6th overall.
A plus.
B plus.
B.
Wild.
No explanations. No explanations. Just
No
let it-
explanations. We'll talk about it later. J.C. Latham, 7th to the Titans. You have to consider who else is on the board, by the way. This is a pick considering who's available.
Who went after Latham?
B plus. C plus.
I'm also thinking around there. C to C plus.
B minus. Michael Penix Jr., 8th to the Falcons.
C for confusing.
I like that.
D. Delusional.
F for what the fuck are you doing? Like what?
G for gross.
I don't get it, bro. I really don't. Someone could explain it to me. I still don't understand it, dude. Anyway.
I'm gonna give it an A. No, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna give it a C minus. Way too early.
Way too early.
Roma Dunze, 9 to the Bears.
A plus. A.
A plus 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 plus.
But name. Okay. Next.
I didn't go yet.
Oh, sorry.
Just because of the circumstance.
B plus. I'll explain later. JJ McCarthy, 10th to the Vikings. They traded up, gave up a 4th rounder. What do you give that?
B minus.
I'm going D again.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go B minus also. B minus.
You went D or B?
I went D.
D for dog. I'm gonna go C minus.
I should have went C for check down.
Yeah.
C for check down merchant.
We go C for championship because he's such a champion.
C for champion.
Olu Fashanu, 11th Jets.
A.
A
minus.
Can I jump in on this one too?
You're jumping on all of them, yeah.
Oh yeah.
A minus.
Yeah. There
It's
you
my
go.
guy. The only reason I give it an A. Oh, we'll talk about it later. Bo Nix, 12th to the Broncos.
D.
F.
Also F for what the fuck are you doing?
C plus.
Okay.
You got to get a quarterback. He was the best one at the combine. Brock Bowers.
Raiders.
Yes, 13th overall.
A.
I'm going A as well.
Yeah, A minus. A minus. A minus.
I'm gonna go B plus because I don't like him there, but that's another convo.
That's
I think he can get lost there. Kyle, you want to chime in? What do you got?
Yeah, I agree with you.
That's my guy. That's why he's working with us. You know, that's my guy. But all right, Tylese Fuanga, 14th to the Saints.
I like it actually. B plus.
I'm thinking B plus as well.
I'm thinking B minus.
C minus.
I give it a solid B.
All right.
Good player. It's just the fucking team, bro.
Leatu Latu, 15th to the Colts.
B plus.
A minus.
This is it's a home run for me. A plus. Like
A plus. Damn,
Yeah.
you guys are loving this.
I think so.
For me, it's the injury risk, so I give it a.
It's hard for me with Dallas Turner.
Listen. Is he going to work out? I give it a C plus. I don't know.
I like it.
And I love the player. I think it's a C, considering who else was on the board. He was the first defensive player selected. Good
give it
drafted
a B
anyway.
plus.
B plus. All right. What did I give it? A C plus? I don't even freaking remember.
Whatever.
Byron Murphy, 16th to the Seahawks.
I like it a lot.
Me too.
A.
That's an A.
I also think an A.
A minus.
A.
Because I hate taking.
Frankie's just trying to be different.
No, I don't. Listen, it's a defensive tackle, man. I mean, I
I'm
love the
joking.
guy, but and I feel like I want him somewhere, I want him somewhere where he's going to get some love on a winning team. I feel like
No
Seattle.
explanation. Just
Yes,
great.
You are right. Dallas Turner. The
A plus.
Vikings traded up
plus.
to take him.
I'm going A minus.
Yeah, I think A minus is the right grade.
B plus.
I feel like between a B plus and an A minus.
Yeah, same. I'm also
So a
right.
B plus plus or an A minus minus. By the way, do you know if you get steak, you can get between a medium and a medium well? It's called something. Someone explain this. No, blue is like below rare.
That's beyond rare.
Wait,
It's not even in
something
like
between
cooking.
a medium and a medium well.
Yeah, there's a saying for it. No. Between medium and medium well.
Medium well is the most cooked.
No, well done is the most cooked.
I'm
All right, we're going
cooked.
next.
I'm
Medium
cooked.
rare is below medium.
Amarius Mims, 18th
Yeah, I'm shot.
to the Bengals.
C plus. I like C plus.
SC.
Give it a C plus.
Yeah, I'm not really, no explanations.
Oh, you're peer pressure. You're unbelievable.
Kyle got
C plus.
Peer pressure. Jared Verse, 19th to the Rams.
A minus. I'm thinking solid B.
Yeah, I'm also thinking like a B. B minus.
You know what? I'm giving it a C plus because of who was on the board. Chop Robinson, Troy Fatano. We'll talk about it later. Troy Fatano going or Fautanu.
Wow, just get me. All right.
Oh, Kyle, go. Sorry, I forgot.
B plus.
B plus. Wow. Okay. Troy Fautanu, Steelers.
A. I'm gonna go B plus.
I'm gonna B.
I'm gonna go B plus. Chop Robinson.
Kyle, you keep forgetting Kyle.
Oh
Yeah.
my God, Kyle.
I'm going A.
My brain's working this way. Sorry. A. Okay. I like that actually. I think you're on
Dolphins.
Chop Robinson, Dolphins, 21st overall.
B plus.
Okay.
Chop. No, shit, my bad.
Jay just froze for a second right there.
Yeah, I'll go
Jason to the Matrix. I'm telling
I'll
you.
go B.
I'm gonna give it an A.
I was thinking about my next grades.
I think I'm gonna give it an A.
Give it a B to B plus.
I'm gonna give it a B minus. I'd give it a B if it wasn't the Dolphins because I hate the Dolphins. Quinion Mitchell, first corner off the board, 22nd to the Eagles.
A plus. A plus.
C.
C. C for cap.
C.
Eagles.
I'm gonna one up you. F.
F.
S for Saquon.
A.
S tier.
No, F. A. That was the worst pick.
Really?
That was the worst pick in the first round.
Bro,
Yes.
I really don't like that pick.
Terrion Arnold's better.
I think so too.
You had value on the board.
You corner though so badly.
They do, but every time they get a corner, they can't develop them. They get toast. I don't like.
Aaron Arnold and Quinion are like toss ups for the best corner in the draft.
I wouldn't have been the first team to take a corner, and they need help on offense. Jason Kelsey's left.
We're explaining.
Well, they didn't they ask me, or am I tripping? You gave it, Kyle. What'd you give it? An A?
An A.
All right. So an A and an F.
I gave it an A plus.
Brian
Score.
Thomas Jr. They traded up Jacksonville to get another.
Did they? Traded back.
Traded back, excuse me, yeah, because they traded
back.
with Minnesota.
A plus. A plus. Slam dunk.
Dion?
Yeah, I think an A. I had to think about that one for a second.
Kyle?
A.
B plus. Terrion Arnold, Lions, 24th.
Yeah, that go.
Oh.
Go.
Aaron Arnold. What did they go to again? Lions. Lions A plus. Trade up.
What did they give up, by the way?
Third.
I like it.
I'm going B plus.
I'm gonna give it an A.
A plus level fit.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it an A.
What do you got, Kyle? Yeah, I'm gonna go A minus. Jordan Morgan, Packers.
C minus.
Yeah,
I'm going flat C.
I'm gonna be nice and do B minus, but yeah, I was also leaning C originally.
I'm gonna go.
Flat C.
I'm gonna go B plus.
A little bit higher on them.
Graham Barton, Bucks, 26th.
B plus. Yeah, B plus.
Yeah,
Same.
I think B plus also. I like him.
B.
I'm gonna go C plus. Darius Robinson.
Who do you go to again?
Cardinals.
Cardinals. I don't hate that actually. B. I'm going C plus.
I think I'll also do a B. B sounds about right.
B minus.
I'm gonna go B. Xavier Worthy
This one's hard, actually.
I think this one's super easy.
in a trade up. Oh my god. Carlo?
B minus just because of the Chiefs.
I'm going B plus.
I'm going A plus fucking grand slam nuke.
Oh my lord.
I could not have picked a better player at that spot for me.
I'm gonna go B plus.
I'm gonna go F. As low as possible.
The complete opposite.
F negative.
This pick makes me feel like I'm sleeping outside of Columbia University tonight. That's how bad this pick is. All right, 29th, Tyler Guyton
To
the Cowboys.
Cowboys.
Yeah, good.
B plus.
B.
I'm gonna give it an A just because they're gonna make him good. The Cowboys.
I'll give it a B plus.
I give it a C plus. Nate Wiggins, Ravens, 30th overall.
That's Clemson guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Over to Gene.
That's what I'm thinking.
That's it. Yeah.
B
Little
minus.
C plus.
I'm thinking if they're taking him over DeJean, though, I mean, I'm gonna give it a C.
Right
Flat
position.
C.
Wrong player.
Kyle, C.
C plus.
I'm going to give it a C minus. No, C. Ricky Pearsall, 31st, 49ers. This is a tough one.
Right
Not
position,
also really
maybe
not
wrong
really,
player
though.
though. Again.
For bro,
What do you got? Great.
A plus plus.
yeah, me too. I think also A plus plus, like very good pick.
Give it a B plus.
I give it a B, just considering McConkey's on the board and Leggett, but it's a good pick, I think. Leggett to the Panthers in a trade up. Buffalo traded back twice.
B plus.
B.
You give it an A plus?
B plus.
Oh.
I'm
going flat B.
I'm gonna give it a C.
I like Leggett a lot.
I like the player, just terrible scheme.
B.
I'm going to go a B. I hate the fit, man.
Me too.
Oh my
I hate
God.
it, dude. It's fucking terrible. I feel bad
It's a
for him.
local kid.
And
All
this-
right, so let's review this and we can argue a little bit and then we could start wrapping it up. So, yeah, well, I kind of remember. So we have our man Omar. Omar, what it do, baby? Omar is saying that he gives the Brock Bowers pick a C minus. Omar, can you get on the stream and explain yourself? If not, can you type it out for us?
I'm gonna guess that's more so to do with the team and the fit than it is the player. Like the Raiders, it's such a fucking weird thing, dude. I don't know. Like when you don't have a quarterback and you draft these skill position players, it just scares me. Even for my own team, like we kind of have a quarterback, but like Vegas literally.
Well, my question for you is this, though. This is a question that it's tough to answer. How much do you value the player or the fit? Because if the player is really good, but the fit isn't there, are you thinking the fit could change? I mean, like, yeah, Bowers on the current Raiders roster doesn't make sense, but maybe in 2 or 3 years, if they change things, maybe it will make sense. So do you guys believe, I guess, in BPA? Do you draft the best player regardless of the fit, or do you draft like you think it's 50-50?
No, I think you draft towards your needs always. Like it's a mix of it's a fine line between both, where you're drafting for what you need, but you're also drafting for the best player available. So like if it's a cornerback and a safety, and you feel like you need a cornerback more, but the safety is a little bit better, I think it's understandable to go for the cornerback.
Well, my
as
question for you is this, though, and Carlo or anyone else jump in. What if you're a team that's rebuilding and there is no necessary point to draft for fit, when even if you do get a more conservative, lower ceiling, even lower floor guy, that's not going to put you in a championship position. So maybe you want to wait it out until that BPA guy works out. Like you've seen teams do that. You saw the Ravens do it with Lamar. You've seen teams do that before. You saw the Bucks do it when they drafted Evans. So I mean, like, sometimes it's okay to draft a guy that doesn't fit if they're going to stick around. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think
if you're rebuilding, it's best player available no matter what. I think there's certain circumstances that call for drafting for fit. Like the Jets pick with Fashanu, I like that pick because you need to protect Aaron. Drafting Bowers is a luxury, but in some cases you need to draft for positional needs. But if other than that, like with the Bowers situation, you're drafting best player available. He fell in your lap. Take him.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
I thought Fuaga was really good for the Raiders, but like to me, it really felt like the Raiders had Bowers as, like the top 5 player in the draft, whereas Fuaga was probably there like
I think he is
OP 3 or 4, and it comes to that like we just vote. If you think the guy's top 5 in the draft, you take him.
I just don't like for a team like the Raiders. I hate taking the weapons before you have the quarterback. That's my issue with a lot of these teams.
How many screens Bowers got in college? You can scheme him up so many different ways where it's like he doesn't even need to run his yards per route run. Like you can run him 3-4 yards past the line of scrimmage and block the schemes for him because he's a different type of tight end like that. Whereas it's like he can create.
He's pretty good at fantasy.
I think they can run pretty solid too. Like I think they can.
12 personnel.
Yeah, they can really run some fun stuff.
Yeah,
especially with Adams.
That's a good point.
And bro, Minshew almost got the Colts in the playoffs. If the third string running back on the Colts didn't drop that pass, the Colts make the playoffs.
You gotta totally forgot about that. Yeah.
So like Minshew's gonna cook with those guys.
That was against Houston.
Yep.
Yeah.
That Houston game.
That was a great game.
Winning in.
That was a great.
I just don't see the value of getting Fuanga that high when you have so many other things.
Exactly. That's if the Raiders had Fuaga as their number 1 tackle, then they would have went.
No, the Fuaga went to the Saints.
I know.
No, I know. He's
okay, yeah.
That's what because I thought Fuaga was like going to be the Raiders' pick.
Mm.
But if the Raiders had Fuaga as their number 1 tackle, they would have went Fuaga over Bowers. But they had Bowers. They had Bowers so high on their board.
Yeah. By the way, per report, the Saints, Seahawks, and Raiders all tried to trade up in the top 10 for Michael Penix.
We were talking about that though. It's like that's why they picked Penix where they did. Is because like they don't make that pick unless everyone behind them is trying to trade up into that pick for Penix. So it was like your hand is forced if you're Atlanta.
Yeah.
So I mean that makes me not hate it.
I do.
Really bad grade though, but
the thing with Penix is this. If you look at what he did at Washington, there is a reason that they have as many guys projected to go in the top 3 rounds in this draft. A lot of it came from him. You have Odunze, you have Polk, you have McMillan, you have the 2 tackles. So I do see the value in Penix from a pure down the field accuracy perspective. He just takes too long in the pocket. For me, things take him too long to develop. But let's get Omar in. Our guy from uSTADIUM, one of our boys, Omar.
What's good,
Salute,
guys?
my
How
man.
y'all doing
Salute.
tonight?
How we doing, my guy? What's good with you, bro?
I'm all
Sorry
right,
about your
man.
Knicks, brother.
Listen, karma is going Embiid's way. That's all I'm gonna say.
What happened with Embiid tonight? Quick recap, because I didn't see it. What do you?
Nothing happened. He owns that
shut
ass.
the hell
Kid.
up.
That's what happened.
Mute your mic.
He
50
did
points.
a lot of dirty plays. He kneed Hartenstein the balls. He injured Mitchell Robinson by grabbing his ankle and pulling him to the ground as he was going up for a dunk intentionally. He was
Really?
Yeah. And Mitchell Robinson got a sprained ankle because of that. And then B didn't get ejected. He just got a figure 1.
Did we at least get Brunson cooking tonight a little bit? So we got something there.
He had 35 and 13.
Yeah, but this is the issue that
big tonight.
Brunson balled and they lost. They're
The
winning.
reason why they
He's
lost.
39 actually.
Yeah. Embiid had
Well,
to drop
he's-
50 just to beat them.
We'll just score
Here's
that.
the thing, though.
Any average,
Of course.
if it was an average Embiid game, like you're not, and
No,
especially
so
They probably
the
were number
Knicks, the
if
Knicks
the
won
refs
3
weren't
out of
letting
4
Embiid get away
quarters.
with,
The
like,
reason
attempted murder
Oh,
on the court.
the reason why the Knicks lost was because in the third quarter, the Sixers just hit like 23s in a row.
Yeah,
That
I
was
saw
it.
that.
really?
That was,
I saw they
that was
weren't
the-
missing.
that was the main reason. They just wasn't missing. Knicks won 3 out of the 4 quarters. The third quarter was what fucked them up.
All right, Omar, you got the Bowers pick at a C-. What's the rundown?
Tight end. I don't like tight ends being drafted that high. Raiders have too many holes: offensive line, defense, quarterback. I felt like they could have, if they really wanted Bowers, they could have traded back, got value, and still take him and have him on a cheaper deal. That's all.
Yeah, he might have not have been there though, but I hear
yeah,
you.
that's what I'm thinking. He may not have been there, but the
Yeah.
idea is, maybe you're right.
That's what I was
I
thinking.
hear you.
You know, with Bowers, it's like he's a great prospect. Don't get me wrong. I don't hate Bowers, but tight ends, they're like the second or third least valuable position on offense behind running back and fullback. It's not really a reason to spend that high of draft capital on that position.
Yeah, but he's like unicorn.
That's the catch. Like you're drafting him in hopes that he's like the next Kelsey, Laporta, Kittle type of dude.
If he does hit, great, but he's going to be on a big contract, and you're going to have to pay him a lot too if he hits.
Yeah.
Kyle, what do you think of that pick, Bowers?
I think I wanted him.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was sitting back there with Kyle before, and when the Jets picked Fashanu and I showed him, he was like,
When I saw the tweet and then it wasn't Bowers, I put my face in my hands and I shook my head. And it was a very reactionary thing because Fashanu is a great pick and it's the smart pick. But I wanted the sexy pick. I wanted the weapon. Me and Jason are the same boat.
Yep.
But after sitting on it for a couple hours, it's the right pick.
Yeah.
I was happy with the Jets pick.
Yeah, it was a good pick, man. It was just a solid overall pick.
We needed
know?
depth. We needed depth at O-line in case Tyron Smith goes down. We have someone that can come in, protect Rodgers immediately. I didn't have a problem with the pick.
and dude, AVT, Tyron, and Fashanu, along with what's his name?
You still got Tippmann as well.
Tippmann. Yeah, I mean that's pretty freaking good, bro.
Especially if Fashanu can end up playing right tackle.
We got. I think Morgan Moses is back too from the Ravens, so he's gonna be playing.
He
right
is.
tackle.
But after the pick came out, Fashanu had mentioned that he was taking some practice reps at right tackle. Which, if let's say Moses leaves after the season when he's a free agent, maybe Tyron stays. This is pretty good tackle.
Yeah.
I think like Rodgers elevates everybody. So like if we had a younger quarterback, sure you could go Bowers, give him a weapon, but like Rodgers will get the absolute maximum out of every single skill position player on the offense. So the more you protect Rodgers, the more you get out of your skill position players.
I completely agree.
I agree with that.
1,000%.
I can't believe
Carlo,
this.
I'm not
But-
Carlo. Dion, you asked about the Michael Penix pick from Atlanta.
Wait, Kyle, go first, and then Omar. Wait.
By the way, Kyle, get on the stream. You're up. You got to get on here. I'm gonna sit in your chair. Go ahead. Get on the stream with the boys. Run it up a little bit. No, go ahead. Stand. I
Both
gotta
of you
go to the
guys-
restroom.
You and Jason, hold it down?
I got Lisa anyway. I could just turn on my camera from back
Kyle,
here.
hold it down from here. No, Kyle, come over here.
Yeah, Kyle, hop on stream.
Omar, any last words, my guy?
Go Jets, honestly, yeah. Oh, and Dion, for the Penix pick, Kirk
What's up?
has an out. Kirk has an out after 2 years in his contract.
Yeah, he does.
Oh, that's interesting.
They have Penix sit for 2 years, and then when he's ready, he takes over Jordan Love style. Hopefully, that's what the Falcons want.
That's actually smart. I didn't realize that that Cousin said it's year out like that.
Yeah,
That's interesting.
I learned about it when the pick was made, so I was like, it's not that bad.
Yeah, no, it's definitely. Yeah, I was confused at first, but now that you told me that makes a lot more sense, actually.
Yeah.
Anyway, good talking to you, Omar.
Omar,
good
big
talking to you
O.
guys. Keep killing
See
you
you
guys.
soon, bro.
See you
Appreciate
good.
you, bro. We're gonna hit 4,000 before we get off. We're 200 away. Let's go, boys.
We're riding this out till we get
Oh, hell yeah. Come on.
All right, Kyle, you're on. No, you're on here. Let's go.
You want to take a
No, come over here. You gotta come here.
You want to take a quick break or something to use the bathroom? This kid's been producing the stream since 7
Kyle,
o'clock. Give him a shout out.
Yeah, seriously.
I'm gonna go back there. Go. Get on. Let's go.
Kyle's like,
Come on. Just come on. Kyle, go on. Come on. Keep the show going. Kyle, come on.
yeah, come on, Kyle. We got to get you at least on for a little bit. Come on, bro.
At least just let the chat appreciate your hard work.
Kyle, yeah, give all the opinions you can.
Yo, how did you get those shorts, by the way? Bro, Kyle, when I tell you I had my brother wait at the LSU bookstore for 6 hours to cop those shorts for me, no joke, he waited there for 6 hours. And it was when Travis went to the LSU bookstore to he pulled up and he did the whole drop. He saw him. It's pretty cool. But
headphone cable anywhere? Actually, I'll just go grab one.
Just use those for yours.
Guys, it's Jack. If you can hear me, tell him he doesn't have to worry about the production stuff. I can handle it from here.
Sean. Oh yeah, Jack's doing all the production stuff.
How many views are we at? Let's get to 4K. 4K.
We're like under 200 away from 4K.
All right, chat. You hear that?
3,800 people.
4K, I'll do a shot too. Fuck it. Come on.
I'll put the Jets helmet on and do a shot if you're cool with that.
Okay, 4K. I'll do one too.
All right.
We'll all do one. Squad.
Kyle, give us your most favorite pick, and then just I know you've been sitting there behind the producing desk the whole time. What's one opinion that you've had that's been just burning at you? I can't wait to share this opinion.
See, I don't even know. I was so locked in. I wasn't even really thinking. As soon as everything was coming out, I was typing away, trying to get it up as fast as I could. Couldn't even process my own thoughts. The only time I really sat to think about my thoughts was with the Fashanu pick, and when Odunze went off the board, and I was like, "Fuck."
I was a little frustrated watching Rome go because I had a feeling
they weren't. I wanted the Jets to take Bowers. I never really thought they would. It was kind of wishful thinking. I think Rome would have been that pick when he was gone. Obviously, things changed, but that means the Jets are definitely going to be aggressive. I think looking at a pass catcher in the next couple of rounds. I mean, I forget what the exact details were of that trade, but the move with Minnesota was a free asset. So I mean, they should be super aggressive. And I wanted Ricky Pearsall. I'm so sad he got taken. That's a sick fit though.
When are the Jets picking for him?
72. They don't even they don't pick for a while.
So yeah, they're not even going to be in it for one of these other wide receivers.
I think Jalen Hall, Jalen McMillan, Javon Baker, Jacob Cowling.
This is the shot, boys. This is the shot.
That's why I said I wanted to just stay back there.
This is why I wanted to come here.
Here, come get my headphones so you can hear everything.
I can hear it.
Also, now.
Kyle, are you guys actually all happy?
Wait, hold on. Now that I'm on the microphone in front of the camera, I just want to give a shout out to my mom in the comments of the stream. Put her comment up. Thank you for watching. She's been watching the majority of the time. She might even been watching the whole time. So, thank you.
What a guy. I think my mom's watching too.
I want to ask the young guys. I want to ask Kyle and Jason. The Giants. Who cares? No, but seriously, Jet fans, young guys, are you guys really happy with the pick, or do you wish it was a little more sexy, a little more upside worthy?
Like I just said, I wanted the receiver, I wanted the tight end, but what we did was the smart pick. You're setting up for the future. You're giving Rodgers more protection, which we saw last year would have been that. If Rodgers didn't go down in the first game, we would have seen madness throughout the season with how many offensive linemen we were running through. Some of the ones that we were putting on the field, I couldn't even tell you who they are. I had no idea who was on the field every week. And, it makes me sound like a little bit of a casual, but I feel like they were just pulling them out of thin air week in and week out. So having another very good offensive lineman, I feel like is the right move. As much as it's not the sexy pick, it's not the one that everybody wants. It is the right move. And over the course of the last couple hours, I have warmed up to it, and I think it was a great pick.
Yeah, I said this on stream when the pick was made, or before the pick was made. I don't know. I trust Joe Douglas so much. I would let him set up an arranged marriage for me. I trust Joe Douglas with my life as a Jets fan, which is crazy.
You drafted Zach Wilson and you wanted to set up a fucking arrangement.
I don't care, dude. I don't care. What's the worst?
Almost every team was going to take Zach Wilson there if they needed a quarterback.
He wouldn't get me lower than a soft 6. I trust Joe Douglas.
He's cooked on every other draft.
Yeah, no. It's a classic example of
eating your dinner before your dessert. Like, eat your vegetables before you eat your ice cream. I just mentioned it. Like, Rodgers is the high tide that raises all ships. So, like, we know what we're going to get out of Garrett Wilson. We know what we're going to get out of Breece Hall. Lazard should be better.
My question for you guys is if Deshaun doesn't play much this year or plays in 3 or 4 games, do you wish we would have gotten Brock Bowers?
There might, let's say, both tackles play the entire season, plus playoff. Let's say a single game like Ironman.
But if they miss 3 or 4 games,
then that could be the difference in the division or a wild card in a home playoff game.
and you think Fashanu would be able to come in on a spot start like that and offer more value than, or like offer how much more value than Carter Warren?
I don't.
It's just like you have to take the games in consideration and what you get versus what you don't get.
Yeah, I am. Like, when you look at the difference between, I mean, last season, for example, like they won 7 games with a patchwork O-line and arguably the worst quarterback play I might have ever seen in my life. So, like, if you can just give your quarterback an extra second, 2 seconds, and now it's Aaron Rodgers, that can be the difference between winning games and missing the playoffs entirely, or playing a playoff game on the road and getting a tough matchup. So I think every little game matters. Like they're all super important. So, I mean, yeah, like watching Bowers' highlights, sure, it's going to hurt a little bit, but at the end of the day, I think I know it's the right decision.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I've been watching Brock Bowers highlights pretty much every day for the last couple weeks, thinking like, oh yeah, we're going to have a fucking great tight end come Thursday. And then, it didn't happen. Dion saw. I was pissed at first, but that extra second that you could get out of a pass block between someone like Fashanu or someone like Carter Warren could make all the difference in a game.
I will say it helped watching Bowers go to the Raiders. If he went to like the Colts where he was with Anthony Richardson or somebody that is like not a lock, but like should be in the playoffs, that would have hurt a lot more.
It's semi-explosive, like him on any type. Whoa, I can't speak. Him on any type of semi-explosive offense would have been like just awesome to watch in general.
If he went to like the Dolphins or
Oh my God.
Bills or a divisional rival or just a team like in the AFC that is going to make noise, that would have stung. But I can swallow that with the Raiders.
Yeah. I think that if you're going to be upset over the pick as a Jets fan, at the very least come to terms with the fact that he's in the Raiders and not some crazy explosive offense where you're going to be seeing him very often. Like, thank God he's not in your division, that's one. And 2 is that, like, even when you do see him, what are the chances this guy's going to torture you once or twice in the next 5 years? You know what I mean? It's not like it's not something I would be very upset about unless he turns into like Travis Kelce.
Are you guys at all concerned, because just looking at Aaron Rodgers, and this is a little bit of a weird point, but do you think his age, and you could see him getting a little thinner, do you think he's not going to have that pop? He's not going to have that ability to move, break tackles?
No, that makes him, if anything, more able to do those things. I'm sure he's done a bunch of stuff with his lateral movement and core training, hit training this offseason, rehabbing the Achilles. I'm sure he's going to be perfectly fine. I don't think it matters what weight he's playing at. The arm of Aaron Rodgers will always be the arm of Aaron Rodgers, right? He didn't hurt his arm. He hurt his fucking Achilles. So as long as that's good to go and he could run front, forward, and side to side, break a couple, get out of the pocket cleanly a couple times, I mean, that's all you could ask for, right?
It's like it's the lead leg. He's not your plant leg. His arm is going to be fine. His decision making is going to be fine. One thing that we really lost last year was the ability to change plays at the line of scrimmage. So Hackett freestyling, and that is the worst thing that could ever happen. So
And the offensive line is just generally much better now.
Yeah, much improved. Like now, the whole concern was whenever someone would look for a knock on the Jets, they would say, "Oh, the O line. Well, can you keep Rodgers upright?" Well, now the answer is yes. So
It should be yes. Given any injuries or something like that, it should be yes. I think AV at this point, I know we had him on the stream before, but like, if he can't stay healthy this season, it's time to go. I think. I hate to say it, he's a great dude, but like,
I think
gotta stay healthy this season.
Injury prone is like a Tyron Smith, where it's like nagging injuries that keep reoccurring. AVT, Achilles, and the pec. Those are like flukish injuries. Like once, I don't think he tears his Achilles again. I don't think he's going to tear his pec again.
I don't know.
He might miss a game with like a hamstring, but then you shuffle the cards and you have Rashawn.
Let's recap the stream. Kyle, send us off. I'm going to do a space for my account right now. So I'm going to do a Twitter space.
You want me to do the send off?
Yeah,
I don't know. I've never done this before.
You fucking killed it. You deserve it, bro.
Yeah.
All right, then. Just want to give a quick thank you to everybody that came by, whether you were here for 5 minutes or for the entire 5.5 hours. We really appreciate it. All of us at U Stadium, thank you for the support. Thank you for spending your night with us. Thank you for checking out the draft with us. Definitely
download the app.
Go download the app. If you haven't yet, what are you doing? Like, you could have won so many points tonight. I know personally, I won like 100,000 something. So if you don't have the app, get on that, get it right away, make an account. DM U Stadium on Twitter. We'll send you some promo points so you can make some takes. Anything I'm missing?
That's about it. Like Kyle said, if you have any questions about the app or just you want to know general information about how points work, about how you deposit, all that, don't be afraid to reach out to any one of us. We all have our own personal Twitter accounts, but also just DM the main account. Let us know whatever you want, and we'll try and hook you guys up. We appreciate you guys so much. Thanks for watching the stream for freaking 5.5 hours.
Yeah.
You guys are awesome. We wouldn't
That
be
was
able to
a
do this
blast.
without you guys, man.
Like, I
It was
didn't want
awesome.
to leave this seat the entire time. I genuinely had fun.
I know when I first came, I
I'm
was
glad
a little
I'm in a
disappointed.
different
I was
seat
like, oh, I'm not going to be in the stream that much. Then I got in eventually, so it was fucking awesome,
Hey,
man.
you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
You guys did an awesome freaking job, and you guys put yourselves in positions to be premier content creators. Shout out to you guys, man. I love you guys. Love you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
I watched you guys all the way from like I don't even know where or like how long it was, but yeah.